You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Look at that. They decided to join.
But damn, that
Look
was
at that.
loud.
Welcome to our new Stoner studio.
Oh, no, wait. Now I got to turn this up so I can hear you guys.
Oh, okay. So welcome to the Stone Age.
Stoner Age.
The Stoner Age.
Stoner Age. Stoner Age. Hi, Al.
Yeah.
Al looks like he's getting ready to pray or something.
I've been sitting here puffing on doobies for the last hour, and my tea is now cold, and Darcy still hasn't turned his camera on.
You need one of those little coffee cup warmer thingies.
You know what? You know what it is I like these big beer mugs. And that's really the glass that I use for, whatever. And it, as you know, glass does not stay hot very long.
Does on a coffee warmer.
Neither does my beverage. Go what?
It does on a coffee warmer.
Yeah, but I don't have one of those. And, they suck a lot of power, actually.
Yeah, but they come really handy when you want to finish your oil off.
Correct. Yes, I have one for that. You know what? I know a lot of people who use their coffee maker. They'll keep the pad, the warming pad, after the coffee maker has bit the biscuit. They don't last very long.
Same thing. Yeah.
And I know a lot of people who do that. In fact, I know a few people who live in apartment buildings who just take them and put them out on their balcony and make oil.
Why not?
Yeah, well,
whatever works.
Yes. And I'm going to try my first round. I've made with people, not on my own.
Oh.
Right. But I have everything. I have a warmer. I have an old crock pot that doesn't have a switch. Right. You just plug it in and it warms and stays warm until you unplug it. Right. Which I think that'd be safe outside.
Well, that's not quite how they work, but yeah, it still has a switch in there. It's a thermal switch.
Yeah. But it's not going to go boom. Right.
Here's a trick. Here's a cool trick.
Here we go.
Aim your fan.
Do I need a fan outside?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. If there's no wind at all the vapor fumes are heavier than air.
Yeah, and they just kind of hover, right?
No, they go down to the element.
Which is nice and red and hot.
Yeah.
And sparkling. Yeah. And it starts to sparkle.
And goes
boom. Sparkles turns into a flame, and then you have a pot of burning alcohol.
Okay.
So when you have a fan, you put the fan on it, and you aim the fan so it blows across the top of the pot as well as the bottom. That way it blows any vapor away from the actual element. And you don't blow yourself up. So yeah, even outside with a fan.
I'm just some of our streams didn't take, so I'm just putting them back. There we go. Let's see. One. Come on now. Still spinning. What are you guys smoking?
Oil.
I'm rolling some cherry thunderfuck and some pink lemonade.
Come here and lay down, baby. Rosa, lay down, please.
I'm just smoking my oil joints because for the past week I've been testing or sampling, testing, whatever you want to call it, a bunch of different infused pre-rolls. And tonight I want a break.
Tonight I want a break.
I have some. Yeah, that looks really cool. I'm just looking at the video.
and then some dick gave me this watermelon hash.
Ooh.
That smells like watermelon. It has a little bit of an aftertaste of watermelon, and it's really good. But I have a wife who hates watermelon, who claims to love that hash.
Who claims to love that hash.
I don't like. It's not letting me start the show on our Facebook page.
We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue on Facebook's end. It is possible the stream was ended or deleted on Facebook. We'll keep trying and let you know if it's resolved. Please check Facebook to ensure the stream looks okay.
Try it again.
Let's go on Facebook and see if the stream is there.
I'm just starting it again. If it doesn't work, I'll just share over there. I'll share over there.
All right, you share over there.
Yeah, it took this time, I think. Seems to have. Anyways, we got to turn our comments on. If you're listening, say hello. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. Ooh. Medium. Medium font. Regular. And normal. All right. We should be good now. What's up? We've got some music. You want to listen to some music? I got new music, actually.
He's got new music.
Did I play the thing I made? Yeah, I did last week, didn't I?
I was trying to upload that avatar for my background picture there, Al, but I'll have to do it.
Well, maybe if you put some time into it when you don't have to be here.
Yes,
Squirrel.
Squirrel.
Bare feet hanging off the pier. Old stump cooler full of cheap beer. Sun dropping slow in a red haze. Lights rolling out like the half craze. You flicked the match, I took a drag. Smoke curling up like a torn flag. Smoking weed on the bayou river. Let that muddy water shiver. Let the world run wild upriver. We just flow, just flow. Smoking weed on the bayou river. Heartbeats off the lazy quiver. Nothing left we gotta deliver. We just flow, just flow. Oh, yeah. plane. Cicadas buzzing like broken air. You hum a tune, I miss the words. Dog on the bank chasing firefly herds. Ash in the breeze, glows and fades. Night sneaks in wearing purple shades. Yeah, smoking weed on the bayou river. Yeah. Let that muddy water shiver. Yeah. Let the world run wild upriver. We just flow, just flow. Smoking weed on the bayou river. Yeah. Heartbeats off the lazy quiver. Nothing left we got to deliver. We just flow, just flow. Maybe this dark falls apart someday. Maybe we both drift our own ways, but right now, girl, all I know is this slow burn, this slow flow. Smoking weed on the bayou river. Let that muddy water shiver. Let the world run wild upriver. We just flow, just flow. Smoking weed on the bayou river. Heartbeats off a lazy quiver. This is sin, I'll be a sinner while we flow, while we flow, yeah.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Hello. Wake up, guys.
I'm awake.
Marcel's muted.
So how's your plants growing now?
They didn't cake.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I gotta do it again this weekend.
Me too. I started seeds last night. None of them popped, so I'm going to start over.
Well, one of the things that I want to talk with you guys about tonight is seeds. And I want to look on OCS, or the Ontario Cannabis Store, which is the only legal entity to buy seeds from. And, you know, the prices aren't that bad. We'll see what they have. I want to get some females. Most of what I have are not feminized. And I don't really want to fuck around with it, except for the one there that you guys did last season.
Yeah, but feminized seeds aren't necessarily always feminized.
I know.
No, don't. I pushed mine into flower, and luckily enough, I went with a reputable brand, as I paid like $400 for 13 seeds. But
See, that's what I don't want to do, Darcy.
I know, but hey, here's the thing. I understand that, but now that I have the genetics, you'll always have people that'll come by and say, "Well, give me some clones," and I'll say, "Okay, $20 a piece or $30 a piece," and then
that's reasonable.
But they look at you like you got 10 heads on your shoulder. Well, no, you should
when I go to the res, I believe it was $10 in Alderville, and then when I went to the res last summer, when I was down in the city, we went to the Grand River reservation, which is just outside of Hamilton, and I had no idea that it was there. And I got my clones from there from 3 different shops. And you know what? I won't be doing that again, Darcy.
Yeah, well, it's hard. I mean, this is what me and Marcel keep telling people, and we keep going blue in the face, and that's why I only share my genetics that I have with very few people.
I know.
There's Marcel. I share mine with Marcel, and I share them with Dale.
Well, you know, fortunately, I have my original 4.
Yeah.
And I'll try again. I have 4, but one's not doing so good. So, but these are from last season that I pulled some tops off and put them back into veg. So they are all fucking weird looking, but they're all the tops are all coming up really nice and lots of arms.
Fucking yeah, but no, like I say. Oh, by the way, Marcel, did you start seeds yet?
He's busy.
What
talking
part?
to his dog.
No. What part did you just miss in that whole conversation, Darcy?
The whole conversation.
The part
No,
where I said
heard.
I started my seeds. And
I thought you asked Al. He started his seeds.
No, I started my seeds and they haven't opened yet. So I'm gonna have to start new seeds.
How long has it been?
24 hours.
I'll give them a little longer than that. Them grimaces I had took 2 days.
I know. I'm just being a dick.
Yeah, so I'm in the basement tomorrow.
No, because I was sitting here tonight thinking, I already got clones of my blueberry octane, and I already got clones of my PK Fire. So I was like, hopefully if everything works out right, I'll get a clone or 2 of Purple Satellite from Dale.
Well, I've got
and then I want one more strain. That's it.
I've got 2 packs of seeds from Dale.
I had 10 different fucking strands out there last year, and it was almost impossible trying to dry that stuff.
Did everything come up flea mail?
For me, it did. Yes.
Marcel?
Again, what part did you miss? The fucking seeds aren't open yet.
Hello, I'm talking last year, bonehead.
Last year I used clones.
You used
clones.
I thought you did seeds.
He never cracked a seed. The only seed plant he had last year was our friend of ours gave him one, and then I gave him one.
Buddy weeds.
They were both females.
Yeah, and they were both females.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start some of those because I want to try that, and that'll grow outside good, eh?
The Purple Satellite will.
Okay.
What strain again, Al? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got a big 25-gallon tub grow thingy. That'll make a nice big plant out in the backyard.
Yeah, no, your Purple Satellite should grow good out there.
Is it quick?
Actually, yes.
And is it resilient for cold? Can I put it out early?
90% of the time, I would say yes. The person that I've grown it now for three seasons, and I grew it for 3 seasons, and all 3 seasons, I bet you I never cut out 15 grams of mold, and that's out of like 15 pounds of Purple Satellite.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do 1 or 2 of those.
But I got one more strain I'm gonna do, and I'm not sure which one I want to do yet because I got a bunch here that I know will grow outdoors. I've already grown them outside. I don't know. I got it narrowed down to either Kraken or that Super Lemon Dragon.
Question.
Yes.
Pineapple Express, indoor or out?
For you,
indoor.
yeah. I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. Autoflower, or Pineapple Express, yeah, definitely outdoor. But a regular one, you're up there a little high.
Al,
I'm high on my hill. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
All right. You're going to order these online?
Maybe.
All right. What are you looking for? Hybrid, indica dominant, sativa dominant?
Yes.
No, what?
One of each.
No.
You want one of each?
like that kind of. I like to have a morning, afternoon, and evening, right? So I'd like to have 3 different strains. Obviously, I'll take what I get and hopefully stock it up to the point where I have multiple strains to choose from. I really like to mix because I find that it just doesn't work for me after a month of one strain, right? When I buy, I usually like to get an ounce that has 2 strains in it, something like that, right?
Yeah, no, I've been rotating through 4 different strains right now.
What's the next question, Marcel?
Well, I mean, do you want auto flower or non-auto flower?
I will try an auto flower, but down the road. I want to perfect just getting into a rotation where I'm not going 3 weeks a month without medicine.
Marcel?
Yeah.
What about a super auto form? It takes 90 days. It's a little bigger plant and they're a little easier to deal with.
Can't learn how to cut clones off an auto.
No, you can. I understand that, but I'm just saying, like, as a seed goes for him for his outdoors.
Yeah, but he could get one here that he could turn into a mother and keep it for the next 2 years.
Well, that's essentially what I've done.
No, you haven't. You don't have a mother.
I've got 4.
Where?
Down in the basement.
Well, then cut fucking clones.
That's what I'm going to do. But I'd like to try something different because those didn't do so well last year. I'm hoping they do well this year. I have 4 mums from last year. I just said that. Were you not listening either?
I just didn't know why you wanted to go with, if you got 4 mothers now.
Well, they're not doing very well.
Oh.
Okay.
Feed them.
Of course. Of course. That's I mean, just in general, they were tops that I took and kept. And then I brought them in and then they flowered. So I stopped that shit. And now they're just kind of, chilling and doing what they're told. But yeah, I have 4 under 2 of those 24-watt lights that I bought. I have a mom closet. And I'm going to take. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm going to clip some off and try again. Question: Is that 1,000-watt that I have in the center of the room going to be too much for starting clones?
How high is it?
I have it about 4 feet off the ground because I wanted the spread, and then I've got the other lights much lower. I'm thinking it might be too much for them.
That 1,000-watt will work if it was. Now, do you have 2 different bulbs, Al, or do you just have the 1 bulb?
No, it's an LED full spectrum. Everything I'm using is an LED full spectrum.
Oh, it's all LED. Oh, you're all LED. Oh, you're.
I have your regular light there, but I'm not willing to pay another $300 a month on top of the $1,200 a month that I have to pay during the fucking winter. So,
yeah. Well, understandable. Yeah. No, you'll be all right with that. Just pull it up.
So should I? Okay, so more light is as long as there's light, but less light directly over the clones, correct? Until
closer, yeah. It's all, but see, they're clones, so you don't want to feed them too much light. So that's why the further away you can get that.
I suspect this is what's happened: too much light and too much water. That's what I'm just thinking I've done. Water is your best friend, but it's your worst enemy. Oh no, I know. Because it's kind of like getting married, right? Yeah, you overwater, you'll fuck them, but if you underwater, you'll stress them out too bad. Yeah, you have to find the sweet spot, which is what I'm doing. That's why I'm not getting all upset about it. You know how I do it, Al? This is how I did it at the first. Every day I go in,
with my, as far as my clones go, I look at my tray, and as long as I see a little, my Rockwell cubes I already know are wet because I soak them. They say don't squeeze them out, but I give mine just a little tiny squeeze. But you got to be careful because you don't want to make air spots in there, right? And squeezing like that will create an air spot. In my personal opinion, I found it will create an air spot. So you got to be careful there. But once you get your cubes done and soaked and they're ready for your clones to go in, all I do is make sure that you just had that little bit of water in the bottom, just barely touching them clones.
You know what I have found, okay, with the mums. I mean, I've had them out downstairs since the end of the season last year, and I go down and I water them, and I just leave them. They're just there, not making a fuss about it. Just go down and water them, make sure they're okay, and they're doing fine. But then when I go and I tend to the other ones, and you know, that's, I gotta figure it out. I know it's hard to start.
It's that first initial 3 weeks hurdle that you got to get over, Al.
Yeah.
But no, but like I said, once your clone is up and you got roots on it, and now you put it into your solo cup.
Well, this is what I'm going to do this time, because what I did was I clipped them, I dipped them, you know, I cut them on an angle and all that. I even slit them up the center, and I dipped them into the powder, and then I took some powder and I put it into the hole, and it was already. I
always do that too.
Yeah, it's always damp soil. Like I made the soil. I let it water for a few days beforehand, right?
Yeah.
But I think what happened was I went down to water them after they were down there a day or two, and the water wasn't flowing from the reservoir to the autopods, and so I watered them up top.
Yeah.
And then they all overflowed. Once I turned the water on the autopots, it all just, and so there was water all over the floor. So I had to fix that, you know, but it's a learning curve, right? So
Marcel,
this is my first time growing inside seriously. So
no, I understand. Marcel.
Yep.
Okay. Did you just hear what I heard?
Where?
When he turned his autopots on, they overflowed. They should not have overflowed.
They did, because I watered them from the top as well. So as the water was flowing in, it was flowing down as well, and it overflowed them.
Yeah.
Yes, I get what you're saying now, Al. I thought you watered them and then you turned them on and then they overflowed.
No.
The water was coming down through the soil into the pot.
Yeah.
After I adjusted it and got them flowing, I had put too much water in, is what it was. So by the time the autopots started flowing, the reservoirs weren't full.
Yeah.
So, but they were filling up from two different points, not just from the reservoir.
Not just the one point. Yeah. So it was getting water from the top and the bottom.
Yeah, man.
No, so that makes sense then. No, I was trying to make sense of that for a second, and then
I got a calendar, so I'm keeping track of it, you know, or trying to anyways. And you know, so I'll try again.
But no, like you said, it is a learning curve, Al. But what I do once, because a lot of people have a lot of problems getting that little seed, even the seed to start. And
no, I was having trouble doing that for last year. Remember?
What I always do is have a little measuring cup, and every day I go down or I go out and I would lift my cup, because I know it's going to lose water. That water's going to evaporate because it's warm inside the tent. Now, it's almost literally impossible right now, unless you have a sealed room, to get your humidity to where you need it. So your humidity is going to fluctuate with the outdoor atmosphere or whatever's in your house. Well, right now, the humidity in my house is only 32%.
Yeah,
So-
downstairs it's not that high, but I have I have an idea how to do that once I figure out and actually have a grow going down there. Right now, I'm going to I'm going to start some stuff for outside.
Yeah.
And experiment, and I can probably get a round off between now and when stuff goes out. So we'll see.
I picked out 3 seeds for you.
From OCS?
Yep.
They are?
Time Machine Select Feminized Seeds 5-pack for $49.10.
Hold on. Let me write them down here.
Sure.
Can you pull up the website?
I have it up.
I have it up.
We'll share it to the screen. So what did you say? Time what?
Time Machine.
Okay. I just need the names. That's all. I'll look them up. Machine.
Bubba Kush Feminized.
Okay, found. Bubba. I like Bubba Kush.
And it's actually not that hard to grow, and it will give you at least some quantity.
Okay. And that's what I need right now is some quantity, because then when I can experiment.
Just remember, with that quantity likely means you're going to have bigger bud, i.e. when you go to dry them buds out, cut them right down. Them big, nice colas half the size of your arm look nice, but they'll mold quicker.
Well, I've been having really good success with that dryer thing that I have. So
good.
The other one that I picked for you was Modified Animal Cookies.
Modified. Rosa, please come in here. Your clicking is driving. Animal cookies. I like animal cookies.
And it's $10 a pack.
For how many?
It doesn't say. It just says 1 pack.
Probably.
I wonder if that's 1 seed or 3.
Or 2.
They usually come. I've noticed they're usually 4s.
4s and 5s are the majority. Those other ones are 5 packs.
Can you lay down, please, sweetie pie?
Well, they're legally not allowed to sell you a 10-pack.
No. But
Right.
they can sell you a 5-pack.
I can understand 5 because there's a good chance one of them seeds won't grow.
Right. Well,
Do they? How much do they go by the seed itself, or how much the seed produces as to how many you're allowed to buy?
Well, it says you're allowed 30 grams, and that equals those seeds equal 11 grams of your 30-gram limit.
As I thought that would be a factor.
Right. And your total for that order would be $113.05.
So I see Nova Scotia and Ontario made a deal to sell for customers to be able to purchase alcohol directly from the suppliers in Nova Scotia and in Ontario. So I can order alcohol from Ontario now by mail.
You have been able to, for a while now, with a doctor's note, go right to the LCBO and place an order to buy from their direct service. And they will order in whatever you need. I don't know if they still do that for you now, but
Well, they should do. I wonder if they should do the same with cannabis, because there's cannabis in like say Saskatchewan that it's only sold in Saskatchewan and it's not in any other province.
I think that would be a grower choice, though, the company that's growing that particular.
And it's also an NSLC. Down here, it's an NSLC choice because they only have so much shelf space.
Right. But down here, we'll have a wine that no other province has.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a matter of local. So when it comes to cannabis, it's not going to be any different.
Well, it shouldn't be, but it is.
Right. But no, I mean, you could never order online for alcohol from Ontario before. Right? Because they can't ship it outside of Ontario.
It makes sense that they have that they should allow that, because I mean Ontario has a lot of different kinds of wines than you guys do,
Right. But
and beer.
But I mean, they can ship it to the
Well, they
Nova
do that with
Scotia
beer.
Liquor.
Don't they
can
do
ship
that with beer now?
Right, but they can ship it to Nova Scotia Liquor, right? And then people can go and buy it at Nova Scotia Liquor.
Wouldn't Nova Scotia Liquor be
but
buying direct
people-
from Wilson and stuff?
People, just individual, Joe Blow, Al Rapp, sitting at his computer, says, "Hey, I want some of that good Moosehead beer that they brewed down in Nova Scotia." Oh, fucking Keith's. Yeah, Keith's.
Fuck, could at least had Olin's.
Right? Or Olin's. But you want to get that at home. Well, you can't get that at home until now, if you can supposedly order online.
And that's what right from Olin's now.
Yeah.
You can buy that beer.
I don't know how they're getting around the whole taxation thing, because Nova Scotia Liquor and the government of Nova Scotia are going to want their fucking chunk.
Oh yeah, which is a lot.
That's why they're going after the dispensaries on the reserves, because those people are automatically going to go and purchase from NSLC. Want to fucking bet? It ain't going to happen.
Is there any data on the I guess the popularity between reservations and legal entities?
Actually, Darcy and I were talking about that earlier, that I come up with a bit of an idea to try, and I think we might try and figure out a way to do this.
Yeah, well, I never got out there tonight, so that'll likely be over the weekend, just to let you know. So continue, Marcel. Sorry.
Yeah. But I'm thinking about going and planting my ass at a dispensary for a day and asking people why.
Well, you know, that one of the things that Al always does when we go to the GMM is he walks around in the group going through Toronto, and Global Marijuana March, if anybody needs to know what that is. And the question that he always asks is, why are you protesting? Why are you here?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
My question for people coming into the dispensary is, why would you purchase here and not at Nova Scotia Liquor?
Well, I can give you an answer for that, for me.
Right, but I would like to hear it, because there's no fucking reporter out there that's going to go and do that.
You know what? Because
the next question would be, well, if they continue with all these raids and they're able to close all these dispensaries, are you going to go and shop at Nova Scotia Liquor for your cannabis?
Well,
but here's the thing too. You got to remember, you got a whack-a-mole system set up online that a lot of people still buy a lot of weed online.
Right.
Yeah, I was getting a £1/4 a month from online BC stuff, and I didn't mind the quality, and I really didn't mind the price. But then the postal strike happened, and we were talking about this a few weeks ago, I think, Marcel, and then the postal strike stopped, so I ordered, and it was like 7 days, and then another time 14 days, and I can't do that.
Well, I understand, because it's your medicine. Your medicine.
But you also got to understand that you live in buttfuck nowhere.
Well, but we do have a legal store who is more than willing to order anything I want, and I can order online. But the online ordering thing kind of got fucked up, because Canada Post went on strike for a while, and then they came out of strike, and then they went back on strike, and then they came out of strike, and then they went back on strike. And Pure Later got so fucking overwhelmed, because that's where everybody turned to, not knowing that it's owned by Canada Post. And so, I mean, I
What?
stopped.
Curators up in Canada close?
Yes. it
Yeah.
is.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I had to stop ordering online, and now I'm lucky if I get an ounce and a half, if I can afford an ounce and a half from the legal entities here.
Versus a quarter pound for the same amount of money.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And you just got to wait a little longer.
Correct. But I can't wait 7, 8 days, 10 days, 12 days.
Can if you fucking order it ahead of time.
Well, I usually do, and it's usually 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, and you're paying for express. So
right.
I mean,
but
and then
this is also the heart of winter.
correct.
So shipping sucks this time of year. It doesn't matter what you're getting.
Not so much, because they've got the route down, and the only time that you really can't travel, I mean, they've shut the highways down from Thunder Bay right down to Wawa several times this year, both highways.
Yeah.
So
This is why you want to grow your own, so you don't.
Well, this is why I'm also investing in that, and it's killing me. I just got my hydro bill for last month, $1,200.
Ooh.
Yep.
Blame Carney.
And then tack on about $500 for plowing for my driveway.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Well, and that's on the I went on the seniors program that the town has. $17 every time they come, which is a fraction of the probably between 40 and 50, if not more, for a regular. It's not cheap to live up here, I tell you that. I mean, in the winter. But anyways, we were talking about growing weed, and I've got just to see what happened on Suno. I typed in the phrase that everybody knows. I smoke 2 joints, and this is what I got. So we'll be back. This is the 420 Radio Show.
I smoked 2 joints, then I smoked 2 more. Laughed at the ceiling lying on the floor. Ash in my hoodie, crumpled receipts. Pizza box thrown, king of the cheap seats. I smoked 2 joints, then I smoked 2 more. Lost my keys at the corner store. If I had a plan, I don't anymore. I smoked 2 joints, then I smoked 2 more. Texted my ex, never hit send. Typed how you doing, then hit erase again. Cartoons on mute, phone face down. Heart beating slow, a thought spinning round. I smoked 2 joints, then I smoked 2 more. Forgot what hurt the day before. If I had the words, they're stuck in a drawer. I smoked 2 joints, then I smoked 2 more. Maybe I'm running. Maybe I'm still hiding from something. You can't roll in a field. But for a minute, the weight slips away. I'll deal with tomorrow some other day. I smoke 2 joints and I smoke 2 more. Oh yeah. If I had it right, I'd still want more. I smoke 2 joints, then I smoke 2 more.
That was kind of close. That was cutting it close there. Cutting it close. Cutting it close.
Close. So I flower. So my plants are in flower now. They're about 4 weeks in, and they're starting to grow nice flowers now, about size of your thumb or a little bigger.
Cool.
I'll take you some pictures when I don't got the crazy purple light on, because you can't see a fucking thing with that light.
I noticed that when I have the LED it's got pink and blue and red and blah
Oh,
blah.
you can't see your picture. You can't see. I can send pictures, but you're gonna say there's
It
plants
looks
in there?
weird. I know. I didn't. Did you see the picture that I made of you
With the plants. Yeah, I was trying to upload that avatar.
Oh, is that what you were trying to grab?
That's what I was trying to grab, but it won't. I got to log into StreamYard, and I've never ever set up an account for StreamYard. So this week I'm gonna set one up.
Oh, to change your avatar.
Yeah, it won't let me download anything or bring anything in unless I log in.
I can send it to you.
So
Log in.
That's cool though. I mean I got to make one anyway. So
Well, I'll send it to you, and then you can stick it in.
yeah, because I fucking that's what I was trying to pull up tonight.
It's in the chat. Where'd it go? It's in our chat. There it is. Right there.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta run you to the bathroom. Then you're gonna wait.
Dun, 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 dun. We can talk about Darcy while he's gone.
I wonder if he washes his hands after.
I'm wondering why he didn't take us with him.
Girls do that all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He muted his mic. Well, let's listen to a video.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, why don't you pull up that video, and then I'll make it full while it's playing.
All right. Just hang on, I gotta find it here. Ready?
Yep.
I'm gonna have to turn this fucker down here.
Did you know that people who smoke weed are often smarter than they seem? Not because of the weed itself, but because of the mind that's drawn to it. The typical weed smoker isn't lazy. They're overthinkers, deep feelers, people whose brains never shut up. Weed gives that kind of mind a break, a way to slow the thoughts down long enough to breathe. Research shows cannabis users often have higher openness to experience, the same trait linked to creativity, abstract thinking, and problem solving. They're not escaping reality. They're exploring it from a different angle. That's why moments feel deeper and ideas flow freer. Their brain connects dots others miss. But here's the catch. The same mind that craves expansion can grow dependent on that quiet. Weed doesn't make them smarter. It just turns the noise down enough for them to finally hear how smart they already were. Like and share if you want to see more content like this. Did you know that people who smoke weed are often smarter than they?
You know what?
What?
More and more and more and more people are saying, like and share. Don't forget to like and share. Because it bugs me for some reason. I don't know why.
It's how they generate funds.
I know. It's how you get,
the more hits they get, the more they can make.
Oh, I know.
Right. So that's the whole idea. And it's kind of like I've been laughing at the Facebook groups.
Where's the thing that I have here?
The Facebook groups that come up, and they say, we're going to start removing anybody that's inactive. Well, no, they won't. Why would they do that? They want as many people following them as they can. Why would you remove anybody that's inactive? It's just a fucking number. But play on people's emotions.
Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, we've always just.
It's like ads for games. You see the little game playing, and it's showing some guy trying to do this, and you're watching how stupid the fucking guy is playing this game. Well, that's done on purpose to draw you in to play that game, to show them how easy it is to do that.
Yeah, that's been going on since The Price is Right, dude.
Right. It's a psychological trick, and it fucking works.
Yeah. Well, it's like
people
magic.
Fall for it.
It's like magic. It's sleight of eye or sleight of hand kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Our fucking page keeps dying on Facebook, people. I'm sorry. I'm going to share it over there.
What are you talking about? What's dying on Facebook? I'm
The
watching Facebook.
The stream stopped on our page again.
Not on mine. I've been watching it live.
Yeah, okay, because you're watching it, but the stream has stopped on our page. So I'm going to share it. I'm going to copy and share and put it on our page and our YouTube and our. But you guys can keep talking while I do that.
Keep talking.
Well, I'm watching the Facebook stream.
Yes.
And haven't stopped.
Because it was running when you opened it, so it continues. It's Facebook keeps logging the stream out, is what it is on that page. So I'm going to share it a different way. I'm going to go like this.
And buddy, I think that video is about all of us.
You think? They've got a few good ones I've seen. I saw a few from them. Last week after I watched that one.
Did Poopy get back yet?
So I just want to mention, and I mentioned this on Hi Guys the other day, Facebook no longer keeps our videos for live streams for very long, not even a month now. I think it's like 27 days or something like that. So go to our YouTube, find us on YouTube, look up the 420 Pace Project, 420radio.ca. And you will find us, join our YouTube and watch us on there because it's there and it stays there, right?
Forever and ever and ever.
Well, I don't know about that, longer than 27 days.
Unless they decide to start removing people for inactivity.
They've tried that. They tried to take all of the music off of YouTube itself and move it to YouTube Music.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Nope.
Okay. Now they have it so that you can combine and use the lists from YouTube on YouTube Music as well. As back and forth and stuff. Yeah. But so wherever you're watching, wherever you've watched us, make sure that you check out our YouTube video and like and follow us. What Buddy said.
Yeah, what Buddy said. Here, I'll even show everybody what Buddy said. That's what Buddy said. I'm going to say it out loud because they're already pissed off at me.
Rosa, please lay down, sweetie. You're driving me nuts. Clicky, clicky, clicky.
Clicky, clicky, clicky.
Oh, her nails are so long right now because she's not been walking out on she doesn't walk on the pavement, right? Especially in the winter.
Well, considering it's snow and it's likely cold as fuck.
Not so bad now. It's -5 only, but you know it what's happening is it was 1 or 2 earlier during when the sun was out. But the instant the sun goes down, it just starts climbing or negativing. And
it drops, but it climbs out.
It's going up to 19, 20, 21, 22.
You're in that polar vortex right now, and you're in it till the end of the month.
Toronto just got hit today, and they're all whining down there.
Yeah,
and Hamilton, I believe, as well.
We're getting hit next week too, so I'm not. I mean, we got nice temperatures coming.
We already got hit,
but
don't leave it up there all fucking show there, bonehead.
Don't leave it up there all the show.
We've got more coming. It snowed for 24 hours a few days ago. It was just starting to melt, and then all of a sudden I couldn't see my car again.
Yeah, no, I woke up this morning and there was fucking snow on the ground. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow morning and there's gonna be snow on the ground because I got 10 centimeters of snow coming tomorrow.
Why did I just do that?
I hope Marcelo decides to take it his way.
What's that?
I said I got 10 centimeters of snow coming tomorrow. I hope Marcel decides to take it all his way.
No. The plan was for you to keep that, and we're having +3 tomorrow.
Well, it can still snow.
It was like 17.8 or something like that in Toronto. Over the weekend.
We were at 16 the other day.
Yeah,
well,
it was 20 down the valley.
The highest I've seen one afternoon, the sun was coming out and it was 9. But then that changed midday and it dropped into the minus.
See, Darcy, I'm getting rain tomorrow.
Rain tomorrow.
You're getting snow. I'm telling you, you're getting snow. I'm sending the snow your way.
We've been getting what they don't call it rain just yet. They call it a wintry mix.
A wintry mix, eh?
A wintry mix.
Oh, sorry. It's going to start out as snow. We're going to get 0.5 centimeter, and then we're getting 5 millimeters of rain and 5 degrees.
There you go. And then it's going to freeze and then thaw and then freeze and then, hey, what happened?
That's what's going to be.
So that's what we're getting. Darcy's getting. Ooh, look at that. That's kind of green and yellow there.
I told you. Snow.
Truro. Yeah, you're only getting about 8 centimeters. And that might mix with rain because you're going up to 6 degrees tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon, yeah. It's the morning I got to worry about.
Oh, well. Why? Where are you going in the morning?
It's not over yet.
Fuck, you don't wake up until noon.
Bullshit.
It's like listening to a couple squabble.
I got tennis in the morning.
Oh no!
You still playing tennis?
Well, I'm trying, but it's awful hard when the fucking
keep losing the ball in the snow.
No, when the Canadian government won't let you try to better your life.
Why not?
Well, because if I play tennis, then I guess I can't get Canada pension because you're not disabled.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So I guess you got to sit here and get stiff.
Yeah, you get stiff.
Because I called them again the other day and they changed they said, oh no, the lady goes, they should have made their decision 3 days ago. Well, now I got to put a ticket in, and that ticket takes 15 days before they look at it.
Welcome to the government of Canada, created by.
And make sure. Here's the key thing. But make sure you call back in 15 days because if they didn't look at the ticket, I can't push another one through unless you call.
I'm thinking maybe you're using the wrong accent when you call, my friend.
You're doing something.
I'm thinking that if you used a different accent and they thought you might be a different nationality, you might be more inclined to get something that you want.
Nope, I'm just gonna move up with Al and get ODSP. Fuck, it can't be that hard.
Oh yeah.
Al. Well, hey, at least you'd have a plant grower living with you. So you'd have lots of weed.
I have a room available, but I don't think your wife and I would get along very well.
I don't think your wife would get along very well. We both smoke weed, so you both would be happy all the time.
I'm not even happy when I'm here alone, Darcy. What about?
I would want live streams of that fucking house.
Hey Al, we can. You know what? We can make money.
Yeah. And only scams page.
But yeah, no. There goes this one now. So I tried to get a hold of Ken the other day, Al.
Ken.
Nutrients Ken.
Oh, from Flomax.
Flomax, yeah, from Flomax.
And is he still in Australia?
Yeah, he is. He was really busy when I messaged him. He said he messaged me when he got free, but I'm trying to get a hold of him because they have a new line out, and it's been 2 years now, and I've been reading lots of good reviews and results with it. And I think it would be beneficial to you because you could have a hell of a lot more nutrients with less volume. Meaning it's a powder, so you could have like a 2-pound bucket, and that would mix you like 10,000 gallons of water or something stupid like that. And it's a lot easier to ship a 2-pound bucket than it is to ship a 40-pound fucking tote around all over the place.
All right. Well, hey, go for it.
But yeah, so they have a new dry powder. I really want to try it. It's an all-in-one.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think the next thing I'd like to try is an all-in-one because
And that's what this powder is.
Okay, and you just mix it up.
Just mix her up and pour her in. You still have to add your Organobud and your resin excess, but as far as everything else goes, it's in the powder. So it cuts down your need to have a whole bunch of different jugs, and it cuts down waste. And yeah, it's just a really good idea. I was waiting for them to have a powder because Floraflex had a powder.
I thought they had one.
They did, but they were testing it. It was in test trials because they kept tweaking it and changing it and tweaking it and changing it. Because they're perfectionists, so they don't want to release something and then have to pull it off the market, right?
Right.
So they had one. Ken showed it to me. I seen it with my own eyes 2 years ago when he was here. But now, from what I've been reading on the reviews on this product, I guess it's really fucking good. So I really want to try it now because I know the other stuff all works good. So that should too.
Awesome. Did we already watch your video, Marcel?
Yeah. Washed it and got rid of it.
Watched it and I already got rid of it.
Washed it. I washed it off and then got rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to do this right here. Today is Friday the 13th.
Yeah, bad day for some shops in this province. They were raiding them again today.
This is 8 reasons why it's okay. Share this one. Share screen instead. There we go. 8 reasons why Friday the 13th is considered unlucky. Well, come on. It's a slow scroll. I just want the reasons, for fuck's sakes. Oh, that ship there. I watched them pull that ship.
That's the Concordia, wasn't it?
There's a documentary.
Al, is it?
Yes, and there's
that's the
documentary about the.
I watched a TV show the other night when big things go wrong on the Roku channels, and that's what it was about. Costa Concordia. All because he tried to signal
the video. I'm going to close.
Yeah. All because he tried to signal his buddy on that island from the ship,
or something like that. Yeah. There's a documentary, Mighty Ships or something like that. Did a documentary on the what do you call it?
The Costa Concordia?
They went in and they pumped up with bags and they inflated shit here and that, and they brought it up and then they took it out of there, and it was a whole documentary because they were taking it for scrap, right?
Yeah.
And I've watched a lot of those. Like I like the Mighty Ships and stuff like that.
I watch a lot of them too.
There's one on the Titanic as well, where James Cameron, the director of the Titanic movie, has become a bit of a buff now, and he has
He's obsessed with
involved himself.
the Titanic and the Marianas
Ships.
Trench.
That's what
He's
I'm getting
obsessed with
at.
that
Yeah, so
Mariana.
he
I think our stream died.
It did.
Welcome
'cause I-
back.
No, it's
Well-
not died. It's acting weird.
Oh, well, you
Can
guys,
you guys
were
hear
gone.
me?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was just talking to myself, and Al's face was all contorted. And I thought he might have been taking a stroke.
I was asking you guys if you wanted a car. There's one for free if you want to go get it.
Where at?
It's a little white Hyundai.
Is it like the motorcycle the other day that was on the side of the road?
No, well,
I
no,
missed
this
Matrix.
one's fully intact, but it's sitting a bit offshore on ice
Oh.
in the Bay of Fundy.
Oh.
River John, actually.
It's not a
To
good
be
place for a car.
precise. And the guy that supposedly drove the car there has been arrested for a separate incident, and they've left the car out on the ice.
Oh, that might end
So,
up in Maine.
What?
That might end up in Boston in a couple weeks.
No, that'll end up in the bottom in probably a few days once it warms up a bit more.
Yeah. Hey, is it in casting territory?
Somebody could go out, hook a line on it, and winch it back to shore.
I think that's what they need to do, because if they don't, someone's going to hook that with their bass rig.
Well, it's not just that; it's also full of oil and fuel, so that's now going to leak out.
That's good for them clam beds down there.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause they're a prime filter feeder.
Yeah, especially with all that nice oil in that water.
Oh, they suck that right up.
And 1 liter of oil will contaminate 1 million gallons of seawater.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's not a good thing at all when those ships break up.
Nope.
And there was another one that just happened not too long ago. Not recently, not too long ago.
I gotta share this.
Yeah.
Tell people free
Videos
car,
are
go get it.
It's all
Free
screwed up.
car, go get it.
Marcel is here but not here.
I'm kind of here.
I'm here. I'm rolling joints. Still rolling joints.
Now I have
I'm
to
sharing
load
a,
my
I'm sharing a free car.
You're sharing a free car.
So somebody wants to go get it, they can have a free car.
Free car? Yeah, that's not bad.
It's been there for over a week.
It's been there for a week. I bet you I'd be some nervous to go down and get that.
Well, I mean, if you got a good, actually just throw on a whole bodysuit,
Yeah.
grab your cable and a hook, and head on out. Stay, get ready to float when you need to,
Yeah, oh yeah.
and bring an ice pick because you're going to need something to claw your way back.
Yeah. I wonder in the wintertime that mud is still fucking soft and mucky as it is in the summer.
It would be right on shore where the ice isn't on it.
Yeah, where the ice is on it, then it would have to be. Well, you wouldn't step in the mud, so.
Right,
When I was
but
out the other day, you could see huge slabs of ice floating by the way there.
but the guy had to drive out there.
Yeah.
Right? So it's going to be
it a
stable
nice
enough
river?
ground somewhere.
Is
What?
it a nice river?
It's
No,
the Bay
it's a
of
fucking
Fundy.
ocean. It's
So
the
they were
ocean.
So they were what?
It's-
Ice fishing?
What?
They were ice
No,
fishing?
he was just a fucking idiot, Al.
Oh,
He's an idiot. He's an idiot. He's an idiot in jail right now, and not for the car out on the ice.
Oh.
That's the problem. He's locked up, but his car's sitting in the Bay of Fundy. Well, no, technically it's sitting on the Bay of Fundy, about to be in the Bay of Fundy.
Yeah.
And it's sea ice, and sea ice is different than lake ice.
You're fucking right, it is, boys.
And that will start corroding the car.
Well, what looks solid can be pretty fucking soupy.
Yeah, just ask them fellers. Just ask them fellers in Ontario that was on Lake. What lake was it? It wasn't.
That's lake ice. That's not sea ice.
Yeah, but still, a mile chunk of it broke off and started floating them out to the fucking middle of the lake.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I saw that. Yeah.
They looked around. He turned around, Marcel, and all of a sudden he seen white caps.
And you know what? That happens more often than people realize.
These
Because
fucking big, strong, burly men were fucking calling their wives, crying, telling them that this is the end. I'm not gonna make it. Now this other stuff. Like, holy fuck, there was 23 of them.
When we were kids, we used to go float on the ice out in Halifax Harbor.
We used to do it down in Muscatawbet Harbor. Marcel used to jump the pack ice.
Yeah, that's what we do is jump pack ice and float around out there. We had nice long poles to push us around on our big floats. We had to
make sure that you didn't get hit up by the tide.
We used to sit out in the lake in Ontario Harbor, and it was completely frozen. And they would run the ice sailing boats would be racing around out there. Not now.
Yeah.
Not no more.
No.
Have you seen what
But
they done to Ontario?
free car if anybody wants it.
Totally.
What?
They're totally dismantling Ontario Place and rebuilding it, turning it into a condo paradise.
Oh yay! Well, got to have some place for the immigrants to live.
Okay, got another song.
Guess
Yeah.
what? Got another song.
Got a rusted out truck and a borrowed piece of land. Coffee can, seeds, and dirt in my hands. Sun creeps up on a red clay road. I'm whistling soft, watching green things grow. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill, oh my own hill.
Sheriff drives by with his mirrored shades on, tips his hat, says you're working hard, son. He smells that breeze, but he don't say a word. Guess the Lord loves farmers growing what they earn.
I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill,
in my own hill.
Mama in the kitchen hums that old church song. Girl on the porch swing sings low.
Sing strong, she takes the high notes, I take the blame.
We both laugh easy living off this little flame. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill. Just getting high on my own hill. Getting high, getting high, getting high.
Ooh.
That was cool. Hey.
Yeah.
I have a public service announcement, especially for the people in Nova Scotia, but probably across Canada.
Okay.
National Impaired Driving Prevention Week is coming up starting this weekend. So the Nova Scotia RCMP are reminding you that they will be out in full force across the province looking for impaired drivers.
Did you see the article a couple of weeks ago about a woman who was charged with a DUI? She was found by a police officer in a parking lot with her window cracked open, smoke streaming out of the window, and she was slumped over asleep in her driver's seat.
Yeah.
She was charged with DUI.
Were the keys in the ignition?
I'm assuming so.
Because if the keys are in the ignition,
listen, I'll tell you, the best thing a drunk person can do when they get in the car is get in the fucking passenger seat.
I always take the keys out.
Get in the passenger seat.
Yes, I've heard that as well.
You can't. You're not in control of a vehicle if you're sitting in the passenger seat and you're sleeping.
Neither if they are underneath the fucking car.
Too. But that causes that can cause accidents because people are freaking out because they see feet sticking out from under a car and figure somebody got run over.
I meant the car keys and bonehead.
Don't try not to do that one too often.
don't try not to do that one too often.
Yeah, but for the next week there'll be roadside checks, which means you're gonna block off fucking roads, piss people off.
Well, you know, we're coming up to Easter and Passover, and them's both be drinking holidays. So, and I think the Irish one is coming. What's that one? St. Patty's.
That's on Tuesday.
Yeah, so that's
why they do this National Impaired Driving Prevention Week during that week.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just means there's going to be a lot more checkpoints on the roads and people getting pulled over for the next week.
Well,
take that information to do with as you will.
You know, we have a place here in town. Well, we've got the main beach, and then we've got the other beach, which is a stone beach. It's not a beach, although you can walk along there, and there are other beaches. And that the one at the other end of town seems to be where the kids like to go and party at night. And
the stoned one?
So the cops are always hanging out over there.
They get stoned at the stone beach.
That's correct.
And everybody else that's smart goes to the sand beach and parties.
Well, you can have a fire pit. No smoking on the beach, though, unfortunately.
What?
No smoking.
They're outdoors. How do you stop you from smoking outdoors?
Well, at night, yeah, but the Terrace Bay Beach is considered public property and a smoke-free zone.
Oh.
Yeah.
They got a kid-free zone too?
No.
I'd like to have a kid-free zone. I demand that right.
Well, actually, no, they do. Right beside is where the golf course is. So that's not that's. We have an 8-hole rated golf course here.
8? Wouldn't it be 9?
No, sorry. Well, okay, yeah, 9 hole.
I was going to say an 8-hole golf course. What, somebody fell asleep during the construction, or one sunk?
There's a lot. So the big things that go on here is the golf course. During the winter, we have our ski area, but it hasn't been open this much this year. And then twice, one in the spring, and then in the fall, we have our drag races. The car club took over the what used to be the airport, and they have their clubhouse there, and they run drag races there, which is kind of cool. Noisy, you can hear them all the way over here. I'm at the other end of town.
That's the Aquasaban golf course.
Yes.
And it's open now?
I believe the clubhouse would be.
It says open for the season.
Yeah, they maybe change it.
They got a winter season? They got a license.
They have a big clubhouse there that has a restaurant and everything. So
yeah, they have a licensed restaurant and bar.
And I've never eaten there because it's expensive, but I hear the food is really good. A couple of the kids work there.
Golf season's May-October.
Yep.
No tee times are required.
Sometimes it's really busy down there, and they have events down there. A couple of times.
No metal spikes.
Yeah, we're not allowed to wear them in the grocery store either. There's an actual sign. Please remove your spikes when you come into the store.
All right, green fees $48.50 for all day.
That's not bad.
$28 for 9 holes, or $38.50 for 18 holes.
And it's cheap. I'm sure that's cheaper than in the city.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't remember the last time I went golfing. I can't swing anymore. Probably when I lived in Mount Forest. So that was,
I fucking loved golf.
Yeah, I liked it too. I played.
I don't have anybody to golf with. That's my problem.
Exactly. I played as a kid, and then when I moved to Mount Forest, there was a bunch of us. We get ripped and then go up to the driving range, and that's about as close as I got to it again.
I never started playing golf until after I broke my back, and
I can't swing anymore.
I was still in the military, and I started playing golf because the base I was on actually had a golf course. So I started playing on the golf course, and that was fine. When I left the military, I still played golf every once in a while whenever I could, when I could find people to go golfing with. Then I went to work for a company who got mad at me if I didn't take customers out golfing.
So you had your paid golfing adventures.
I've golfed on probably all of the best courses in New Brunswick.
Cool.
And after doing that for 3 years, I can hit a golf ball. And then I went out BC, and I played golf out there and had a great time playing golf. Fucking play golf in February. And then come back here, and I haven't played. Well, I've been out once or twice since I've been back.
Yeah. It's been 20 years at least, I think. But now because of my fucking my shoulder up, I can't swing.
Well, see, I have a couple of advantages. One is I have a set of golf clubs, and I have a very large backyard.
Yeah, I do as well, and
I can sit and tee up balls and drive balls and chip balls and do whatever I want here, but it's not the same as going out on the golf course.
You know what? I'd be more likely to play some lawn bowling at this point than golfing. It's too much work.
This golf course doesn't say what par the golf course is. It's just a 9-hole, a challenging 9-hole.
Kind of sounds riveting, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
did you notice on the microphone on the desk there it says 420radio.ca? I just noticed that.
Microphone, I can't see that.
on the skull on the desk. The background, Marcel.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking. I've got to go on to Facebook to have it big enough to see it. And I'm looking at it. And it actually looks really fucking cool.
Yeah. This is the other one I made. Darcy, you haven't seen it yet.
Do that.
Just a sec.
You should have left me up there.
I didn't try and move you. I don't know why it moved. I did this one as well, Darcy. But because it's got the Flintstones in there, I didn't think it'd be a good idea to keep it up very long.
Yeah, I can see your point there. They might. There, now you're good.
But so we use this one, which is nondescript.
Yes.
We'll just script it up later.
We'll script it up later.
I'm gonna go in and graffiti that fucking wall.
Well, I want to put the shield that's in. I want to put the shield that's in the other one on the wall, but as a clock. So I have to work on that.
See, if I could figure out time travel, I'd go back to the Stone Age and tag fucking caves and shit.
And all I did was when I put it in, and I did this on Google through their AI thing, and it uses Nano Banana. And all I put was make a studio with 5 seats, although there's only 4, for 420radio.ca in Flintstone theme is all I put.
Oh, cool.
This is what came up.
Although, all rock like that, I don't think it would do good for the audio.
No.
Pretty dead there, wouldn't it?
Might want to honeycomb that ceiling a bit. A couple of them walls.
It looks like there's a sky window, a skylight.
Yeah.
Skylight
yeah.
Up there, so.
Honeycomb that too.
I did another one of if you look on my Facebook wall, you'll see I did one for Friday the 13th. It's Jason and Freddie sitting on a couch smoking doobies with munchies all over the place. I did one with Fred and Barney.
I agree with Buddy.
Sitting on a couch.
Buddy says that you've got to put a plant in there, and I think they need a plant.
Yes, we need some plants in there, yes.
Not some, just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
All right.
Move me out of the way for a minute. If
it's not letting me.
Oh, okay.
Here. Uh-oh.
Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, right behind me would be a good spot for a plant. And I'll make a transparent pick. If it'll let me.
That's Darcy.
Yeah.
I was going to put Dino on the carpet. I should put Rosalie on the carpet. All of our dogs on the carpet.
My dog's the size of the fucking carpet.
I don't know where mine is gone. She's having a hard time getting up in the bed now. I have to help her sometimes. I have to carry Steven over into the bed now. He can jump down just fine, although I'm just waiting for him to break a hip.
Yeah, that happens when you get old. Crap it. What else was news today?
There's a bunch of stuff on my wall, and there's some stuff in our chat. Let's have a peek here. What we got here?
Hey, I know what I'll do. I'll play a good educational video. I just gotta go find it. YouTube. Well, I made it. Hey, Darcy, remember my video that I never share?
Yes.
You ought to see how many views are on that thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I've had, last time I looked, I've had 1.7 thousand people listen to my songs on Zoom.
But that's good.
And the most popular one is one about writing a song. And there's almost 400 listens to that one song, which is kind of cool.
Right now.
If I had my good computer, I'd work on the background while we were doing the show, but it's still on the floor as a footrest at the moment. What are you looking for?
Videos.
All right. Well, you look for that. I'm going to load up another song here. How about I was farting around with this one just to see different styles in that. Tell me what you think of this one.
Tide on the balcony, sun sinking slow in a copper sky. Little breeze through the olive leaves. I take a pull and I close one eye. I love my weed, my wandering mind, drifting far, then snapping back in time. Passion the tread, stories on repeat. Life tastes sweeter when I light my leaf. Oh yeah, I love my weed, my wandering mind. Laughing over lentil stew. Cousin sings in a crooked key. Smoke curls up like a prayer in blue. Sticks to my hair, comes home with me. I love my weed, my wandering mind. Distant far and snapping back in time. Passion the tread, stories on repeat. Life tastes sweeter when I light my leaf. I love my weed, my wandering mind.
Stop moving around, Marcel.
I'm not moving.
You were moving. I saw you.
No, it's just getting the video up.
Well, that was what I kind of was going for. Did you find your video?
Yes.
Do you think we could watch it?
Hey, cannabis butter.
Oh, cool.
Oh, how long does it take you to make cannabis butter? That was a question.
Oh, I do mine in the magical butter machine, and I put it on for 2 hours, and sometimes I run it twice. Meaning another batch with the grounds. Why?
So how long does it take you?
You're moving around every now and then. Your video moves.
Oh, does it? Well, just hang on a second here. Let me go back to this. So I'm gonna make this big. Back this up. Go ahead and add me. I'm gonna mute this. There's no sense in having the sound. This is how long it takes me to make butter.
There's no sound?
No. Just not really. Not me talking, that's for sure.
Oh, this is you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, make it
Full screen. I can do that. Hold on. Let's where are you? Here. You can still talk.
Okay, so basically melt butter, squirt in your pure oil.
This is in a cooker?
That's on a pot on the stove.
Okay. Okay.
Because I just melted butter.
Oh yeah.
And add
Your
2
oil.
to 3 grams of oil
Yeah.
would be the equivalent of 1 ounce of flour,
Okay.
depending on how strong your oil is.
Yeah.
Put it in there, let it melt, and then stir it up.
Stir until mixed.
And once it's fully stirred, take it off the heat and let it set. And
How
here's
long?
a cool trick until it gets hard again.
Okay.
But here's a cool trick. As it's starting to set, stir it. All right? Because what's going to happen is there's going to be a separation of milk solids and water.
And some people remove those.
You can if you want, but it doesn't hurt to stir it back in.
I stir it back in.
Yeah, but do it as it's partially set. And there, 90 seconds, you can make butter.
Yep. Now, when I make butter from oil or something from oil, that's how I would do that. But when I make it from weed, I put a quarter in to 2 pounds of butter, and it's a nice, gentle. You're not knocking yourself out. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But I mean, because I'll sit down in a setting and have 5 or 6 of them, and I don't want to not walk. So I've had a 650 milligram cookie before. I know what it'll do.
Does OCS have tinctures?
Let's look.
Yes, they do. Okay.
OCS.
Resin drops. A lot of these
They have drops. They have caps.
Flavored shit.
Yes, and probably mostly with distillates too.
Yeah.
They don't. They don't have oil though, do they?
No, not
Extracts, oils. Yes, they do.
Well, but they're not really oils.
They're drops. Odd drops. Whole hemp, full spectrum CBD oil, CBD drops, CBD oil, CBD THC drops, oral spray. Yeah. No. Thank you. That I can make my own out of my own, you know.
Pure CBN oil. Fuck off.
That'd be like a nap in a fucking week. Forgot to bring the videos back up. Sorry.
Okay. Man, never mind. I got a great product that they should get, but
Yeah, shut up.
They should get. Somebody should make and supply.
How hard is it to put a product onto OCS, but like a made product, not just weed or whatever. Like how hard would it be to put like a cookie?
Depends on demand, pricing, how much margin they can make off of it.
And you just need a production license to do that, I would have said.
Yeah.
And you can source out your product.
No.
You have to grow it yourself.
Well, no, you don't have to grow it yourself. You can buy raw product, yes, and then turn it into things, so that you would need a processing license.
Yeah.
Right. But that processing license
I'm gonna smack you, Darcy.
What? Why are you smacking me?
You're tapping. I can hear you tapping.
I ain't tapping a thing. That's my dishwasher you're hearing.
Okay.
Oh, that's the dishwasher.
Yeah, putting something like that into OCS would require you to have a processing license, a certified kitchen, probably a lab. I don't know, probably cost you between $5 and $10 million to set up to sell a couple cookies.
Yeah, kind of not worth it.
But what that does is that gives you an in to
anything.
And then somebody like me comes along and I can literally infuse anything except water. And I refuse to even fucking try. I know how. I don't want to spend the money to do it. And it's not fucking worth it.
I remember way back when, even before you, I was sent Mary Jane's wine. I got a white and I got a red. I kept the red, and my mom and sister and I had it for Passover one year.
Oh yeah?
It was horrible.
Yep.
The white was horrible, but not as horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't sit in the bottle long after you cracked it open.
Well, no, the idea is you drink the whole fucking bottle.
Yeah, no. But we tried it on the air, and it wasn't. Never heard from them again.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Cannabis tastes like shit. All right, it's not a good taste.
Klaus as well is another one, and we've had him on. I can't remember his name, but it's an alcohol. I believe it's a vodka.
Mm-hmm.
It's made out, and it's made from hemp.
That's great, but it's still gonna taste like shit.
I don't know. I don't because he's in the States. We never got any.
Right. If I was going to make an infused alcoholic drink, I would do it the same way I just did the fucking butter. Add how much whole plant extract I want to give the effect that I want, and put my flavoring towards the wine, because you don't have to cover as much with the oil.
Well, you know,
I mean, terpenes are great. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love terpenes. Terpenes are wonderful. But terpenes in food don't necessarily work the same
yeah,
way.
they collide sometimes, don't they?
Right. And so it gets really funky. I had somebody tell me one time that he made the best brownies in the world. They're weed infused brownies. They're the best ones. Everybody loves them. And it got into my mouth and I couldn't get it out of my mouth fast enough.
First brownies I made, we ground up a whole bunch of shake, and instead of using flour, we used that. And well, it was interesting. It was all right.
Yeah, that's about as good as us putting a fucking ounce on a pizza when we were kids.
Yeah, probably did that as well.
And then baked it in the oven.
I wasn't a kid though.
And it was fucking disgusting. So then I waited for a few years, and then my next endeavor of baking was hash brownies. Had a nice big chunk of hash, went and bought a brownie mix, wasn't sure how much hash to put in.
Yeah, so you put too much in.
So ground up a bunch of hash and fluffed it up, put it in, mixed it up, and we made a batch of brownies. And then we sat there and we ate a brownie, and it was delicious.
Yeah.
But it tasted like another one. And we ate the entire pan of fucking brownies. And then figured out that we used just over half an ounce of hash in said brownies. And it was a long time before I attempted to make edibles again. Because I was probably high for about 3 days. But it was good.
I have witnessed people eating edibles that were given to them by people who know what they're doing, but didn't tell them they were edibles.
See, I can never do that.
And I sat and watched it. This is somebody that you know, although I'm not going to say his name. And then I watched him freak out because he did not use sativas in any way. And that's but that's what it was made out of.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter when it comes to an edible, Al.
Okay.
Sativa,
he just got really fucking high.
He got so
fucking high.
So wasted that he had to go back to his room.
That would be like
we were at a resort.
That would be like me giving one of my ice caps to somebody who's never had cannabis before and saying, yeah, it's only got a little bit, have fun. Take a drink and see what happens.
Oh, well, this person was actually the next day was quite upset about it.
Oh, I would be too.
I would be too.
There was no warning or anything. It was just, here, take this.
Right.
I
had a few, but I'm at that point was very used to it.
The first time I ever ate acid, Al, it was slipped to me in my beer at the bar the first night I met Carla. And I had no clue. I had no clue it was in there. And about 4 hours later, I was outside in a fight with a cop, telling him to go fuck himself. He was a pig and he couldn't touch me because I was in a wheelchair. And I took my shoe off and threw it at him. And it was not a good scene.
The last time I did acid, I was at the exhibition and it started. I started peaking when we were on the streetcar going home, to the point where I had to get off the streetcar, because I don't know if you've ever been to the Toronto this Toronto CNE when it's on, but those old, this is the 80s, so those old streetcars, the tubes had no air conditioning, and they were crammed, packed from people going to the CNE, like sardine can packed. And that was the last time I did anything like that, until I started microdosing.
I got to tell you what I did. What happened here one time? It was my birthday, and I decided to make my own birthday cake, and I made a chocolate brownie birthday cake type thing, but totally infused for me, thinking that nobody else is going to have any, because I'm not really going to share it. But if I do, I'll just cut down a really small piece. And a friend showed up, and we were chatting, and I said, well, here, do you want a piece of my birthday cake? I said, it's pretty strong. But I'd already had 2 pieces by that point, so I was pretty much lit when I gave it to him. So I might have neglected to say it's pretty strong. Off he goes. He said, oh, I'll go home and have that, watch a movie. A couple days later, I saw him, and I said, so what do you think of my birthday cake? He said, birthday cake? He said, what birthday cake? He said, you mean that fucking horse tranquilizer you gave me? He took it home, cut it in half, and then cut it in half again, and they each had a quarter of this brownie. And they put on a movie, and within 30 minutes, they were both sound asleep.
It's weird how it affects some people. You know, my mom got into my cookies one night, and I came out at about 4 or 5. When I was able to sleep, I come out about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and she's sitting on the fucking couch with a movie on, and she eating Baby Bell cheese. And she looked up at me and she said, Alan, I had some of your cookies. I know you said that I should only eat a little bit at a time, but I ate a whole one, and I've been sitting here. It's a great movie, but I can't sleep.
Yeah. Everybody gets affected differently.
Well,
speaking of brownies, I made brownies.
It's a matter of how, your serotonin levels and your dopamine levels too, because they will change. Like, for instance, a sativa. What's a sativa? You know what I mean? Like it acts.
Well, when you eat it, it doesn't matter.
No, but smoking a sativa and smoking an indica will sometimes, I'll be expecting a nice active buzz from a sativa, but I'm getting it from an indica because my levels are so different, right? Because I have severe ADHD, right?
I've never been convinced that there's a whole lot of difference between, even less now, because now everything's fucking hybrid and crossbred and bastardized. But it's in the old school days, there was a difference. It was a coach lock, and there was a I can't stitch it up.
If you liked it, you bought more. If you didn't, you didn't.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You know, that's basically. I've found some strains, some products that I like at the legal store that I buy when they have it, and then I've found some stuff that I really don't like. I don't like the distillate cartridges, but I do like the full extract.
Sorry, Al, I'm going to say this. And Marcel,
what do you call it? The rosin. What?
I said, sorry, Al, I'm going to say this, but Marcel already knows what I'm going to say. Distillate's garbage.
I don't like distillates. That's why I don't buy them. I get
gives me a fucking headache.
I get the either you can get what do you call it, rosin, And then you can get liquid diamonds, which I don't mind diamonds now and then. But yes, I get a headache. Those diamonds that you sent to me,
Yes.
I really enjoyed it, but I got a headache.
Yeah, because you're still depending on what it come from. Most diamonds come from live resin, right?
Yes.
So depending on
But
what they use for,
I like live resin.
depending on what they use for a solvent when they made it.
And that's what I'll get. So you can get a 1.5 gram cart for, I think they're like $35, or you can go for a live resin, and they're about $60, right? And up here, anyways, I'm sure they're different other places. But I mean, I've had carts that were really good, and I've had carts that were really sucky. No pun intended.
So Marcel, I just thought of something.
Uh-oh. Should I be scared?
If diamonds come from live resin,
Yeah.
then wouldn't liquid diamonds be live resin?
Yeah, but what's liquefied it?
There's a question. What does liquefy that to make it a liquid? What are they using? Is it
the juice? What do you call it? Diamonds and
oh, terp sauce.
Yeah, with the sauce, wouldn't that be considered a resin? The sauce itself.
You're getting into a lot of that. See, I'll be the first to tell you, I tend not to talk about things that I don't know. And when it comes to live resin stuff, I really don't know a whole bunch.
Well, we need to find somebody to come on and talk about that.
Woody knows quite a bit about it because he dealing with them guys out in BC, and that's all they do is dab.
I can't dab anymore.
All right, you want to know how to make them?
You've got 2 minutes.
Extract it with butane or propane. So extract the honey oil, then crystallize it.
So you're back purging it in an oven?
And then closed loop system.
Yeah.
For several days or weeks. And to form the crystals, and the terpene sauce is what's left over.
But is that a rosin or a resin?
To me, it's a fucking honey oil that you let sit.
So I was going to say, because I could basically I've done it here. Take live resin and put it in your cover for like 6-8 months and forget about it. Go back and look at it.
Yeah, you created your own diamonds.
I never got to make any live resin because I left a 1/4 pound for that in the fridge and in the trailer, and it crapped out on me and everything melted. And when I got to it, it was all just a big lump of mold.
Yeah.
But live resin isn't live rosin.
No, different.
Live rosin is using a press and pressing frozen flour, fresh flour.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I was trying to do.
Right. Live resin is when you're going to butane or propane extract it.
Cut her fresh off the plant. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for the explanation. Now say goodnight.
Good
night.
We'll see you. Thanks for watching.
Have a good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Strap can, and the headline there says Ontario cannabis stores forced to drop the word dispensary despite consumer preferences. Yes, some cannabis retailers in Ontario say they are being told to remove any use of the word dispensary from their websites and online storefronts. The move from the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario is based on provincial rules and that prevent a cannabis retailer from marketing itself as being associated with medicine, health, or pharmaceuticals. While the word dispensary has traditionally referred broadly to a place where medicine is dispensed, similar to a pharmacy, cannabis retailers in the province point out that the term has become synonymous with cannabis stores in the average consumer's mind in recent decades. I have to completely agree with that, particularly with the rise of cannabis stores in Canada and the US. Now, such enforcement actions, they say, only serve to hand customers back over to the illicit market while not actually protecting the public. Lisa Bigioni, I believe that's how I say her name, hopefully, the owner of Stoked Cannabis with 5 locations in Ontario, says she's recently received an email from an inspector at the AGCO who said the agency was aware that many cannabis stores in the province have been identifying themselves as a dispensary through their premises, website, or other media outlets, such as Google, Facebook, and Instagram. She says that she understands where the concern comes from, but feels that it's not taking into account how the word is used in Canada, as well as among American tourists who come into her stores, and how legal cannabis retailers have to use terms to ensure that they show up in consumers' online search inquiries. She says that I think it's one of those instances where a word used to mean something, but now means something else. Now, just so you know, the specific rule that the AGCO is enforcing is in the advertising and promotion section of the Registrar's Standards for Cannabis Retail Stores, which states that advertising may not be associated with medicine, health, or pharmaceuticals. Such rules, of course, do not apply to those selling cannabis outside of Ontario.
Got a rusted out truck and a borrowed piece of land. Coffee can, seeds, and dirt in my hands. Sun creeps up on a red clay road. I'm whistling soft, watching green things grow. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill, oh, my own hill.
Sheriff drives by with his mirrored shades on, tips his hat, says you're working hard, son. He smells that breeze, but he don't say a word. Guess the Lord loves farmers growing what they earn.
I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill,
in my own hill.
Mama in the kitchen hums that old church song. Girl on the porch swing sings low.
Sing strong, she takes the high notes, I take the blame.
We both laugh easy living off this little flame. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill, just getting high on my own hill.
Getting high, getting high, getting
listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 97. And this one, we got a special one cooked up for you. We're very fortunate to have another veteran with us. Wasn't aware that he was a veteran until recently, and had to reach out to him and have him join us. We're joined today by Kevin Jodry, also known as Ganjier Zero, as well as a breeder, cultivar, and a coastie. And we let's see, Amber, of course, is another one of our members who's a coastie. So we don't have that many Coast Guardies out, but mad respect to all those who have served, and thank you for joining us tonight, Kevin.
Thank you for having me on, and it's a pleasure. Being a veteran is controversial these days, but the work that we did in the positive aspects was really, really something special.
Right on. And we're going to get into that pretty early and often. But our first question is a multi-tiered one. It's how did you originally come to cannabis? So initially, how did you first hear about cannabis, if you can remember that far back? And then when did you try it? And when did you decide it was going to become your life's work?
I was in a neighborhood that was filled with drug traffickers. So I had heard about it probably since I was, 9 or 10 years old. Got exposed to it first time, 12, somewhere between 6th grade and 7th grade. And I enjoyed it. It gave me an escape. And at that time, that was kind of critical. I needed something to kind of transcend where I was. But it was basically at that level. And I was fortunate that I get to be around a lot of traffickers, which seems odd to some people, but it gave me an incredible exposure to the world of cannabis at a level that most normal people had never been able to access. So it let me see everything that was coming in from other countries, and it let me get an incredible education on quality and difference. And I didn't really understand that it was going to be my life. And that happened years later, where I end up getting caught in a cultivation case in '83 and get incarcerated. So I get dragged out of high school, get incarcerated. And when I get out of training school is when I went in the military. And it was to really kind of get out of the neighborhood. My family was in prison. Most of my friends were about to go to prison. And I just said, maybe there's going to be a better life. So I said, let me go in the military and I'll learn how to do salvage diving. And I realized that the Coast Guard would be better service for me to function in, but I would get sent to the Navy, go through school, come back to the Coast Guard. And we were involved. And I didn't realize the war on drugs. I didn't really understand what the war on drugs meant. I knew that in '83 it was aggressive because I got hit, but I didn't understand that it was an international level war. I didn't quite catch that the drug war entirety was so big. So I go in the Coast Guard and I didn't really expect to be involved in the drug war. Well, I find out I'm in the drug war. And I'm getting dropped out of helicopters to go dive on, drug trafficking vessels out in the Pacific Ocean. And on one of those missions, we get dropped in the water and we're having to work with the DEA. And they left us out in the water and they wouldn't give us a hand to get back in the ship because it was raining. So as divers, we were all pissed off. We had to figure out how to get back in the boat. And we're all saying, we'll never work with you guys again. And I go into the galley, which is the kitchen on a vessel. And that's where the drug crew is all sitting. And they had found no drugs on the boat. These guys were extremely sophisticated and experienced, and they're being held in the galley. So I go in the galley and sit down, and I'm in my wetsuit and stuff, and they start to talk to me. And they were all ex-Canadian Navy, and they were all deep water sat divers, and they had got out of the Navy and became drug traffickers. And so we start having this conversation about diving and what I was doing. And they said to me, they go, "What did you do prior to being a diver?" And I leaned over and I was like, "The same shit you guys are getting chased down for, except at a smaller level." And they laughed and they were like, "You don't belong here. You really should go. You should think about your career decision and realize that what you're wanting to do, which is go work in oil rigs and to do deep water salvage, it's not what you think it is. And cannabis is the future." And I realized at that moment that I had more in common with the drug traffickers in the vessel than I did with anybody I worked with. And it made me understand that I really was trying to run away from a place, but I was running away from something I loved. And so what it did was it sent me on that mission where as soon as we got to port, I started buying plant science books. And I started secretly looking into cultivation so that I would be able to have some skill set. And then when I got out of the military in '89, the last day I was in the service in a uniform with the government vehicle, I went and picked up all my grow lights in Berkeley at Berkeley Indoor from Victor. And I went home and sparked up. And I've never stopped since. So I started, smoking in '78. I start growing in probably '81. I get hit in '83. And I take that break in between in the military where I still consume secretly, but no cultivation. But as soon as that last day of the service came from '89 forward, I've never stopped.
Oh, that touches my heart because of Operation Green Merchant, and Victor being the just for people who don't realize, Berkeley Indoor Garden is held in high regard and respect. May they rest in peace because they're now closed. But they fought and kept open during the Operation Green Merchant, and refused to work with the DEA, etc. So yeah, shout out to Victor. Yeah, wow,
solid, man. You know what he did for me too was when I went in there, they had a plumbing leak. Right, water was squirting everywhere. And everybody didn't know what to do. I said, "Listen," I said, "I know how to fix this," right? Because I used to de-water ships, right? So I was like, "I can fix this for you real quick." And I'm in uniform. And so I fixed the water leak, and he laughs and he's like, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Oh, I got the vehicle to pick up my shit and I want to spark up." And he was laughing so hard. And he said, "Listen," he goes, "we're supposed to take your ID for all this shit." He said, "I'm just going to sign my name on all your paperwork for fixing the water." So Victor was a stallion. And the whole staff there was unique because most of them were going to Cal getting degrees in botany. So it let me go to a place where there was really good agricultural information present. And all you had to do was be cool and you could leave the building with these guys and go have lunch. And it let me really start to understand the world of cannabis from a professional perspective that no Grow magazine, no Grow book can provide. And it just really helped define my trajectory. Each step, I got lucky that I met really good people who they didn't mentor me, but they without question inspired me to chase deeper.
right on. Well, I keep go on about that one, but let's get to our next question. Mike D, you're up, sir.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's really good. And that's really good stuff, man. You kind of touched on this, your military experience and everything. Were you able to tell us a little bit more about your journey from your veteran experience and then how it kind of influenced, you starting the Ganjier program, and then explain kind of, to the people who don't know what the Ganjier program is, just kind of, talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, totally. For me, like my son didn't go in the military, but oddly enough, like I think almost every one of my adult male family members going back centuries was in the service. And so it was kind of normalized, and it also let me see what it was like, because they were all combat vets. So, Korea, World War II, and Vietnam. And you get to see the impact of wartime. In World War II, they went through horrific stuff, but they were treated differently when they came home. But after that World War II experience, the perception of the soldier and the perception of what occurred was always negative. And so it kind of stuck with me. And what it did was when I got into medical cannabis, it kind of sensitized me in a way to be far more supportive than I might have been, because I understood that the people needed help. And so what we did is we provided free clonal material to all the veterans associations. So if you were, and a lot, in all things, there's always people that are good and people that aren't good. And so just because you're a part of an organization doesn't mean you're not a parasite sucking money off and riding someone's misfortune. But if we vet it out right, you could find beautiful people who were legitimately doing real work. And what we did is we supported them with giving them plant material. And I mean, 2,000-3,000 clones at a time plant material. So, I mean, we were feeding people. And what it did was it allowed me to be able to support people that I knew were in need and weren't getting the adequate amount of support from the government. And so, in that respect, we understand when you serve, like for me, some of the stuff you do in the service is the service, but when I'm risking my life to pull people out of the ocean and there's no one there to pull you out of the ocean, right? It's like you going in to get them and you're the only one that's going to get them. And if you don't get them, they're gone. And if you don't figure it out, you're gone. I have always the best memories of that, because it was when I started to really understand selflessness and community, where it's the human community. I didn't have to know the person. I just knew that my job was to do this. And it's hard to explain to people that haven't been in that situation. They don't catch that service is two sides of a coin. There's some shit you like and there's some shit you don't. And it's the stuff that you focus on that really defines it. And so for me, I saw all these veterans that had gone through the Gulf War and had some horrific problems and weren't really getting any support. So, when we got into medical cannabis, what we did is we really tried to make sure that population received support in the way we could. And it was beautiful, positive times, because I don't have PTSD from the military. I got it from living my life. But the people that went through some of the horrific shit they saw and the losses and the violence, anything you can do to help them overcome that boundary so that they can find some form of peace, it's a privilege. And to be a veteran helping veterans it's kind of the way it has to go. You gotta have to help from inside. The Ganjier was originally a name that my son gave me, right? And so I asked him one day, I said, who am I? I said, I'm doing so much stuff in herb, and the name that we always used was dope grower, right? Because that's what we were called. We were always, pot grower, dope grower, criminal. And so eventually you embrace it, right? You actually wear that shit like it's the coat of many colors. You're proud of it because you don't care that you're not liked. You know that you're okay with what you do. But I said, I'm doing so many different interesting things. So I asked my young teenage son, how do you define what you do? Because if you can't answer what you do in a sentence, usually you're telling a lie. So I said, what am I doing? And he said he had braces on his mouth. He's got kids now, right? I got grandkids from him. But at that time, he had braces in his mouth, and he's a young, gangly kid. And he's like, Dad, you're a Ganjier. And I said, whoa, what is that? And he said, it's a cannabis culturalist. You're all things herb, man. He goes, you just live there. And I said, wow, I love that word. And it stuck. And I said, I'm going to make that word. I said, one day that'll be in Wiki. You'll be able to look up that word and it'll imply something. I said, you invented word. And he was laughing. Well, he did. And what we did was we created a media company from it. And we used it to create all the Golden Tarp Awards, all our spring events. And the Golden Tarp Awards was a cannabis competition that featured light depth for the very first time. And it was so successful in its era, that 5-year run, that we were the second largest cannabis cup in U.S. history. Only Tim Blake's Emerald Cup took me for a number of participants. So we had a beautiful buy-in, and it allowed us to really highlight and showcase production methodologies and regions and people. And people had wanted me to do a certification, but I don't personally think that I'm smart enough to do one, because cannabis is too big for one person. Anybody that says they know the whole industry is full of shit, right? The industry is so complex and big that we may understand it, but you're not qualified to teach every aspect of it. And so I said, if we do some kind of certification and I'm giving you this giant cert, it's not really real to me. So I never did it. And then I get approached from Green Flower, and I've been doing content for them, educational content. And they said, hey, Kev, we have an idea. We want to do a certification with the guy in GA. And I said the same thing to Max and Derek. I said, I'm not into it. But they said, no, we have like 17 other people to wrap around you that we think would create a really robust educational program, so that no one person has to carry every field, but we can look at people who are experts in all these fields. And I said, holy shit, that sounds pretty cool. And so we all get together, and the next thing you know, we spent 2 years and like 7,000 hours constructing it, trying to create a program that would be able to give a 50, 60 hour overview of the world of cannabis, so that people kind of understood how we got to where we are, which is critical, because if you don't understand the struggle to get here, you don't understand the population that inhabited it. So you don't really understand the influence that created the perception. So it's background and it's information and it's vetted information, so that the people who take the history lessons, educational components, they get a pretty solid, robust understanding. And then we created a really thorough evaluation system so that we could start to have common language, which was really my goal in how I wanted to see something roll out. I wanted to be able to speak to you in another state, another place. And when I say it's this, you can look at it and go, okay, that's that. To me, it's like selling diamonds, and people online lose it over this shit. It's not diamonds. It's easier to score diamonds. I'm like, look, it's the point. It's the point that we can grade a diamond in Israel, and then we can sell it in Zurich. And the grading lets them have an idea of what you're working with, so that we're not having to constantly play this Tower of Babel where no one can communicate, no one can move forward, and we argue over semantics. So I said, if we could just get some ideas of what are things we measure, what are things we observe, and be honest about what we don't know, what we can create is an assessment system that can be alive for time, meaning that as more information comes forward, as science improves, it allows us to say, look, we're giving you the best we know right now from every source available, so that we can grow. And it allows there to be an evolution. It's kind of like the Constitution. It's either living or bedrock. And depending on how you want to see it, it's either frozen, where the person who put it together in 1776 says this will be how it's going to be in 2026. Or it's about the idea that we can look at the Constitution and say, look, the intention was this, but we have to adopt it to the way we operate now, because these things don't exist. And so to me, I like the ideas of living constitutions. I like the idea of a living system where it's an admittance that you're not so omnipotent that you can predict what everyone will need into the future. And you're able to say, look, we have an ability to be challenged because we spent so much time working on it, that we should have a reasonable defense to not beat you down, but to at least help you alleviate concern. And we launched the program, and I'm trying to think of the attorney's name. Omar Figueroa was adamant. He was brought in, but he was adamant that it needed to be in the Emerald Triangle, so that what we could do is take people and let a lot of the people in the world who didn't understand where cannabis kind of birthed. And there's many places. It's not just here. This just happens to be a really great place to have a class. But you also have a large contingent of operators that are historical. So it lets you let people see diversity that used to exist and be able to understand the beginning, and then now they can see it in their current. And it was really effective. And what it did was it took a lot of the small farms that we use to highlight their products. We have no relationship with them. We just say, hey, you have good product, you're a good farmer. Can we feature you? Can we have students visit you? Can we have you come by and meet the students and show your product and talk about your methodologies? And there was no agenda. There's no connection between us and the farms in any way, shape, or form. It's just purely we wanted to be able to let farms and people touch so that we could hopefully transcend the distribution boundaries that really preclude small operators from getting attention. And at the same time, the grading system says that if you're the largest operator in the world and you score a 93, it's still a 93, whether people like your operation or not. You can't pick favorites, right? If you're a grader, just like if you're a competition judge, it doesn't make a difference if I like you or I don't like you. That's not why I'm there. I'm there to judge your product, not you. If your product is what we're judging, we judge the product. If people are asking me to judge people, I don't want to be involved in it. I'm not qualified. But I can judge a product because we can create clear criteria. And that really became pretty effective. And all in all, I think we had maybe 1,400 people through the program, a little under 396, 97 graduates, 20 different countries there's Ganjier, and the impact on the industry, if we look at industry impact, is this around $2.5 billion of products sold under Ganjier retail heads. So we had a good impact, and I think that it reflected in the fact that you started to see the people who implemented these programs have a better communication with the public, so they could help the public make better informed decisions, but in a way that wasn't so much we're going to educate you. It was purely they learn how to better listen and then observe and then fulfill. So we had a guy named Aaron Varney come in, and Aaron was part of the council, but Aaron runs Dockside Cannabis in Seattle, and he's just a phenomenal operator and couldn't be a nicer human being too. And so he came in and he became our, we say, like, dispensary relations expert. So it allowed all the students that came through the program to talk to somebody that has a string of dispensaries that are known for high quality customer service. And he was able to create and implement procedures on how do you learn how to communicate with people in a way that isn't overbearing and isn't so leading, and it's very effective. And I think it made some, really good differences, and I get to see the results of the work when I travel. So I'm pretty happy about it.
Well, thank you very much. Michael Krautwitz has a follow-up.
Yeah, I have a comment, and then I have the next question. We're going to be hanging out for a minute, but the follow-up is really simple, I guess. I don't want to leave the Ganjier yet. Tell us a little bit about now. Like, what's it like? How many people go through the program now? I mean, give us a sort of a current snapshot of the Ganjier program.
We just finished our 5th year. We have the classes up. Derek Gilman, who's the managing director, he has a ranch that he purchased up in Salmon Creek, which was at one time the largest production watershed in the United States for cannabis production, and historical spot. And he's got a gorgeous ranch. So that's where we call the Ganjier campus. And you get to go up into the mountains of Salmon Creek, and you get to kind of immerse yourself in a Humboldt-like experience where it's only weed-related stuff, but you're just knocked out with the beauty of that spot. So we did 5 years, and like I said, I think we had 1,400 through the program and 400 graduates. And the thing is that the graduation was tough at first. So when we first put the program together the first year, we were only pulling like maybe 60% graduation rate because the test was hard, and it was just knocking people out. And what we ended up having was a really sharp girl named Elizabeth Sage. And Elizabeth created a student group so that she would be able to help new students prep and prepare, so that when they showed up at the site, they were already a little sharper than if they had just come off the street. And even though, like, and the hard part is everyone's like, I've been smoking weed for 30 years. But that doesn't mean you're a professional in grading. And it's a hard thing to explain, because all you know of cannabis is, for most people, what they bought off the dealer. And so they don't have extensive experience in a wide range of things at easy access level. The ability to touch a lot of cannabis freely for time gives you different skill sets. And so what Liz did is she took her administrative experience and created this highly effective student group that prepped everybody to come in and move forward. So we went from a 60% pass rate up to a high like 95% pass rate. Because the bottom line is, whether I love you or I don't, I can't fudge the exam. Like, you pass it, you pass it. You don't, you don't. You get a chance to retake it, and you come back and retake the exam, but you just hate to see people's disappointment when they fail. And in those early years, like, I would privately warn you and say, look, I'm your instructor, and I'm the one that scores the products that you're gonna test against. And I'm telling you privately, you're gonna fail. You're not tuned in enough. And so what we would do is we would privately help the people out, so that when they would come in for the new exam, I would meet you at the B&B, and we would review product until you felt comfortable and I felt you were comfortable. And we did all this for free. Like, all the extracurricular stuff was just goodwill, because you just hate to see people work this hard and just flail. And a lot of it is they just don't have enough. A lot of communities don't have public cannabis. Right. So, like, I kind of forgot that we've been out in the open. I forgot what it was like to be out in the open until I saw people break down and cry and say, this is the first time I've ever been in a crowd in my life and admit that I'm in love with cannabis. And I was like, what? I forgot what it was like to hide. It's been so many years since I've been hiding that I forgot. And it caught me. And I said, holy shit, man, I'm living in a vacuum, because I'm living in my vacuum, and this is not the mainstream. And so what we wanted to do was really be able to create these support systems, and they worked fantastic. Liz Sage and her crew, they end up forming the Ganjier Guild, which is it's not connected to Green Flower or the Ganjier, but it's all the Ganjier graduates that went on and went professional, and it allows them to work together collaboratively. See, I'm not a certified Ganjier, right? And which is funny, because people be like, but you're in the Ganjier. I said, I am, but I was the Ganjier before there was the Ganjier, so I'm already known. And if I get certified, right, I'm the one who tests you. I'm the one you test against. If I certify, what it does is it really screws the student, because if we both walk into the room, we both have the same certification, except I'm the one that put the program together. I guarantee they're going to talk to me first. So what I said is, listen, I don't need the certification, but you do, because it signifies that you went through a process and that you did something to display skill. If I want to do anything official which means put a Ganjier certification on something, I have to hire one. I can't stamp it myself because I didn't go through the program, which is the point. It allows the students to be my equals, and then it allows them to actually be greater than me in terms of having that ability to stamp a product that's certified by a Ganjier. And if you're an instructor, if you're ever a trainer, and I did training in the military, I've been training people for years. Sometimes the coach wants to be more famous than the athlete, but that's not a good coach. Good coaches want the athletes to do well. The coach knows how they got there. The athlete knows how they got there. But what matters is the athlete gets to shine in the public because they did the work. And I wanted the Ganjier students to get to shine. So when I go in to do anything official, I have to reach out to Ganjier, which brings them in. And it allows me to work with students in a collaborative manner where they get to be greater than me on that project at that moment. And that shit matters, right? Like you got to turn your volume down so that others can be heard. And it's the only way to really develop community, I think, in that regard. The public has to see it not as an ego fest, but as professional trade. And I think it worked pretty well. It allowed me to do some interesting projects and bring in Ganjier, and allowed me to work with the students in a way that made me really happy, because shit, I met 1,400 people, and I'd say 1,395 of them were phenomenal. And 5 of them were just a little off because my personality's off. So it doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that I'm a little skewed. But the absolute vast majority were people you'd want to hang out with every day. So I got really lucky that I got to be in a program that developed it, and we'll see where it goes. We created some new content. The Green Flower, I was in a lot of colleges. They created some new programs now, and some new people are in the college programs. But the world of cannabis changed dramatically, and what you have is you have fundamentally the race to the bottom, where it comes down to who can price war each other out of existence. And the customer in some regards is just lost and has no idea what's taking place. So the ability for people that are in the system to fund their education and move forward is kind of tough. So I don't know where we're going to go from here. I don't know if we'll continue. I know the students will continue because the guild formed and they're going forward. But all in all, cannabis is so unpredictable that and I'm somebody that they bring in to kind of like navigate what's taking place and what's moving forward. This shit is hard to read right now. We are especially in the United States. In other countries, it's a little easier, but in the United States, man, we're volatile right now. And there's no way to predict who's going to whisper in the ear and get results. So when you have alcohol whispering in the ear of the guy that initiated the hemp bill, and now he becomes anti-hemp, who would have predicted McConnell to make a flip? All of a sudden, you drop $30 billion industry right out, so that it can be taken over by the people who feel threatened by the rise of this product line. So we kind of understand this takes place, but to see it in real time and to see the speed that it gets enacted and get to see the effectiveness of it, that's hard to predict and plan. But all in all, the students, they did an incredible job. And what the students did was they kind of leaned into each other and said, hey, what we have is a 1,400 person coalition that's global, that's in some of the largest and smallest companies in the world. So people that are running the biggest brands on the earth and people that are just micro, and it lets them all communicate privately so that the information can be gleaned from both sides, because all information is valuable if you understand how to put it to work. So it was a beautiful program. And if I walked away tomorrow, I have nothing but really, really great memories. And I got to work with some really sharp people, man. I worked with Swami. I worked with Nick Tatum. I worked with Amanda Ryman. I worked with Wendy. I worked with Aaron. I worked with Derek Gilman. I think Derek Gilman, the one who put the program together, is probably one of the best evaluators I've ever met in my life. I mean, so if I wanted to have a professional evaluator in my life evaluating cannabis, I'd let Derek do it. So, you get to meet people that are just absolutely good at their job. And then we got to, Frenchie was part of it too. And I knew Frenchie prior, but, to work with Frenchie on this was a gift. And Mel Frank, working with Jim was something special because I always respected him. And Pat King was in there, and Janine Coleman was involved, and Omar, and Alec Dixon from SC. So you had lab experts. And so all in all, there was just this cornucopia of talent. And each person was really good at what they did in their individual direction. So it was everything that I think I needed to have to do it, because like I said, I knew that I didn't have the ability alone to do a certification on something as complicated as cannabis.
All right, Mike, with our next question.
Yeah, I've been taking notes. I didn't want to stop you, but I do have a couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, I guess as a sort of introduction, we've been operating in 1 degree of separation away from each other. I'm on the board of directors of Origins Council.
Totally.
So, yeah.
so you guys
we're closer than you might.
Well, you influenced me through the appellation that it was Calvino and Janine and Frenchie. And then I'm the one that had the ability to talk to McGuire in my office, which allowed us to put that appellation in the organic certification in place, because he came to speak to me. And that's what I had different, is I had this pipeline into my office of every politician in the state, because at this moment in time, I was considered some kind of a wizard of weed. And what I tried to do was understand what they wanted. And I tried to figure out what could we get and what could we not get. And I explained to McGuire, I said, listen, you can't do much for us, but you can definitely enact appellations, which creases. And he didn't, and he's a smart guy, but I was like, you're missing it. appellations are long-term land value. Your constituents will have more value in the places they live, which makes the regions more valuable, which makes your position as politician who governs them more valuable. And then the organic standards, I said, listen, what we need is some system that lets us have a clear pathway forward if we ever go federally legal. And that was some wishful thinking. But what it did was it started to create, but it's positive direction where you start to get an appreciation for people and a process so that we're able to utilize, same thing, it's common language, verbiage that lets customers know what a thing is. So when they go to a store, they know, hey, when I had a good experience, I experienced sun grown. And there were some other words I remember. And it allows them to be able to help the bud tender, the staff, make those decisions on how to steer them. And in all those aspects, I think that, it went really, really well. But yeah, your group has been kicking ass for a long time. So, I mean, I get inspired by you guys too.
It's a push-pull, man, as you just described. Thanks. And I just want to say, first off, I wrote myself a little note here. We don't know how the future of cannabis will unfold. The past may not repeat, but it's certainly in tune. And in my opinion, you have a very distinct place in the future of cannabis. And that's what we're talking about. Like, when do you start working on the future, right? When is the appropriate time to start working on the future? But also to try to imagine the future, without sort of the, I think people have their own bias. If you walk around all day with a hammer in your hand, everything looks like a nail, right? So, but anyway, yeah. So I keyed on something that you said, particularly. I can't remember the exact quote, but it's something like grading holds here as well as it'll hold in Zurich. That once you have some way to actually talk about the cannabis, that you can use that in that way. That's really interesting. The Veterans Action Council has been engaged in some treaty work. And our larger team is working mostly not in Vienna anymore at the UN, but more in Geneva, in the World Intellectual Property Organization, and working around trade. And basically, again, I wrote a note, the treaty has changed enough to support trade in medical marijuana now. Working on trade 100 years ago, regionally varied products were totally available in medicine, and they were specific. I mean, if you wanted certain characteristics, you knew that you can get that from like African cannabis africanus, or if it might be different from India, you get cannabis indica. And even Park Davis and Little proved you could actually get a workable cannabis medicinal product here in the United States. They called it cannabis americana. And all that was driven out basically by this treaty system. And what we found as we're doing this research is that all the other herbal medicines, if you will, are handled, the genetics, the trade, the partnerships, all the commerce are all basically handled under this Convention of Biological Diversity, and a whole bunch of agreements that flowed from that Convention on Biological Diversity. And cannabis and poppy and coca, because they were segregated away and put in this treaty system, were isolated from that and kept away from that. And we're trying to picture how that's going to be reunited. What is it going to look like? How is it going to unfold? And cannabis medicine, as I said, that's ready to roll right now. Working on adult rec, or if you will, is a more tricky thing. It's really, really complicated. But medicinal cannabis is not. It's legal. It is ready to work on internationally, and the standards can be negotiated by countries. There's no longer an onerous, requirement by the treaty. We changed the treaty back in 2020. An unbelievable achievement in the cannabis movement that we actually did something. We changed the international law. We haven't, like you said, it's still wishful thinking to change U.S. law, but we changed the international law first. So, but anyway, that's all to say. I want to take this opportunity. This is a roundtable for us, and I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of throw that across your bow and let you know that's what we're working on, and just sort of allow you to speak on that if you want. We brought in David Watson to our meeting in Vienna to talk about the Convention on Biological Diversity and to talk about that bridge back to international trade on cannabis that once was. And I've been heckled a little bit by some of our mentors and some of our intellectual cannabis, cannabis experts that, what I'm trying to do in the future, based on the past, may not work. The past may have been destroyed. Some of the diversity and the regionally different cannabis that I know of from the history books, and also a little bit from the childhood that we shared in the 70s, and with some of the cannabis that we got to sample in the East Coast. There's nothing on the marketplace today that really compares to the Colombian Gold, the Acapulco Gold, the Panama Red, the Hawaiian Michoacan, the Maui Wowie, the Cambodian Red, etc. And hopefully we get back to that. And you are working on the way to describe that. I guess we're working on sort of the nuts and bolts of how to make it happen. And the industry is not necessarily working in the same direction as either of us. So
the industry got its direction, but you got to remember too that we look at things through our own perspective, and we intensify the experience because it was positive or negative for us. And what we know is that, the era of Panama Red, where the aroma almost made you like lift off the ground, that might not be as important to the people of today, because I know that from just conversations. And what matters is that we all understand the one common thing is that we all have an interest in cannabis. And as consumers, we're not competing for who's right with each other. What we're all trying to do is figure out, how do we get the best product? How do we create the fairest system? And ultimately, that's why for me, I'm a huge homegrown advocate, where like I think that these artificial limits of how much you can grow because you're going to sell the product, the idea that you are just trying to constantly drive tax revenue. You can home brew, you can home still. You just can't go above a certain level. But the amount that you can home still and home brew is radically different than the amount we can technically grow for consumption. And I think that if you want to normalize something, you allow it to not have money connected to it, right? Because once you put a dollar sign on it, it automatically segregates who can and who cannot. And that's what I learned from the veterans program. It's what I learned from all the medical marijuana. I never understood medical marijuana. And it's funny because I had a 215 in like 97. And I got it from Todd Mickeria, right? Me and Mickeria were buddies. We had this beautiful relationship for years following that shit. But everything I did was too criminal, too much, too many plants for any 215 to cover, right? So I just knew that it would help me if I had a bag of weed in my pocket. But other than that, no value. And I wasn't around people that were ill. I'm around hustlers and traffickers. And I knew who Perone was, and I knew that like some of the stories of Brownie Mary and the crew. But I didn't get a clue on this until I took over a facility. And then I got to see people come in and physically break down and sit down on the floor and cry because there was no cannabis for free and they had no money. And they depended on it for their basic sanity. And the number of individuals who had serious medical problems that were able to replace a trash bag of pharmaceuticals through just cannabis usage. And it tripped me out. And it just made it changed my whole perspective of cannabis. I was really ignorant about the world of medical cannabis. And I knew that it had all these benefits and effects. It's just that what I learned was people don't talk to you about those problems. So most people don't. They're upset that they have this issue. They're upset that they have to do what they need to do. And the stigma of cannabis created also that secondary shame and secretism. So you end up having this culture that exists with chronic pain or chronic inflammation or chronic mental illness, that cannabis seems to really take the edge off and make it to where they can function day to day at a much higher level without the side effects of pharmaceuticals. That shit escaped me because I just didn't see it. I was young. I wasn't having medical problems. My family was old New England, right? So cannabis was equivalent to heroin. So nobody was just puffing herb in New England at the time. Like, oh, grandma has a bad back. She's puffing a joint. Like, holy shit, she might as well be booting heroin. And literally it was that. People don't catch it. I'm like, you don't catch it. Herb was as dirty. I went to the prison to visit my cousin who was doing 200 years, right? My cousin's in prison with a 200-year sentence. And I'm visiting him and I'm telling him I got tapped on some weed charges. And he was horrified. He was like, oh my God, of all things, weed. And he was going off. And then I'm looking at him and he's looking at me. And we both realized that, like, he's in prison for 200 years for some really serious shit. And he goes, well, you know, maybe my opinion isn't accurate. And man, we laughed. But the point was that herb was that dirty just 1980. Once Reagan got in, like, it was dirty in the 70s, but when Reagan got in, man, they did a number on stigma. And I just wasn't exposed to enough people who were medical. And I think it's the same issue the veterans face. It's hard to admit something happened that impacted you so greatly that it's above your scope to work with it. And the fact that you have to look for medication, the fact that you have to get help is shameful, because our society makes everybody look like shit when you're not some kind of Instagram superstar every day, right? So none of the shit we do is real. It's real people live in real time, real interaction. And that to me was the essence of medical marijuana. And then because of that, it's what let me get tied into Terrence Allen. When we went after the medical policy in California, which was what was Mercusa, Terrence and the crew came up to me and said, hey, we need help. And I said, why are you coming to me? And he was like, Kev, he goes, you just don't understand it, but people with money listen to you. He said, so if you helped us, money would flow into the campaign and we would be able to get medical rights put into California separate from legalization. And I understood the value of that because I was in Washington State when they stripped the medical out of Washington State. And I watched what they did. They have two systems. One makes money, one doesn't. They remove the one that is not giving them that revenue. And then they took every single person's name on the registry and they went and took a visit to your house to make sure you're not cultivating and want to check out your shit. So now you're on a list, right? And they come in to visit you. And, you know, no difference than it is today, but just in that form. And I watched all these people get devastated. And I remember watching all these old women just weeping. And I'm looking at them and I'm like, whoa. I didn't expect that they would take a system out, because Washington State had a robust system. And I'll never forget that sight. They were literally weeping because their houses have been raided. 5 minutes earlier, they were legal. And then 5 minutes later, you're not. And that's caught me. And so when I got approached from Terrence to work on that project with him, it was something I think was probably the most impactful thing I've ever done in my life, was that, and then I paid for it. The fucking cops caused me some problems. They gave me a good beating for being a good steward of the community. But I would still do it again, because ultimately what we have entrenched medical rights in California. And the even with the bill change, right, the big beautiful bill pulled out some of those protections. They were reinstalled, right? So the medical got reinstalled. So now once again we have that, where if the medical programs are run to a level that's reasonably maintained, the federal government will expend no resources to enforce them, right? So we have a medical program. And so for me, I'm just grateful that California had a system. I grew up in the system, but I just never saw it. And when I saw it so clearly. And then I had an ability to actually learn how they created it. And then, you know, I mean, eventually it ends up where you're hanging out at Dennis Perone's house with his crew, and you're just really understanding how a bunch of people got together to do some good for friends that were dying. And it was that simple, except that they were that ballsy. They were tigers, boy. Woo hoo hoo. Dennis Perone was a little man with the set teeth.
He stood definitely taller than his stature for sure. And
you know, you're that's your world, ATN. Like for me, I'm somebody that touched it, but that was your base, you know.
Well, Dennis was the first one, and to come to our Can rally and speak, because I think the only reason he came is because I was a veteran too, right? Because he was also Air Force veteran, and he survived Tet Offensive, which he never talked about. You know, it wasn't until he and I were private and smoking a joint one time, because he was like, "You were in the shit, weren't you?" I was like, "You were in the shit, weren't you?" You know what I'm saying? So it was just one of those little moments where you just kind of nod, but you don't really talk about your shit because, as you know, you can freak people out who are not in the military. They don't understand, experience. But our bond was there. All right, let's get back to our questions. Michael
All right, that was
Crowley.
good enough. Thank you for letting me have that moment.
No, it's a beautiful moment, man. It's totally beautiful. Michael.
Hey, much love, and thanks for mentioning Dr. Mikaria. Much love. May he rest in peace. He's a wonderful friend to our efforts. And two more quick things before I read my question. One, I just loved your son's perspective and the Ganjier source. I think it's just fantastic that your family, your children understand what you do at such a great level. And one last little thing, working in New York on a project with Dr. Sunil Agarwal. I was talking to him just back and forth, and he stopped and he's like, he looked at me and he said, it strikes me that I think you get, it seems, a medical benefit from helping others. So that goes back to what you were saying about, helping others and how important that is. That, like, I think we do. I think we actually get like some sort of medical benefit from that if we're successful in really actually helping others. So anyway, let me read my question. You spent decades working with cannabis genetics and cultivation. So from your perspective, what has been misunderstood by the regulators? I mean, let's dig into the plant a little bit. Tell us what the regulators are missing about the cannabis plant genetics and cultivation.
The cannabis regulators?
Yeah.
What are the regulators missing? Fundamentally, the issue with the regulators, 95% of them, is that they were raised on drug war rhetoric, and they worked for people who are older than them, who made the Kool-Aid. So the people that made the Kool-Aid and the people that drank the Kool-Aid, which is this anti-drug rhetoric, that's how they still perceive the product. And so to them, the idea that this plant is even present on the ground in a space is some ungodly sin, and that it's such a dangerous substance. It needs a level of security and safety that I tell people that, I'm being honest, you can get a machine gun license in California, right? To buy and sell machine guns. Now you have to buy them and sell them to other legal people, but you could go through the process through the ATF and you could get a machine gun license easier than you can get a cannabis license. I had to get a relative out of what we would say, one of my relatives had some issues. Their child was put into the custody system, and I went and recovered my relative until the problem was rectified. The speed at which I was to retrieve a child through a system, which is without question a very valuable item in life, and the speed that they ascertained that I was trustworthy, right, through like FBI scan, just like cannabis. The pace of that shit compared to getting an herb license, I'm telling you, I grabbed a kid and snatched my nephew up, right, quicker than I could anything with weed. It blows my mind that we're still living in this fantasy land of drug war. And that's the primary issue, that they just, what they've been taught to believe, and it's what really almost all people in politics believe, is that cannabis is a single molecule like ethyl alcohol, because they're all drunks. I'm not being aggressive here, but if you kind of notice, there's a similarity among the certain generation, and that was the drinking generation. So to them, beer and whiskey, they're different products, but the intoxicant is the same product. They all contain the same exact product, wrapped in a different vehicle, but what intoxicates you is a single molecule. They don't catch that that's not how cannabis works, and that's not how we work as people, that there has to be differentiation, there has to be diversity, there has to be this huge cornucopia of choices, because it allows you as an individual to intuitively find the product that lines up with your needs. So you don't want 7 products to fill the system. You want 7,000 products to fill the system. That in order for this to happen, you must have multitudes of cultivators of all levels that are willing to work with small batch. They're not trying to be billionaires. They just want to have a small farm They want the farm to pay for itself and derive some small profit. And they would love to work with something that was very exquisite, designed for people who they've noticed over years seem to get a very positive outcome from. That recognition of the fact that market exists, and if it was satisfied, they'd be happy, and that farm would sell to those people. And if you scaled the permitting to fit that reality, that shit would work. But what you got is this perception that all of us, we hear it all the time, right? It's ended now because Humboldt's so poverty stricken. But the number of times I went to go, and I've been doing licensing for years, dig up a barrel, go dig up another barrel. And you're looking at them and you're like, the barrels got dug up a long time ago, man. You're like, you guys have been fleecing us for years and you've sucked the money dry. And every time we deal with you, it's an unbelievable cost. And I'm involved. I used to be involved in other construction related projects, and there was nowhere near this amount of double dipping. And in just every single entity had to take a bite of your ass because they figured that this golden goose was so big that they could bite off all the legs and the wings and it would still fly. And it's encourage home grow. What you learn in the legal cannabis system is the best thing that can possibly take place is if the individuals have any ability to collaborate and create their own product and just check. And I'm somebody that I'm in the legal system. But if we all had to collapse in order for it to rebuild, it would almost be the best thing because the state has failed so miserably and they enact their regulations so poorly. And they have such misguided views of how to operate because they're in complicit operation that the metric system, Swiss cheese, the regulatory system's bullshit. Customers don't have any clue really what they're getting because the problem is it's an illusion, and California covers it up. They spend $5 million on campaigns to say cannabis is clean when they had a whistleblower say, no, we know they're using other chemical categories that aren't being part of the testing process. So they're getting around testing, and they're using things that are most definitely not for human consumption. They're just not on our banned list. And then the state is like, well, they're not on the banned list when we haven't put them on yet. But the bottom line is that can't be in human consumption any other substance, and the argument is that that's what they do. So what you have is some of the craziest shit ever. And what it does, to get back to the point of genetics and cultivation, is it wipes out these small forms of organic cultivation where, and I would say organic in terms of like biologically driven, sun-grown systems that are small cycle, low impact, and high carbon sequestering from the way you're creating what you're creating. So you have this like biological benefit, and then you have a diversification benefit where you have a different type of plant that's adapting and acclimating to an area. So what you're doing is you're creating the normality that if people can understand grape cultivation, there's no difference. The grape that was acclimated to an area, they had a predictability. They knew if they put it in similar areas, they'd get a similar result. So it starts to create agricultural models that make sense, that are predictable, that let customers who buy product have some form of consistency. See, I would love if I knew a farm produced the same product and they were going to do it for like 10, 15 years. And because it was in a lot, it was enough for people who wanted it. They wanted a chocolate bar, and you're like, I want the chocolate bar. And if it was good enough, there would actually be a line and you'd have to order it. You'd have to commit. And what it would do is it would start to allow these unique operations to exist, to succeed, and to bank differences in the gene pool, so that when we get into the problems, which we will in the future, of too many things interconnected, pathogenically fragile, we have a way out. Like, we've done this with all ag. So like none of this shit, like I study this all the time. There's nothing that you can't look at in cannabis that you can't model with another crop and say, look, if you take the stigma away, look at how they operated, look what they did right, look what they did wrong, and look at the result. So there has to be bulk products that are grown in mass, but they have to be at a certain level because all humans deserve quality regardless of your wallet. And I mean quality like it doesn't have any toxic shit in it, and you're processing it in a cautious manner.
I have a question, Kevin. Are there? I mean, you've trained multiple people around the world as well as in the United States. Who is getting it right in regulation? Or do you feel has no one got it right? Or are they completely not understanding? I always thought because they don't use cannabis, they don't really understand, because the majority of these people who are regulators also come from the ABC world, because that was as close as an association that they could find, I guess, for a vice, right? So but of course those people always seem to be lacking in their understanding and they need to be going through the Ganjier program en masse, but of course they're willful ignorance. But that aside, who do you feel is doing it right, or is anyone doing it right?
And it sounds jaded, but I don't think anyone's doing it right. I think what you're seeing is the cultivators and the operators showing adaptability. So what you're getting to see is the operators adapting to the changes and figuring out, and what you're seeing is a complete collapse of diversity because of it. So like, it's so hard to figure out how to work in the system that it chops the people out. But anybody and I know people who are alive and they're still doing somewhat all right. To me, that's a victory. So I know that there's the word no one doesn't apply, but I think that no matter what country I look at, it's not when it starts that it matters. Everybody's like, look, it's starting, it's gonna be a great time. It's the pace of its development, and then how do they manage it, and then what do you do with the product once it leaves, right? So there's only, if people don't catch it, there's only like 360 tons of product exported around the world, right? Glass House does 300 tons themselves. So when I talk to people about international pressure, I'm like, these new markets are popping up, and I'm like, the whole earth is 360. One farm in California is 300. So if one new farm comes online correctly in this system, it completely can eradicate all of these operations all over the world simultaneously if it has better logistics. So like, it creates this problem where the people that are building the industry have no clue what they're building. And that's what I learned. I learned that every industry is built indiscriminately, and that it comes down to money thrown at the wall, and what sticks works. And I used to have all these ideas about how things were created until I got into illegal cannabis, and I realized, whoa, they break it until it figures out how to function.
Or how to fix it.
Yeah, and it's a process. And so we're always trying to say, look at wine can ship, but wine petitioned for like 80 years to do that. So things aren't so fast in liquor either. And anything to do with regulatory is difficult for people to understand, because they don't catch that. I'd love to say everybody's moral, but what I noticed working with regulatory groups and politicians in general is that many of them are more concerned about, I don't want that mistake put on my record, right? And if it's about safety, that's something that no one, you're like, oh my God, a child was poisoned.
They'd rather have an albatross around the neck, right?
Yes, literally. And so it creates a situation where everyone's trying to not get in any kind of situation that's painful. The people that are working within it, the workers, are working hard. Like, I watch the people, because they're doing their jobs. They're trying to approve a permit. They're trying to understand regulations. They're trying to build appellations. But the problem is that it's above them, and everyone at the end of the day wants to protect their position. And if it's political, it's essential. So you almost have to like age them out. And that's what I realized is I thought I'd see what I wanted to see in my lifetime. And we worked so hard to get these stable medical rules in, and we worked so hard to start to understand how can you have legalities, which I knew would impact me in terms of price point. But I saw too many people personally that I didn't even know, but they came to me too damn late for help. And I don't know if we could help them or not, but they got there too late because of the stigma. They said, this shit's illegal and we don't break the law. And they were furious at me. They were so mad. Because I was a symbol of a world that was dirty. And now they were in my office begging for help. And it made them feel ashamed. And they would yell it. And then when we helped them, man, they'd sit down and just cry, and you just let them cry in your office, and you'd sit with them, and then you'd provide them all the material. And we were doing it for free, man. Like, I was funding this shit. It allowed them to feel they had some support, because legalized medicine had basically eaten them alive. And that kind of shit stuck with me. And I always tell people, I said, you can talk all the shit you want, but get up on a stage and explain to someone that your paycheck was more important than 1,000 people in the state of California who would have died because they couldn't get past the stigma of legality. We define those people as good citizens, right? We define them as law-abiding good citizens. And when they follow the rules and you do everything, you're nice to your neighbor, you do all your shit, you get completely hammered at the end of your life. And all I saw was betrayal in their eyes of like the system. And I was the system that they were taught was bad. It was heavy there, man. Because like I said, I have a background in this shit, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just like, I'm working with it as it's happening. And I just tried to be really tender and allow them there. I let them yell at me. I had a little chair in my office I'd sit in, so it made me even look smaller. And I'm only 5'7", so it isn't like I'm tall to begin with. But I made myself like a dwarf in the room so that people who felt weak could feel strong. And I got to see the real people emerge. And all of that activity is what forces you to understand you must have progress in something. You can't keep cannabis in a little gray zone where only some benefit. It has to be an open benefit. And then we just have to figure out how do we work within that. And each country I work at, each place I go, if you're having to import cannabis, your system isn't stable, because why aren't you growing it in your own country? It's because it's so regulatory costly that it doesn't make sense, right? So you just import. If you're looking at export countries, why are they exporting? Because they have saturated a domestic market with too much canopy. So they're having to dump it out of the country. And if they're dumping it out of the country, it's to get the margin price higher because they're not making enough money in country. So when you analyze all the markets and you look at them and you see how this thing moves back and forth and you see the total flow of it, like, people don't catch that Humboldt was doing $8 billion in wholesale cannabis. I got dropped on a ship that had 120 tons in it. One ship, 120 tons, right? That's 1/3 the Earth's export right now. And that shit was in 1988, right? So like in 88, I was on a vessel. It was one of the largest raids ever in history, right? But I laughed. It was 120 tons, 240,000 pounds of reefer. And that's 1/3 the current Earth's number. So when you start to look at like canopy sizes and perspectives and you put them in and you're like, whoa, wait a second. We used to have 1/3 the Earth's load in one shipload, and now that's the entire export market. One farm in California could disrupt the entire export market of the world. That means that every country involved is having some crisis. They're either flooding or it's too expensive. And for us, we can't enter the international system because of our situation, right? So like, we're a non-entity in the global market until we get into the pharmaceutical side, and that shit will be single molecule patentable formulations. It's crazy.
Yeah, but nobody wants those. People, nobody's diverting Marinol. Nobody's diverting, Sativex. Everybody wants the whole plant. Yeah. All right, let's carry on with our questions. Next up will be Mary Lynn Mathry. Mary Lynn, are you there? Mary Lynn.
I'm here. Sorry, couldn't get to the video, etc. Hey, Kevin. Boy, this is just great listening to you. And as you talked about the regulators and the fact that they're stuck in the old world, to an extent, that's what happens with healthcare professionals. We've got so many that have grown up with cannabis as a drug of abuse. That's all they see.
Yes.
And I mean, to this day, poor patients come into the hospital. They either get tested and found positive for pot, or they might even admit they use it. And the next thing you know, they've got cannabis use disorder on their charts. So trying to change these people to let them think that cannabis can be a good thing you're doing, not a bad thing. It's a tough one. But sticking to medical, my question is, veterans often rely on cannabis for pain, post-traumatic stress symptoms, and sleep. What do you think veterans should understand about cultivar selection and terpene profiles when seeking consistent therapeutic outcomes?
That there's some generalities that can be observed where we can say that, you know, humans are snowflakes, but we're still snow. So the properties that affect snow. And you'll start to realize that you can't rely on the internet because especially, and now it's even worse with AI because the information the AI is grabbing is wrong. So it's perpetuating wrong material. But if you have a group of veterans, if you have a group of anybody, you get together and you sit down and just say, hey, on a pad of paper, write down what varieties worked for you over the course of your smoking career. Like, you know, what did you smoke for what, when, why, how'd you like it? Why'd you like it? And just write it down. It's just empirical. It's what you observed. It's what you feel. And you start to take that information and sit down with the group and you can start to chart it and create like a Venn diagram. And you'll start able to figure out what plants seem to work for most people for that problem. And what it does is it allows you to create these internal databases so that when someone who's coming into cannabis and they're saying, look, I'm trying to get off of the pharmaceutical aids because I'm having liver issues is what I noticed primarily, right? People that were on painkillers were always having some liver problem and that they needed something to work. And I'd say, okay. And I would just try to talk to them privately. Like, if you could help me understand what's wrong, I don't think I'm a doctor. I know I'm not one, but I talk to enough people that I'm recognizing patterns. And what it'll do is it'll let me tell you that I just noticed many people that came in with your similar situation, they benefited from these directions, these profiles. And what it did at my shop was it allowed people to start making more informed decisions.
That's right.
And it saved them a fortune financially because they were able to get directed into a narrow focus of possibilities. And it started to also create community between the individuals. So I did it with medical groups, and I would put elderly together primarily and say, look, you're all trying to figure out how to use this. So I would get them together myself, do the initial meeting at a place. And then we would talk about cannabis and I'd give them empowerment of how to use tools and what this stuff is and how you would use it. And then we would show them how to use vaporizers so they understood how to get heat temperature ranges right. And then we'd even have them driven home in a van so that they didn't have to drive and then get their car back to them the next day. But what it did was it started to get all these people together so that they were able to collaboratively solve their problem using homeopathic medicine, because there's no accurate guide. And everyone says, well, there is a guide. And I'm like, not really. The problem is that everything that we talk about with cannabis is based off a name, not off of a genotype sequence. So without that, and I know this sounds funny, but you and I could call the two different plants the same thing, and we both swear to God it's the right thing until we get in the room and realize I'm wrong, that the plant that was renamed, we were taught it was this name, now it's that name. That kind of stuff is so prevalent in our world that nobody really has an idea. So when you use the name of a thing, it's so malleable that it's not accurate, right? And you can't even use secondary metabolite profile because it's so variable. And I tried mapping with secondary metabolite profiles, and that's too variable. It lets you understand what farm produces the most of something and who gives you the best blend, but it doesn't clearly identify this is that thing, where genotype does. So if genotype's connected to a clone, and then you're able to say, hey, this is that SFV cut, right? And it works for you for pain relief. And someone that wants to pick it up someplace else says, well, how do I know it's the one? We had it genotyped, and what it does is for you for $200, you could get it genotyped and prove it's exactly the same one. But you could believe me, but the bottom line is you could substantiate so that if it had a profound effect on the group of people that you were dealing with in your medical group, you would know exactly what plant it was that did it by its chromosomes, not by a man-given name.
Right.
That's the issue, right? That
Right.
there's no truth in this because of the misnaming. And so we're trying to understand, how do we do sequencing at pace that's cheap so that we can link it to plants so it's easy to find the information. It's easy to be able to get people repetitive results. And I think that that's the hardest part with cannabis, is that you find something that works for you correctly and you lose it, or you buy it once and you get it for a month and then you can't get it again. And for the next 5 years, all you do is talk about that thing. So I know that the relationship is so profound, and thankfully I don't have, for me, herb is more mental than it is physical, right? And so I think I'm a nut without weed, but herb helps me with, without question, have a better, more balanced life. But I can function day to day if I don't have it in my hand. I just would like to have those glasses on. I'd like to see the world through that lens. But for people that have any type of inflammatory issue, pain relief issue, sleep, appetite, where like without it, they cannot control that situation to a point of quality of life. They need to know exactly what it is. And if they stay with the same product over time, even though plants evolve, and they evolve through the way they produce their metabolites based off of adaptation, right? So they're adapting to the environment. The more the environment goes a certain route, the more the plant tailors its profile. But it would happen over a course of time to where you'd be able to still maintain a normalcy of effects. You know what I'm saying? Where like it wouldn't be an abrupt change. The plant wouldn't suddenly go from this to this in one season. It would slowly move over seasons, and you would move with it as that time occurred. So that's what people need. If you want stability in what you do, you have to basically create an internal nursery among your collectives. You have to have the data from those plants compiled, where everybody who smokes it just creates a simple notebook that says what I got out of it, what I didn't, what I would recommend, what I wouldn't. And you just put that into a sift, and now you can just feed it into AI and say, AI, spit that shit out in paragraphs so anybody can understand it. And it would give you the guide you needed to empower repetitive results correctly.
Sounds great.
I think that's the best approach, only accurate one we can think of.
No, you're right. And the healthcare professionals, the problem they keep saying when they keep calling it a drug, you keep trying to tell them it's a plant, and the idea of medicine, as you say, thousands of medicines, not just one or two.
It's the most powerful bioreactor I think we found. And so I'm sending seeds into space because cannabis has now been deemed so powerful in its complexity on what you can use it for, that it's being considered for space colonization, because it's a remediator, it's a fiber, it's a fuel, it's an oil.
Well, hold on a second. Well, if our planet can make cannabis, do you believe there's other cannabis on other planets out there somewhere?
Oh, I have no idea about that. I personally would say that each planet would have its own ecosystem. I can see, the idea of planets are particles smashing into each other, and the more they smash, the more gravity is pulled, and eventually you have a giant ball of liquid rock spinning through space. In our case, we somehow formed an atmosphere, and it allowed us to be able to create an internal bubble around that wrap. But organic matter moving through the vacuum of space, to me, is hard to, it could be encapsulated in something, but I just think that each planet would have really its own system.
Michael, follow up?
Yeah, I just want to share something with you real quick. I think it was out in Oregon. These fellows came up with this thing. They called it the M scale, and they tried to give a code to every little nuance about cannabis so that doctors could call for exactly what they wanted.
I'm hearing you, Michael.
The story. Let me tell you the story, though. I think it's funny as hell. I was watching them talk to a legislator, and I was sort of in the meeting vicariously because of my activism, and watched them make this presentation. And no kidding, it was like 15 or 20 minutes into the presentation of all the nuances of how M scale works. And the legislator stops me and he says, "So you mean to tell me there's different kinds of cannabis?" And it's like I could watch the layers of stone, chip away from his misinformation or misinterpretation. I thought it was hysterical and cute.
Yeah, it's common for most. I have since learned that many people don't understand that. They think like a whiskey is a whiskey, right? It's a corn or a rye, right? And they don't. when they understand that there's different types of cannabis and how many different kinds there are is when you see their eyes glaze over, and that's never fun. All right, let's get to our next question. Leslie, you're up.
Hey, so you've worked at the intersection of legacy cultivation and modern compliance. How has regulation both improved and undermined quality, safety, and access, particularly in California, where the implementation of Prop 64 led to a significant loss of legacy cultivators and genetics?
Well, what I like about the new world of regulation is that in terms of safety is that without question, you have more clean cannabis available to the public. And for someone who's been involved in cannabis for as long as I have, there was some people who were unbelievably high level and had high ethics and created a product that was pristine. But the vast majority were using any chemical they could on that product to get it to market. And I know because I was a lab drop for the whole county at one point, so almost all lab samples that anybody dropped off for any lab was being dropped off at my spot. So, and I would get the information back, and I wouldn't reveal anybody's info, but I saw the truth of what was really in the cannabis. And so, to me, the customer should never be exposed to that. And that's why I don't like the idea of lab shopping, and I don't like the idea of being clever with your chemical selection so that you can find chemicals that don't have a listing on the banned list. They can't find that molecule because they're not looking for it. But once they are identified that it's present, they can then put a test agent in, and then they can look for it, and then they can find it. But we would say, me personally, that there's far more clean product available. And I think that that's critical. I think that, and regardless whether there's controversy over companies that have dirty product that come out or mold or anything, I'd say in general, you have the highest level of standardized quality in bulk cannabis. And so when we talk about cannabis, there's really different levels of historic consumer. And those that had least amount of access got what they could get their hands on. And so their choices were always less, and the quality was always less, and the things that were involved in it. So you had dirty, moldy pot for a lot of these people, and I'm glad to see it go away. The issue is that in order for the system to work with the taxation level that's been applied, the price has to be so high that it's double the black market, or we're going to call it the traditional market. And the problem with that is that, and this is where I talk to the politicians and I laugh and I'm like, are you clear with what product we're seeking? If I said to you during the course of a day, would you like to buy some illegal leather jackets? You might probably say no. And if I said to you, would you like some stolen tires to go along with that hot car that I got you last week? You'd probably say no. But if I said to you, hey, I got some killer herb, you want to buy it 50 an ounce? You'd look at it and say, damn, you grew that? I said, yeah, in the backyard. You're like, hell yeah, that's $50 an ounce all day. You're doing it illegal. Now in California, we can make this. We can gift it. We can't sell it. If I sold it to you, I'm still committing crime. I could gift it to you, but I can't sell it to you because we're not allowed to sell cannabis. But the point being is that cannabis is the only substance. I went through the list. I really did my homework on this one. Tell me any other substance that you deal with on a daily level in your life that has such a transferability between illicit and licit. Cannabis is the only substance where if you can't find it in the store, you're going to find it in the street. And you will be 100% okay with buying it if you're a buyer, because most of the pot you bought over the course of your life, you didn't get through a licensed dispenser. So the problem is that it makes it an instant decision to disregard regulated cannabis. So what we do is we attack the illicit market, saying it's you that's causing this problem by selling this product, without recognizing that we've taxed the system so hard that you create a product that's fundamentally, California is only pulling in, 33% of the people that consume are at the dispensary, so we're losing 7 out of 10. We're supposed to be pulling in $1 billion a year roughly on tax, we're pulling in like 200 million, 178. We're talking 5 times less expectation over the course of legalization, which show me any other industry that's a consumption industry that's captured that falls to that level. So the problem is that you have a product that's, for the most part, better than it was prior for most people. For people that are Epicurean, less quality because they don't get the diversity in cultivar selection. So they're like, man, I know I love hamburger, but I really would like to have some Wagyu beef once a year. And so, well, we don't have Wagyu beef anymore because it doesn't fit into the production model, right? You get hamburger. And so, yes, best hamburger ever, but it's hamburger. And so the issue is that the people who want Wagyu beef once a year are completely unsatisfied. But the people who get, we would say, lower quality pot, lower price point, a lot of them, the ease and the convenience and the stability for those groups, they're happy. That 30% that buys, they're buying, and they're continuing to buy. We're not losing the share dramatically every year. It kind of went down and it's kind of plateauing and holding. So we're catching a group of people at certain price points. We're losing everyone else above and below, and you can't get the people that are in regulatory situations to understand that people have been taught to buy cannabis illegally. Right, that's their introduction to it. That this is something that everyone does, and we all buy it illegally. We wink and we get it on the side. That's the only substance that I can think of that fits into that category of any product. And so it makes it to where they can't utilize the existing model. It's kind of like why really brilliant business people fail in cannabis, because there's no book to study, because it's a dynamic market. And so anyone who's in it is really blazing trail in real time, and you're making real mistakes at real time. In 20 years, they'll be able to create courses and show the system, and then you'll have a really effective education that allows the individual to be able to say, this is what happened, this is how we predict what will. But right now, it's so variable that brilliant people that are extremely bright are struggling. Small farmers that have not enough canopy to compete are struggling. The customer is being limited because we don't allow access to dispensaries in any kind of manageable way. So California, we concentrate 20 dispensaries in Humboldt, then you got places like Riverside with none. So you have counties that are massive with no access, and counties where everyone grows cannabis with the most access. So like all of those things combined just create this tumultuous failure of the system. And it's unfortunate because really it's just really trying to get people back into a room to say, look, can we admit what we're doing and then look at their numbers to quantify the result?
And they don't know how to quantify any of it, right?
No, they can't, because at the end of the day, what I learned is nobody can say they made a friggin' mistake.
No regulator I've seen admit mistake, right? They would rather absolve or dissolve a system like in Washington than ever admit that they were wrong, right?
Yes, and that's what we're facing now. And so what it does is it's odd, but you have legalization. You in a state, California is the best example because Christ, it's like fourth largest economy on earth. You got 40, same population of Canada, right? So I love California because without having to leave the state, I can look at such a diversity of demographics. It lets me understand populations around the world. And what you have is just purely lack of admitting that our system doesn't work. There's too much taxation and too much regulation. And because of it, you get 1/5 the tax revenue you should get. If they lightened up on the beating, they'd actually get the money they want. And I had Fiona Ma in my office. So like when you got Fiona Ma and George Runner in your office, and the two tops of California's tax board, that is the franchise tax board.
That is CDPFA.
They got 40 attorneys with them, and they're talking to you about the situation. And I'm asking them, I said, why you? And I said, how does this bit work? And they said, really, what happens is we try to figure out workable taxation because at the end of the day, we understand that the money must balance, so you can't run a business. She says the difficult part is that in our world, when we create taxation, we have to create a package that we hand to the politicians above us who then adjust it to fit their needs. And so my lack of education in politics was without question elevated quickly when I got to see how all the world works around us. And it doesn't matter what country I'm in, they're fundamentally the same approach, that the desire to control something so big and complicated is impossible for the people because they do not have that level of management. It established itself as a loose network that was connected over a century. And if you worked with it to any degree normally, you get what you wanted. You see lower prices, which would remove some of the illicit. If you had better oversight of the laboratories, you would constantly be trying to catch bad operators so that the patient always knew they got clean products. If you made excess easy, you wouldn't have it's hopefully in our life. Like at the end of the day, man, hopefully in our life.
All right, Leslie, as a follow-up.
Yeah. Do you think all the compliance and regulation has led to a decrease in the availability of sun-grown cannabis and an increase in indoor cultivation?
It has, but I think that what you have is, and right now it's just where we are right now, but what occurred was outdoor was once the norm, right? So when we went indoor, people didn't want to buy indoor when indoor first came out because it didn't look like outdoor. So it was a different product, right? How you identify what good is good. You're like, wait a minute, why is that small little pound? Where's my big outdoor pound? I remember when the first perps came out, like in bulk, like at the beginning of the wave, people didn't say, what's that? It's purple. Within a year and a half, if it wasn't purple, it didn't sell. So when people make these changes of what's considered the high end or the norm even, it radically transforms the value of a product. And so sun-grown became where we get the hash from. And so the high end is the indoor. But when you get down to it, there's a bottom line you can reach with indoor price point wise, and you just can't go any lower because the infrastructure cost is so high. And so I think that right now you're in this position where indoor is dominant because it's visually been dialed into a level that's beyond comprehension. I don't know if cannabis has ever been this visually stimulating in its entirety. They've done a really good job making everything pop. And so in our world of modern people who are visually stimulated, we're phone people now, right? That's like our primary tool. That's the number one characteristic of desirability. So when I ask them, I talk to them, I'm like, I don't tell them that they should be concerned about the effect because it's not my business to tell you what you should be concerned about, right? Ultimately, I'm here to answer questions, but I'm not here to command you on what to do. And so when people tell me looks is most important to me, Kev, that makes me happiest with my herb. And then the experience is second to that. They would rather have a lower quality experience, better quality visual, because to them, through the eye is their visual stimulation. That's what makes them really hum. We've taught them since youth to look at things with the eye as your indicator of enjoyment. Like we're a digital evolution. And it blew my mind when I realized it because I said, whoa, I'm approaching this wrong. I'm telling you what you should and shouldn't like. And the truth is that I'm not qualified. I'm not of your world. So the problem is that the indoor is a visual and people are addicted to it. But what we're seeing with the evolution of genetics is that higher and higher levels of plants that can work outside in environments and become absolutely gorgeous in a way that's palatable to this new generation. And effectively, we can get the price lower because the cost of outdoor production is always less. And when you get down to it, the people who seem to win the most awards and competitions are typically these little micro sun-grown farms that have exceptionally interesting terroir. And that's just the totality of the impact where the plant exists, grower included. And they use things that really resonate in that location. And then they bring forth this really vibrant, gorgeous bouquet that allows the individual to just get sucked into it. We're losing those people because they're all being lumped into the same outdoor basket, right? So indoor has its own little cluster, but the outdoor basket is just outdoor. So bulk outdoor, exquisite outdoor, outdoor. And you can put the word craft on it all you want, but craft is the single most overused term in alcohol, right? So it means nothing to somebody. If you know that the word didn't even exist until you went into the Industrial Revolution. Because why would we talk about by hand if the connotation by hand? Craft used to mean a container of alcohol, and craft is actually like a Germanic word that means strong hand. So at one time, if you had a strong hand, you had a craft. And then they figured out that a big, strong hand could hold a glass roughly this big. That became a craft of alcohol. It was a measure of alcohol, like a tablespoon or a teaspoon, but we're talking like, quart. But it was a craft. And then the next evolution of the word craft goes into by hand, because we had gone into the industrial era and we replaced the people who were weavers. And the first mills came out, wiped the weavers out. It creates the whole the Luddite movement, where the Luddites go against the machines, and craft becomes this emotional explosion as this antithesis to the new change of technological progress. So, like, if you understand the evolution of it, right, which I did, I went and did this research on all this, how we get here. And what it made me realize is that it's no different. Every time something changes, there's an emotional blowback, and there's this adoption and clamor, and then the emotional blowback dies out after about 25 years. And so if we look at all the industrial revolutions, they're all basically in these time gaps, but now they're getting closer and closer because the speed of change is faster and faster, and you don't really see the clear distinctions between them. And the point is that where we are right now in cannabis, it was that indoor was something that was shown to people in magazines, which made people believe it was better because it was something that you could sell equipment to grow. So if I want to sell lights and food and things and disposables, what do I need? I need pictures of weed that it grew. And if I could put them in a magazine, and then you have an article about how awesome the pot is, and you show pictures of things that it used to grow, and then you turn the page, and the next page is the advertisement, what you have is effective marketing. So most people in cannabis got educated on cannabis from reading magazines that were effectively sales brochures. So all the advertising all these years was on indoor, because outdoor is you compost material and you recycle and you just grow in your soil. Like,
right. And even they pointed a dirty connotation towards, outdoor. Well, I can regulate. You don't have bird dung, all those different things that they tried to use to oversell. But of course, science came back and told us that, outdoor produces unique and even extinct terpene profiles that will never be produced indoors.
And I'm not anti-indoor, just to be clear.
Neither am I.
No, I'm not. I'm against no form of production. I don't think that any one production methodology actually creates the best product, because the honest truth is, if you're doing R&D, which I've done my whole career at a level, some plants just reflect best under the environment they're in, and so some things just, if you take that exact cultivar, you don't do better if you put it out into your environment. It does better in the environment it was selected in. So, but it's the propensity of the market believes that if it does this, it's that. And we're about to go through the next change. And what people don't think they understand about herb too is that if you just keep dropping the price, pretty soon it's impossible for large indoor operations to exist. Even if they're highly efficient, the cost is unbelievable to run them. So it's a tough one. It's where the money is right now, and it's where the people are. But I think that
it's also where the regulators forced certain states, right, as well, right?
In Hawaii got forced into indoor originally, right? Because it's you got to take a look at the money.
Give you an understanding, Kevin. 1 gram of fresh pressed rosin in Hawaii, $94 a gram.
Insane. And if I was making the money as a farmer, I would be overjoyed, because I'd be like, oh my God, I'm getting paid well. But I know the farmer isn't making $94 at the farm. He's probably still making $6.
Right?
Yeah, and extracting through the chain is just peeling it. So I know that was a crazy down the road discussion about craft related, but if you understand where we got with indoor and why people perceive it, you'll see that it's ripe for a change as well. And mixed light is really kind of forcing that conversation. And I think True Outdoor in spots all across the we'll just use the U.S. as our example.
base.
Yeah, there's tons of ultra top quality all through the United States that can be produced. Humboldt doesn't have a lock on it. We just have, without question, a phenomenal environment. But I know there's a lot of other killer producers too, and super talented farmers. That's the dream. That's always been the damn dream. That you had diversity of the species spread out amongst the country, and people who want to do in could do in, people who do mix did mix, people who did field crops for low quality, meaning cost, products would be ideal, extract form, edible, and then you had Epicurean micro out so that you could capture the little special parts of like the sands in New York where they have really unique soil index, and just places that just shine. You know, that was like the fantasy. And in a lot of ways, I have to kind of see it out of the country to feel it, because then I can at least go, hey, this is what herb looks like in Colombia. This is what it looks like in Asia. And then now I can feel that I'm seeing material in its, not its entirety at all, but at least greater than just what I see in front of me here in the U.S. The plants express themselves different in different locations. So if you don't see it moved around, you really don't know it. You know, you're undereducated.
All right, let's get to our next question. Doc Lang, you're up.
I think we just covered the first part of this two-part question that I have, which was in your view, what have we lost from the plant as cannabis has been industrialized? I think you just covered that. But how could you, federal or international policy, better distinguish between exempt, legal, cannabis, hemp, and medicinal cannabis products?
Well, we kind of covered what we lost in cannabis.
Yeah.
But what this is backseating. What we didn't catch was that we lost the diversity of the cannabinoid profiles and the metabolites. So metabolites and cannabinoids all the same cluster, but we're going to call metabolites like aroma flavor. We're going to call cannabinoids cannabinoids. We lost the diversity because we moved towards COA-driven THC focus so primarily that, to me, we took away the broad spectrum of cannabis. And so what I learned from like looking at whole crop extractions, where diverse seed crops, many different plants, many different chemotypes, many different profiles, all extracted in common and put together, it gave us like the most broad spectrum usage where everybody that consumed it all seemed to be pretty happy. And I think that that's like what we missed out on, is we became so obsessed with a single cannabinoid that we chose plants that produce those pathways, but didn't need to produce any of the other ones anymore. And I don't know, you have to go basically back into older stock and try to re-engineer it and have it emerge. And I think that's a detriment to the consumer, and especially the medical consumer, because it seems like the chemistry works in synergy so much better than an isolate. And so, you know, we did some damage there. And then the question is, you know, the second part was about having a unified hemp and cannabis industry within the United States and then internationally. And I think that the primary issue that we have here is that cannabis, because of its Schedule I status, was such an unbelievable cash cow. Even like when it was illegal, it was a cash cow, but it's definitely a cash cow now too, because you get taxed on gross profit, not net. And so what happens is you have this unbelievable amount of money to make. So the government, U.S. specifically, does not want, and this is all in play too. So even with the bill and all this discussion on Schedule III, and they're going to do all this lovely shit with 280E, there's already been a bill in play for over a year through the Senate that says we want to keep 280E in play. And we never want to take marijuana off of that construct because we make too much money. And so because of the government is fighting over the dollars so heavy, it doesn't allow you to create a normalized hemp industry where you need to have like 0.1%. You have 1%. Jesus Christ. 1% cannabis THC isn't going to kill you. You need to have a number that allows you to choose a diversity of plant material. Like the issue with dictating cannabinoids and hemp is that the hemp material itself that you want to use for fiber, seed, fuel production, the varieties that are really awesome that produce the most automatically go above that number. So because we have to play this game, it never lets us be competitive internationally with our hemp crops. So we get wiped out by Hungary, we get wiped out by China. And that's not xenophobic. It's just purely, if you're trying to create a fiber crop that you're going to sell into the world, you need to allow the farmers who grow it to have access to plants that are actually competitive. But we're telling the American farmers, you got to grow this bullshit that you can't compete and sell because your plant itself has a molecule that we don't like. So we don't really have a hemp and fiber industry, and people are trying to create this hempcrete shit. But the bottom line is concrete's better than hempcrete. Hempcrete, it doesn't have the same compressive strength, right? So I'm not anti the product, but I just don't think that some of the directions we're going, at least this should be organic oil production. It should be seed production for omegas. It should be fiber to give us replacements from chemical cotton. But cotton's a big industry. The chemical companies that create chemical cotton are a big industry. So you're fighting them. So instead of having the ability to create a normalized hemp industry where you'd have fiber, you'd have seed, you'd have all the derivatives you'd make from it, they limit the individuals completely. And then when hemp figured out that they could do fractal distillation and just peel this shit down and pull out all the cannabinoids, and because they had so many thousands of hectares they could collect and combine, it created a direct war with cannabis. So cannabis can't advertise that shit, can't sell it, you can't ship it, you're getting taxed to death, you can't get a bank account, you can't do this. Man, you get a license and in one day you had all that stuff and you could send it to people's homes. And so they went at each other aggressively as if we were in two different facts. So hemp and cannabis would smash into each other. And I always believed that cannabis would win because cannabis is taxed the heaviest. You feel me? It's like there's nothing that we are involved in. If you look at the tax rate, you'll know the policy. Like that, it just was, it really, when it dawned on me, when I realized, Doc, that was the common denominator of our situation was what makes the government the most money. It lets me easily see that's taking place because I predicted the hemp was going to come down. I said it's coming. They're creating the cases of kids being contaminated. The minute you see the word kids being contaminated, you know they're coming in. And they broke it into pieces. And so now we have an even worse situation because the plant has to be below 0.1. It's going to be below such a level that it doesn't allow you to have competitive genomics. The material itself you're using needs to have the ability to not be measured by its cannabinoid content so that you can get the best possible production. And we just straight up can't get that shit straight.
No, cannot. Maybe someday, right?
Yeah,
right.
It's a great dream.
Yeah, well, it's a pipe dream, right? We're smoking on it. All right.
Yeah, we are. I'm a burner now.
Nate Landau has made it home, so he will join us now with his question. Councilmember Landau, you're recognized.
Hey, first of all, thank you. I had a brutal, almost 3-hour commute home, and this really got me through. My question is, how important is genetic preservation right now, and what risk do we face if legacy genetics are not protected?
It's probably more important now than maybe ever, and only because you're having an infiltration in all these native places to where the gene pools are being changed dramatically and not in a way that you would like to see. What you need to have is you have to have these populations that have existed in isolation, that have developed resistance and survivability in these specific 6 places. And they have to have, a lot of time developing and building the the genetic material to have survivability. So one plant in the entire field that's male and one plant in the entire field that's female said, whoa, we have a mutation that lets us resist this pathogen. And those two breed and the plant lives again. Just like people, like when you have a plague, you have to have somebody that has something that isn't sensitive to that plague item. And they find another person, and that's how populations begin, right? So what you have is you have survivability that we really never knew how to look at because we didn't have the ability to look inside the chromosome correctly. But now we can kind of, I don't think we're very brilliant at it, but I think we have far more tools than ever. And so the idea to be able to keep some form of segregation and pureness would be optimal. And the odd thing is that, like, I think I'm involved in what I call preservation, but really it's loose preservation, and it's preservation and it's awareness making. So like I take stock from other countries and then I work it and then I release it into the public. And a lot of it's like, it's almost even like it's free. What it does is it lets you get really good gene pools and it lets you have a piece of that world, even though it's no longer there. And I got the idea from coral collectors. So like when I was working in as a diver, I saw all the reefs, then I saw all the destruction in the reefs. And I was like, whoa. And I didn't realize that there was all these coral enthusiasts around the world who were trading fragments, the coral segments, and that really there was this unbelievable preservation of the material in fish tanks around the world. So no, it wasn't the same exact thing. And if we looked at it over time, it would genotype the same, but it would have observable traits that were different because it had epigenetically changed to fit the environment, but we're still touching the piece. And it also creates awareness of, if you're preserving little things like this, there must be a reason. And hopefully someone who understands that takes that and follows suit. Reason being is that because cannabis is so, widespread and it's been in so many places for so long, it's developed unbelievable chemical profiles that we just really would ideally benefit from researching for human benefit. And the problem that most of these countries face, and this is the hard part, is it's the argument that I heard Brazil say to America a long time ago, stuck in my head. And we were telling Brazil, quit cutting the rainforest down. And they said, well, you seem to cut all your forests down when it was convenient for you. And now that you have money and you have all this stuff, you're telling us we can't cut our forests down so that we can make money. So we have to stay in this financial situation so that you can enjoy our forests since you cut all yours down. And it caught me because I realized that that's just the truth, that the need outweighs the best decision. And so in countries that are developing their modern, cannabis world, the kids don't want the native plants. Kids in Pakistan don't want to smoke hash like their grandfather did, which blows your mind, but no, they want to smoke indoor because that's what they see on IG. So the change is moving so much faster than I thought because I didn't understand the influence of the phone on the culture of cannabis and how every person on earth basically has one. So you have to be able to create, and the best way to, you have two ways, and they both kind of almost have to happen simultaneously. You have to have micro banks, and micro banks are just regional banks where people in Santa Cruz hold and share seed and they preserve it correctly. And every so many years they crack a batch and then they remake the seed. So it picks up the information from that season. So you're furthering and developing the variety to actually implement and fit into that place. And if you do it with a little group, you all kind of share the work. You're creating little micro gene banks that reflect plants that have been acclimated and developed in this region. And then you create a master bank someplace where ideally, you'd be able to say, here's a safe storage for seed. But I kind of lost faith in the master banks after watching that spot over there in Iceland, or was it Antarctica, where when they made it, they didn't anticipate the ice to melt. And so when the ice started melting, it fucking leaked and it flooded the whole facility. And all I remember is all these scientists running out of the facility holding cardboard boxes filled with priceless germplasm. And I was laughing and I said, that's like grower shit. That's something that we would do. but I didn't expect it to be at the highest level of seed preservation on earth. And I said, whoa, micro banks are probably still pretty good. And what you do is you don't just maintain the material for the material's sake. You also maintain the emotional sake. You touch that product and it lets you understand its era. All products reflect eras because people, remember, Earth is all over there. What we got at certain times was because of the availability. It shaped the era. Everyone's understanding cannabis is Colombian. Everyone's understanding is Mexican brick. Everyone's understanding is Thai and Laotian. Everyone's understanding hash is Afghanistan. Then all of a sudden, everyone's understanding is indoor. And what indoor are these guys? To me, when I look at cannabis, it's a living indicator of what occurred over its life and what the conditions were in society that created why those things sold. That's how I collect things. I collect them based off of impact over time. Why did they work for so many people? What did they do? And there's things that I like that I collect just because I like them. But the ones that I really collected heavily were things that I couldn't understand instantly why so many liked it. But I knew that if I had it in my hands long enough, and I could look back, I'd be able to understand the pattern and realize, wow, people just love it. So I knew that was like Blue Dream. I'm like, man, whatever reason, people love this shit. If they're given a choice, they'll consume it. And Blue Dream is just absolutely slaying it in the market. And it's old and people laugh at it, but it's still just absolutely slaying it in the market.
But by double numbers, even in California, which is kind of mind blowing.
Read the dispensary numbers, you're cracking up, right? But the point is that what we do is we discount those varieties and we say that has no value because I don't like it. I'm the opposite on that. I'd say if this many people are consuming it, there's inherent value. And so what we need to do is hold these things and say, hey, so many benefited from this that there must be a complexity to it that works unbelievably well. When we're smart enough, we'll study it and we'll understand why it did it on a molecular level. Right now, we just work off of what we hear from, word of mouth. But to me, you have to hold these things because if they were that desirous over a 20-year period, and I would say more like 2004, 2005, Blue Dream kind of pops into the scene. So we're talking 21 years. 21 years it's been in the scene. When it was hot as fire, and it's still red hot in the dispensary market. That is stuff that has to be held, and that's not what we would call, preservation stuff. It was a breeding done in Santa Cruz, and I don't even know who did it. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever really been clearly defined as the creator, but whoever put those two together did such a good job.
Well, the terpene profile seems to be universally accepted, and that's a unique trait in because the public really hasn't been saturated enough cannabis varietals to separate the wheat from the chaff, so to say. But what the consumer has been given due to limited market dictation, I think, is more of the fact, is that it's universally liked, which it needs to be studied in its own right. But
well, it yields too, right? So like,
well, that was the thing originally, right? Was just the sheer yield made it happy for the grower to grow, right? It was a grower's, or we called that a mortgage maker, right?
Wreaked havoc in the Colorado market. That's where the Blue Dream, I looked it up, man. I tried to understand why the Blue Dream hate occurred, and I took a look, and it was really in the Midwest. Blue Dream was coming out of California with such velocity and such market demand that it was just selling the indoor market in the Rockies and then East. And they started writing all this anti-Blue Dream rhetoric. And I said, well, that's brilliant, because they organized as a collective region and said, we're going to repel the California invasion. And it kind of rippled back that Blue Dream is mid. And because it was so easy to grow, people kind of, they didn't do such a good job. But Blue Dream, when it's done to its finest level, is unreal. I gave a Blue Dream like a top 10 at the Emerald Cup, and me and Frenchie argued it out. And I said, Frenchie, it's not only me that did it. One guy can't put a plant in the top 10. We know it's Blue Dream. It was the single best Blue Dream we've ever seen. It was absolutely spectacular. So it doesn't make a difference what the name is. herb that good that 15 judges agree is incredible, it's incredible. And Francie was laughing because he's like, but it's just so esoteric. And I said, I know, but it doesn't matter. It's the definition of the variety. So the preservation is critical, but what the preservation does too, I think, in like the emotional sense, is it starts to, if you have to find a region you're interested in. You got to like, just if new collectors could hear the lecture, I'd say, listen, find a region in the world you're interested in. Do you like stuff that's making? Do you like stuff that was smoking? Do you like things that are narcotic? Do you like things that are heady? And whatever you give me the answer to, we can say, okay, those regions in the world seem to focus on those profiles, those types of effects. Pick one. And in that, go dive into that. Go find material from that region, go work it, go develop it, and expose yourself to the building blocks of the things that you would be able to get today. Because fundamentally, it's all this big derivative. You got one plant somewhere in China that becomes 10,000 plants today. So it allows people to be able to, like, as a cultivator, it's nice to feel like you're part of a chain that went on forever. Like once I realized as a grower that I was just one more grower in a chain of growers that had gone back to time, it was almost like an epiphany, like a religious reaction. I'm not religious, but I have a spiritual response where, I'm on a hill and I just came out of a big diesel indoor and I'm watching this hawk fly and I'm chilling. And all of a sudden, all I could think about was being in the Kurikura Mountains, watching a hawk fly in those mountains and sitting with their friends smoking before they went back to work. And it was growing cannabis in its purest form. And I realized, whoa, I'm just another link in this chain. And when you get to touch the past in any capacity, it helps you understand the links that were there prior. And I think when people talk about cannabis culture, being able to touch it through the plant material is one of the most intimate.
I think there's also a nobility that is and amongst cannabis growers as well, because I took great pride that we had to grow what we had to grow early on to fund the clubs and get it going. But at the same time, you look to those that risked it harder, that moved the tonnage, that were our elders, that are their shoulders that we got to stand on. And you kind of sit back and go, I didn't do shit compared to some of these people, but you realize everybody has their piece in the puzzle and everybody's a unique puzzle piece in it. So
as long as you're not competing, right? Like if you and I aren't competing, which we're not, the only thing I'm highly competitive in certain things where it allows me to be able to like test myself, something measurable. Like I like endurance events, right? So I like athletics. So, but I'm not really competing against you. I know I want to beat the time. I want to beat the number. It allows me to be able to like enjoy the feeling of competition, but it's still internal. But with cannabis, I realized that if you never really saw anybody any different in the best way possible, you'd be able to suck the most information and share the most information, and you'd end up having really the best situation at the end. And so in herb, it's hard sometimes, man, with competitive people. It's hard to be able to allow everyone to have their space and for you to be able to enjoy yours.
All right, next up, Mike D. Oh, wait, yeah, Mike D.
Yeah. Hey, so veterans value reliability and trust. What should patients and consumers look for to identify responsibly grown cannabis versus purely commercial product?
I think that would be more than some stores do some good jobs in curation where the store vets the people, they vet the farmer, they make sure that they buy products from people that have some knowledge of, and the customer can then depend on the storefront for that process. But I think that for many, it's really identifying the producer, and you do your best to find small batch. And small batch is the word that can be implied that it could be the biggest company in the world that says we only created a small batch of this product, right? So it's like craft, yeah, you know, with craft at scale. You have to be able to, if I was a consumer in a market, I would first take a look. Places like, ideally, places like Reddit are pretty simple. You go on Reddit and you take a look and say, anybody bought any product in this area? Have any farms impressed you? And you start to write down the information. You do your homework. And it doesn't take you long. And what it does, it just helps you understand what farms are in the area that sell products that you can get your hands on. And the closer the farm is to the place where you are purchasing, the easier it is for you to be able to take a look and see what are they like as a farm. I mean, you have an ability to actually do your research. And if you do so, you're able to say, hey, I like these hash makers. I got a couple people that every time I buy hash from them, I think it's incredible. And I keep track of what they do, so I know when the product they're working on is coming out because they're telling me. There's certain farms that I like to work with, and that could be indoor, mixed light, or outdoor. And it's that word of mouth in your community that creates it. But if you're not someone who's social, you just have to use the internet to help you a little bit and start to find out, you know, what, because everything's all public record, right? So none of this stuff is hidden. Everybody knows who's who now. And you know the names and you know the places, and you can start to look up and just do your research, because the amount of research it's going to take you is going to be a couple days of digging into some stuff to get some basic ideas of who do you really want to play with. Then you play with them and you evaluate your experience. And if you're happy, you know that you started the process. And what you have an ability to do is contact the farm directly, because almost all of them have a website. And you can say to them, hey, I really like the product you made, but I'm more about these profiles. Are there other things that you can recommend? And what you're going to find is when you talk to a small farmer and they don't have what you want, they're pretty quick to tell you who does. So if you reach out to a small farmer and you're respectful of their time and you're asking an intelligent question, and usually it helps if you lead in with, I bought some of your product. That lets them know that you're okay. Why are we talking? And then they go, great. You like it. And what are you asking? You're asking me for things I don't have, but that doesn't mean you're not going to continue to buy my other stuff. So I don't have to not direct them to you so that I get the business. If I'm smart, I direct them to you. And what it does for people in cannabis, which is what people, like I say, big corporations don't understand. They don't understand that when you consume herb, it typically makes you a little nicer and a little bit more adept at looking at sneaky fits. So when you're being fair with someone that's like, hey, you know, I don't have that. I used to do with plants. They'd be like, I need that cut. I don't have it. I said, but hang on, give me a number and I'll call you back. And I would go find it because I could just pop on the phone and call the distributor and say, you got that thing? And someone would say, no, but I know where it is. And within like a short period of time, I could locate it. And then I would hit the person back up and say, hey, I found it for you. And I just connected you. And so they were my customer, but I didn't have what they wanted. But that doesn't mean that I don't still assist them, because at the end of the day, is the relationship just based on the money you give me today, or is it the fact that we're trying to create an ongoing relationship? And so when you're a customer and you live in a specific area, you're going to utilize basically some close stores. And if you go into the stores and just take a look and look at the products and talk to the people and say, hey, what's the stuff that's popular and why? And you're able to ask the bud tender, and you take that information, overlay it over the top of your information, and pretty soon you have a pretty good little reference guide of what people seem to like and what they don't. And then you realize that, whoa, I'm not that common customer. I want something unique. You're able to then find someone who can produce that for you. You locate it, and now you're a happy customer. The stocks don't have the ability to create this information. They just don't have the funds to create people in the store who just talk to you. That's like the Ganjier. The Ganjier really, what it does, it empowers you to create better marketing in the store to empower the customer sales. So you give them the information on the package. You don't just give them THC numbers, but you're giving them experience packages based off of, this is what people who've consumed it have said. And here's something about the farm. So if you're interested in environmentally friendly farms, Johnny Casale's got, you know, fish friendly, salmon safe farm. You know that my farm is a zero emission. I have zero sediment that leaves the farm. No water leaves the farm. No sediment leaves the entire farm. That means it's clean. The farm it's no impact. If that's important to you, then that's a selling point. But all these things you just have to kind of write down. I always tell people, man, a little notebook and a couple of good questions and a couple emails, and you'll get yourself a list of producers that you really like, and you'll get you a list of products, and you'll be able to actually have them tell you when it's coming out. And if you're nice enough and they have the ability, a lot of these farms you can go visit and come in and just take a simple tour and see the product that you're purchasing. I mean, there's nothing like going to the farmer's market and meeting the farmer who buy the, you know, the cucumber from. I'm like, it helps me understand cucumbers. Like, I get smarter by being around the producer of it. So the customer, unfortunately, is disconnected from the producer to where they don't get that benefit. But the process isn't that difficult if they just understand how to go about it. All this information is public. And the dispensaries, the label's on the jar has information. Take a picture. You're even going to buy the product. Take a photo of it. And say, listen, because sometimes you can't afford that product, but you can talk to the farm, you can get the understanding, you can even explain to them, I can't afford this. And a lot of times you'd say, well, listen, I know someone who produces a similar version that's cheaper, right? Like the industry in that regard on the small farm end is unbelievably humane.
Well, it's always has been, and I think it's always been led by the example of the farmer, and that's where it's always started, right? So, I mean, that respect is kind of carried forward from the farmer. So, thank you to the farmers.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to our next question. Michael Crowitz, you're recognized.
Thanks, Etienne. And along that line to the cannabis farmer, in my observation over the many years, it seems like a lot of people can grow cannabis. What seems to apparently be a little bit more difficult is growing good cannabis. So let me ask this question on that vein. What are 3 suggestions that you can give to a novice home grower to greatly improve the success of their final yield?
3 things that I could give you to help you improve the success of your final yield. First of all, choose plants that are, if you're a beginning grower, choose plants that are already proven. Like, don't experiment with the plant. Find a plant that has known effects and some form of information as to what it does. So that'll help you make better decisions as it's moving forward, because you'll already have information in front of you. And then understand environment. And that means that where the plant has to work for the plant. And so that's all factors that influence it. So you need to understand the impact of how light and humidity affect the plant's transpirational system, the whole driving process. You got to do a little bit of study. You got to kind of, like, don't even look at cannabis, just look at plant science a little bit, and kind of understand what a plant really needs to function, because it doesn't need you. Trees do just fine without you watering them. They don't need you. And cannabis doesn't need you either. And even though we may need cannabis, it doesn't need us in the way we want to think that we're required to grow it. It would do fine if all the conditions were applied. So if we understand that our only job is to create the conditions, it helps us understand what is a comfortable place for a plant throughout its life cycle. And if we understand how that environment changes naturally from moist and cool to hot and dry to moist and cool as it goes through this curve, you're able to understand how the plant's processes will work. And then the third, you got to understand it for quality, really how plants uptake, meaning like what do they eat and how do they eat, and how do you choose a system to make it work for you? Because you can get some incredible cannabis using chemical nutrition, and you can't deny that. And I see some ungodly product that's phenomenal in every aspect and score unbelievably, and it's definitely chemically grown, not a single bit of exudate driven uptake. But if you're somebody who loves biologically driven cannabis, then you just got to kind of do a little research and understand what that means. And if you can do that and you do the research, and you look at it from plant science perspective and then just now apply it to cannabis, what you have is this really good time because you understand what the plant needs from the bottom, you understand what the plant needs from around it, and you understand what plant you chose. And the art of completing and then drying and stabilizing and all that and storage, all those are, separate entities. But to get to that phase, good plant, good environment, and good understanding of bottom end. However you choose to define it. Because like I said, they're both right. There's a million ways to grow, and I've probably grown most of them. They all can produce incredible cannabis. All methods can work if you understand how to manipulate the variables. It's just some make it inherently easier and some allow you to get more. But if you're clear of what the plant's requiring and what you're working with and what you want to achieve, you can be really flexible. So not one size fits all. And I think that's the awesomest about cannabis, that so many of us grow very differently, but we all get some really good products. For the vast majority, I see some killer weed. More than the past. I was just in Canada. That everywhere I went, people had phenomenal grass because they got time to learn how to use all the new tools. They've learned how to choose plants that work under these new systems. And so it's just awesome to me because it says there is no one way to do it. But no matter what you do, you're still growing a plant. And that's the part that some people seem to forget, that at the end of the day, the plant's really dictating what's taking place because if its needs aren't being met, they're not being met. And if you're meeting them too great, you're wasting too much time and money doing so, which means it's unsustainable.
All right. Mary Lynn Mathery has our next question.
All righty. Yeah, Kevin, you mentored many growers and advocates over the years. What advice would you give veterans who want to enter the cannabis space, whether as a cultivator, educator, or advocate?
Gosh, I think the best thing a veterans group could do in any capacity would be, it's tough to if there was equity grants that were available that you would create cooperatives. And from that cooperative, you'd be able to invest cooperatively into a small scale vertical production model so that what you were able to do was create products and some level of income as a collective group. Because really, cannabis is a mess. I mean, and it really is. Remember, the bigger it gets, the less people are there, right? So the bigger the building, the less people are there. And it's about automation. And so what you have is very few jobs that are present and very revolving doors. So cannabis, when you say cannabis industry, holy shit, that's a maybe not the best place to go. But what's good to go is create clusters and groups that can form. And because you're veterans, you have different rights. And it should allow you to be able to bargain for specific benefits that would allow you to be able to create your own products. You could, like some cities in California, they have even though it's the new world of cannabis, it's a not-for-profit model to run the operation, and you have to basically parent it under an LLC. But the point is they don't want any profits. So for me, that stuff's ideal for veterans because what it does ultimately is it lets the veterans take control of the production of a product. And of the people that were involved in it, they fundamentally could work within it and receive benefit and also have things to do that make you feel good. Like having something positive in your life can't be overstated. So, if you're trying to get out of, and most jobs to me in America are basically velvet sweatshop shit, where they're not the sweatshop of the past where they change you to the ankle, but they kind of want to. They just can't. And so most people are unsatisfied and unfulfilled with their jobs. And that's why you saw so many people trying to come into cannabis. And all those people that came in, cannabis basically chewed up and spit out and left them very jaded. And rightfully so. And I've had so many people that I've talked and been involved in this situation that I'm like, woo. And I used to give the same advice. Tell me what you're really good at, and you bring that into cannabis. And then if you want to be a grower, well, you go meet the grow team and you say, listen, on Sundays, can I come in for 4 hours and leave? and I'm not going to get paid for it, but I get to satisfy my desire to be a grower. You don't want to come in as a grower helper. You don't want to get paid $17 an hour. You know, like, so people with college degrees that put a lot of time and effort and are highly skilled, I'm like, you're an administrative individual. Come into cannabis in the administrative end, and then meet the people, meet the teams. You'll be able to actually, once you get in the industry, you'll be able to get into different scenarios to where you can develop. But very few people would say they're happy in their job right now. What they would say is they're happy they have a job. Not that they're happy at the job. And so for veterans, man, like I said, because of the fact that you're a group, you all have one commonality that's very powerful. And it's one of that if you work together collaboratively, you'd be able to actually have, and in most states, you could have micro collectives that fundamentally team together to create some kind of permitting, some kind of creation. And then if you had a storefront, you could vertically sell to yourself. So if you went through the whole chain, you'd be able to have this unbelievably efficient system that served as a standalone feeding system so that nobody actually bought cannabis, right? So if you're spending, $5,000 a year on cannabis, which is not far-fetched, right? Like what we were talking, that's $40 a month, right? That's $500 a year. So you would do $400 a month, and you'd be at that range. For a lot of people that are consumers that are replacing products they use for pharmaceutical, that is their budget. Like it's a couple $100 they're going through because you're not getting it subsidized through insurance. And legal cannabis is expensive, so they have to value shop. That's the whole THC proposition, where you're trying to buy the most THC you can because it's really a financial decision. Because you figure that if I need a drug to give me what I need, then let me just buy more of the drug and I'll titrate differently. I'll use less. So effectively in their mind, they get 3 times the use out of 30% than they would at a 10%. So these are economic decisions. They're not, they were misled from where we taught, but they've had plenty of time to self-correct. And when you talk to the people in person, they're telling you, this is why I do this. So for me, if groups that like veterans specifically had an ability to collect themselves and create micro verticals that could feed the veteran group, they would have by far the most optimal situation. And if you were part of it and you had some participation and you received it's just like the old days. When in the old days in California, you would join these collectives, and because they gave you their $215 to grow, it allowed you to grow cannabis, and all that person expected back was a reasonable amount of cannabis every month for the use of my tag. And some people abused it. I'd say in a lot of cases, most did. But the ones that didn't, and the groups that they worked with were phenomenal. That was Eddie Left's whole thing, where he puts that whole massive operation out and you would go buy a plant. And then you go cut the plant down and you have your plant. So you get a whole plant for $500 when an ounce was $500. And so what it did is it effectively took, the price down by, 20 times. So that kind of stuff I think is still possible legally if you create these closed loop systems and you create a micro storefront where it's literally a micro closet. It doesn't have to have a certain size. You just have to have a micro license, which lets you touch distribution, processing, potentially manufacturing, lets you make hash. So you'd be able to have concentrate making. You'd be able to have the ability to take the concentrate and give it to your veterans, and the veterans could take it home and fundamentally with the recipe, decarboxylate it and make their own edibles. You could do it at home. I mean, edible creation isn't difficult when you're not trying to run a commercial kitchen. So you'd be able to actually give them the raw material in a mix and say, mix this with your eggs and your sugar and your flour and stir it up, and you have yourself your cannabis cookies. This amount, we know the amount. We know if you add it to 1 pound of material, the titration will be this. You know what I'm saying? You figure out that's what we did all the time. We simplified the process so that people didn't have to figure this out. We'd say, listen, this much into this much, gives you this much. And we knew because we made it and had the lab test it. And once the lab tests it and tells me the number, I'm like, okay, when you take this brownie sheet and you flatten it out, the total cannabinoids will be this within it. And so if you cut them up, that'll be basically your doses. You just have to be able to provide the information and the simplicity so that people who are already struggling with life issues don't have to struggle with that shit too. Like, does everything have to be hard? And I laugh too, because I'm like, look, walking uphill with bare feet in the ground is like, it's doable, but is it necessary all the time? And so for me, if there was any way that you could get groups together that could take a look at the concept and idea of creating micro verticals and offset it by, there's 20 of us, we consume this much cannabis a year. That means that if we were to do this, we would save ourselves $40,000 a year the first year, and we would save ourselves $80,000 the second year because we didn't have to buy the infrastructure. And now we only have $20,000 reoccurring costs. That's an intelligent decision. Like, if you're using it as medicine, it's part of your life. It's kind of like you're going to buy food too. If you could work with similar, food co-ops, it's the same idea where you're like, listen, we're all going to buy 3 cows and we're going to butcher them, Christina's not a butcher, and we're all going to grow them in your yard, and I'm going to provide the grain. And when we do the cut and the hang, we all end up getting a cow, and it costs us this much, and we save this much. There's no difference, right? Really, it's really about collaboration to get people together as a cluster. That's the problem to me, is that veterans are struggling emotionally and physically from the fact that you got involved in this really heinous shit and didn't get any kind of support, and you were isolated. You don't have clusters of people and then people that have less impact, that can stay stable through difficult times, so that as you're struggling with your life and trying to figure it out, you're not excluded from the community. Like when people, it's a lot of people aren't used to people having really heavy issues, and they don't catch that the sin is that when they have that issue, it undoes years of forward progress. And in terms of like support systems, which is what cannabis is to me, for the life raft. And oddly enough, the shit I did in the military was I used to teach like survival at sea. Right? So like, if we go over in a ship, I guarantee I'm coming out of that wreck, and I'm gonna really do my best to get you and a couple other people with me. And we're gonna work it out. And we're gonna do so because that's the plan. And that's what you have to be able to do, is create a structure where there's somebody who can pull the project a little, but isn't trying to run it and dictate the constraints to the participants. That lends itself to abuse. It's
Right.
tough.
No, it's very tough. That's we don't ask light questions. We're not asking for light answers. You know what I'm saying? That's we used to say, when you're in the shit, you're in the shit, right? So that's the thing, is most people don't realize they're in the shit, and they're in the shit with us. All right, let's get to our last question. Leslie, Councilmember, you're recognized.
Yeah, thanks. Kevin, looking ahead 5 or 10 years, what gives you hope about the future of cannabis, and what worries you if policy continues on its current path?
That's a great question. I just gave this lecture in Canada, right? I love this topic because it's so wild due to the fact that we're at this precipice of technological pressure that we've never had prior. And what I think that's going to be incredible is I believe that if we just had a beautiful open road in front of us, with what's going to happen with technology is we'll start to really better understand ourselves as human beings in terms of how our body's stimulated through the endocannabinoid system really effectively. And we'll be able to start with the ability to look at plants in a level we've never seen. So this is the first time ever in history that we've had enough plant database reference material to make comparative analysis with the AI we needed to interpret the data. So the information's been there, but the AI hasn't been there. So all these years of compiling. Finally, you have the computer power to look at this quantity of data and see the patterns. And what we're going to be able to find, I think, is really tailored cannabinoid applications. And I think that it would be wonderful for people to be able to, because it would be clustered. You'd have clusters just like we do with all things. It'd be A positive, A minus, B positive, O positive, like blood type. What we would be able to have, to me, is these clusters where you start to see varieties that were created that stimulated that individual, that cluster of individuals. And so when we smoke, we would be smoking the optimum herb to satisfy our systems. And like, that's the peak of holistic medicine. And it won't just be cannabis, it'll be all these different plant-based medicines where we'll start to really understand how do we utilize them correctly, because so much of that information that I think we knew 1,000 years ago intuitively was removed. We basically got rid of, and I'm not a plant healer. I mean, cannabis is where I put my focus in, but in general, all plant medicine has been basically pushed down because it's a direct competitor to prescribed medicine. And even though most of prescribed medicine is really analogs and derivatives of plant-based medicine, it creates a conundrum because we don't know how to use the products that people use for thousands of years. And I get in lectures with people and they're like, they just use it. I'm like, indiscriminately. I said, so human beings are just indiscriminately doing things for 1,000 years in a row indiscriminately because they somehow only gain the ability to be thoughtful now. So we're all descended from idiots, but we're geniuses. I was like, I don't think it works like that. I think that people understood how to use the tools. They just didn't have the science to understand. And I really think that the ability to look at the human being and look at the cannabis plant and understand better how to put the two together will create a relationship that people need. I think that you would be able to find what's right for you and where do you find it and how do you get it. And I think all those processes will be streamlined. I think that you'll see an improvement in crop quality. And I think that the every single one of these things I'm talking about is the inverse to really the negative, because it almost doesn't involve us as operators. It's the fact that we're using, high resolution photography with AI reading to look at all seed stock now, and it lets us see, is it viable? Is it male or female? And give me some of the traits that are going to come from it strictly from the exterior of the seed. So you're able to do things that we've never been able to do. You're able to create a roboticized, AI-driven agricultural model that is already in play in every other field and in every aspect of our world around us currently. And I work in some of these things, so I'm aware of where we are with what we're doing. And I realize that so much of what people want is really automated agriculture. And that's terrifying to me because, like, nobody wants to be replaced by a robot. And we can say, well, we have this inherent value, but we're talking nobody can predict more than 5 years with technology, because we figure 5 years we'll have some really, really high level intellects that are easily available to access. And all of a sudden it'll give you a 400 IQ in your pocket to talk to. And I don't think anybody's talked to somebody with a 400 IQ before. And so that means it's unpredictable, right? So if we're trying to understand what this is going to do, we're not smart enough to predict it because it's too smart for us to understand what it can do. So to me, with as much work as I'm doing in these type of things agriculturally, we're using it for breeding work, we're using it for doing, all understanding of how all these things work together. I'm like hyper fascinated because I think the consumer is going to benefit tremendously. And I think that eventually cannabis will shift into basically that in your science world, and then micro home cultivation. Because at some point, normality will take place and people would be able to grow some cannabis. They'd be able to treat it like heirloom tomatoes. It would become something that was normalized again like it once was in times past, because the field of commercial cannabis production would become highly specialized. And we're going to age out my generation, right? So I smoke my weed. That's nice. Kids today don't like to smoke. They also like to drink. They don't even have sex. The kids of today are stressed out and are tricky. They spend 30% of their income on health and wellness, first time in history, human history. No one's ever spent that much money on health and wellness because they're so terrified the world around them is so brutal that they are hyper-focusing on their inverse of it. So we have this group of people who are coming in who do not have a romantic vision of cannabis. What they see is entitled people who made too much money and bought houses and had good lives they can't afford now. And they're pissed off. So they're not gonna like get all swept up in the romanticism of this era that we had. They're gonna want something for them. And I believe that that's not a bad thing. It's that if we serve it to them correctly, then we still stay alive because we're serving it to them correctly. And we're not trying to dictate their terms. We're saying, hey, in our generation, this is how we did it. In your generation, this is how you do it. And I'm not telling you you're wrong, and I'm not saying I'm right. And what it does, it allows us both to appreciate cannabis from both ends. So the people that are coming can appreciate it from their delivery system, their methodologies, their knowledge, and those of us that had this relationship from the past, we can help drive it forward by being supportive of cannabis in general and how we deal with people. Like for me right now, I don't think people in cannabis now treat each other very well. If you get on any forum, man, it's almost a cartoon. Sometimes I just read that shit just to see how petty people can be because it's comedic. That needs to end at some point because it's the fights between who's valid. And when you're fighting over who's valid and who's smartest and who's bad, all this other crap, nobody benefits. And the customer by sure is not getting any benefit. And at the end of the day, the customer to me is just the user. So for me, when I consume, I just want someone who's done a good job, tried hard to give me a good product, right? That's my expectation. And if they're using a robot to help them water, I'm not mad at them. And if they use a robot to tell them when the plant's ripe, because that's what Brix is, right? It's all about sugar. We use technology constantly to give these indicators, right? Yeah. So the bottom line is, like, it's just a progression. It's just that we don't like the new tools, but those tools will change everything we do in cannabis, both positively, which I'm ecstatic about, and negatively, which I'm scared.
Yeah.
Because what do we got?
Yeah,
we don't need people at the counter.
I saw, Cornell this week put out a video on the use of drones in the fields, right?
Drones are great, but for putting predators out. They use them in California for flying all your insects out. Oh, they're great.
Yeah, I mean, technology is to be used as a tool, right? You know, use your tools. Well, Kevin, you have done more. Thank you so much. You have done more than answer our questions, as well as took us down a very fascinating journey that is Ganjay Zero yourself. You know, you are you're, needless to say, a inspiration to us, as well as you hold great respect in our eyes. And so, you know, as a veteran, you're more than welcome to join us anytime. That's our only due. We have no dues. We have no hierarchy. We have no headquarters. All we ask is show up. So, you know, that's what we are, is a bunch of people who care. And we're getting ready to head back to the UN in a couple of months to continue the working on our high level stuff that, you know, will affect the world. As Michael and Em have changed medical cannabis worldwide, we're working on the goal of stopping executions for cannabis by 2030. So hopefully that will be realized, because nobody should be dying from a plant. But at the same time, that's a reality that is ongoing today, still in this world. So I can't thank you enough for taking the time and so much of your evening with us to answer all our questions. So I want to thank you. I want to thank our guests, Michael Davis, Michael Crowitz, Doc Lang, Leslie Fries, Marilyn Mathery, and Nate Landau. And how do people find Kevin Jodrey? How do people find any information if they want to learn more on you? What's your social? What's your details?
Yeah, Kevin Jodrey. Kevin Jodrey on IG. Kevin Jodrey in LinkedIn, and just Google me. Kevin Jodrey there too. I'm up in Humboldt, so if you're in Humboldt, hit me up, man. Come check me out. I travel a little bit internationally, doing some work outside the country, so it's kind of nice to meet people from the places we go to as well. But really, I'm pretty blue collar. You know, I'm blue collar, man. I'm from a fishing village in New England, you know, so it's I don't really do a lot of promotion, but I'm pretty easy to reach, really. I'm not hard to find. And I'm grateful that you let me have the opportunity to be on your show and hang out with the crew of you, because it's odd to be, it's odd to be a veteran, and because you understand service in a different way, and people don't understand that you can love your country and disagree with it simultaneously. That it's I'm like, okay, you're a refugee, you might not want to be. And so to me, veterans that went through these campaigns prior, post my time in, really had a rough time. And so any information that I can provide in any way that's positive or helpful, just feel free to ask.
You're a blessing to us, and we appreciate you greatly. All right, well, that will wrap up our evening, and I want to thank everybody for joining us. This has been our VAC Roundtable, number 97.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
The headline there says, marijuana may be a gateway to woman's orgasm in sexual health treatment. Scientific analysis find cannabis may be a gateway, but not in the stigmatized way it's being portrayed by prohibitionists as a stepping stone to other drugs. Rather, a growing body of scientific literature signals cannabis is a gateway to woman's orgasm. That could hold significant therapeutic potential in the treatment of female orgasmic disorder or difficulty, according to this new research paper. Now, for the analysis published in the journal Current Sexual Health Reports last week, clinical sexologist Suzanne Mulvihill discovered how, even though FOD affects an estimated 72% of menopausal women, there are currently no drugs approved by the Food and Drug Administration to treat the condition, and cannabis represents a novel therapy that could fill the treatment gap. It says here that psychiatrists have traditionally been trained to define legitimate prescribing primarily through formulated, regulated pharmaceutical pathways, even while routinely prescribing medications off-label for FOD. And cannabis falls outside this conventional framework, according to the report, which goes on to say that recognizing its therapeutic value, therefore asks psychiatry to broaden its understanding of what constitutes medicine and evidence-based care, particularly for conditions that lack effective conventional pharmacological options, such as this. Now, Mulvihill emphasized that incorporating cannabis into sexual medicine will require openness to recognizing it as a therapeutic ally and developing clinical competence in its in its response use, while rejecting antiquated framing that's required cannabis as a gateway to dangerous drugs that must be avoided at all costs. Now, female orgasmic disorder or difficulty remains one of the most prevalent yet least adequately treated conditions in women's health, according to the report.
Lanyard swinging, badge on my chest, anticipation growing, got a pocket full of samples and a bag of my best.
Vending booths, sitting side by side. Everybody has a dream.
We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brain.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long
at Canada's first Medical Cannabis Expo.
Medical Cannabis Expo.
International vendors, comedians and artists, global marijuana, music awards,
growers with dirty nails,
lawyers in suits,
reading through the guide,
lawyers in suits,
reading through the guide.
Medical Cannabis Expo. We're talking higher business,
higher education.
Shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
Shake that deal, sparking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and
Medical Cannabis Expo.
International vendors, comedians and artists, global marijuana, music awards,
Growers with dirty nails,
lawyers in suits,
reading through the guide and smoking joints. We're talking higher business,
higher education.
shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long at Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo. Created by patients. For patients. We came to educate at the Treating Yourself Expo.
The competition was hot at the glass blowing contest with teams from Japan, USA, Europe, and Canada. On stage were Dr. Bob and researchers talking medical cannabis with their slideshows and educational information. Patient organizations and advocates in their booths talking with show attendees, sharing medical cannabis stories and experiences.
We're talking higher business,
higher education.
shake that deal, smoking sticky buds.
Hey, turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long at Canada's first
Medical Cannabis Expo. Created by patients.
For patients.
We came to educate at the Treating Yourself Expo.
World Cannabis Community under one roof, talking cannabis legalization. Long before the politicians started, real plants of all sizes, showing crystal-covered buds, curious people and patients, testing buds for the TY cut, which bud smells, looks, tastes, and works the best. People gathered on the back balcony.
People gathered on the street,
People gathered in the world's largest vapor lounge,
sharing their joints.
hits from the bong or a bag of vapor.
Everyone had a story.
Everyone talking about
Ending cannabis prohibition.
and improving medical access.
We're talking higher business,
Higher education.
shake that deal,
Smoking sticky buds.
hey, turn that spark into a brand.
Higher business and education.
All weekend long, you're Canada's first.
Medical Cannabis Expo.
Created by patients.
For patients.
We came to educate at the Treating Yourself Expo.
As people departed the Treating Yourself Expo of 2010, they were saying,
Wow, this is awesome.
"This is incredible.
How'd you guys pull this off?
This is so professional looking."
The best expo I've ever attended.
We're talking higher business, higher education.
2010, they were saying, wow, this is awesome.
This is incredible.
How'd you guys pull this off?
This is so professional looking.
The best expo
I've ever attended.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We're so excited to have today with us on the spot Ashley Kalia from Sofa King Bakery.
No.
Hi guys.
No?
You were so
Try it
close,
again.
but we're so fucking good.
Yeah, see, that's the way I say it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Say it again.
Sofa
King. Good.
Good. Oh,
Sofa King. Good.
What?
That sounds like something we'd said.
Right?
You had to have been stoned when you were like, wait a minute.
Sofa King Good Bakery.
And it legitimately is so fucking good.
That is a Sofa King Bakery. That is so. How long did it take you to come up with that name?
Honestly, not that long. It was just one of those puns that kind of came to us, and we're like, you know what? I think we need to go with that.
Yeah.
And that was, oh gosh, almost 6 years ago now.
Yeah, I would think that even the concept of I think we should go with that is a like that is a yeah, we go with that. Like that's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. Well, the branding's beautiful too because it's a sofa.
And a king?
Does it have a crown?
It has a crown.
Yeah.
It does.
So okay, all right,
This is
yeah.
so
I really
funny.
like that. I love names. People have been always very excited about our name, the Newbie and the Doobie. I was very happy to over the last 13 years now have upstanding comedy, and people have always said, "Oh, what a good name," because it's about stand-up comedy, but it's about clean, so upstanding.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone gets a chance to play with a name like that, I think you nailed that one. So that's Sofa King good.
Well, thank you.
So MJ, I know off air we talked about kind of where you guys first met. It's been a little while now.
Yeah, it was interesting to find out that we both shared the first Karma Cup, like not the first Karma Cup because it was probably like the third or something like that at that time, but we both attended Karma Cup.
Have I
the
been
first
to a
time
Karma Cup?
that year? Yes, that was the one where we sat in the smoking area for most of the thing with
Is it every area a smoking area?
No, a lot of places don't have this one was it was all outdoors and there was like tents and gazebos and
Is this downtown Toronto?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like a parking lot, a parking
Yes.
space, Val and Matt where the Shatterizer was there.
I do remember that. Yeah, that was my first and only Karma Cup. Well, I guess then the world shut down after that.
It did.
Yeah.
We haven't had another Karma Cup yet. Let's hope we can get one this year. That would be amazing if we
Fingers
could do
across.
a Karma Cup.
But we
Yeah.
did see Ashley at your booth. That was where I met you, I believe, at the fundraiser in Oneida. Was that the one, or was it a different event?
No, we were at the fundraiser. You're right.
Yeah, that's right. It was at that. Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
And that's when I found out that you did more than just bake. There was so much, so much happening on that table there.
Well, it's funny because I'm sure Ashley will attest to this. When you're as passionate about cannabis as you are, something happens in life where you're like, what else can I do with cannabis? So you were baking with it.
Yep.
Right. And now you're not just baking, you've sort of kind of gone into like accessories and please tell me because I have one of your pieces right here. So tell us.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. So yes, I make all kinds of accessories now. I love creating custom rolling trays for people.
Yeah.
I do ashtrays. I do pokies. Almost anything you could need in our community. If I can create it out of resin and add some sparkle or glitter to it, I'm
Nice.
100% there.
Yeah, and I absolutely love sparkle and glitter, and I think you and I have had a couple like live streams where I've done lives and you've done lives, and it was like painting or pouring of paint or whatever it was.
Yep, 100%.
Guaranteed it was so fucking good.
Well, it's one of those things that like I mean, we're all stuck in our houses right now. I mean, back then we were absolutely stuck in our houses. There was no going anywhere. I mean, we were all kind of afraid to we didn't know what was going on, we'll just say. So there was a lot of creative, like, time to be creative at home. So it's nice to see that you actually took that time and used it to make something. And I just want to show off what I have right here.
Aw.
Like, and of course it is full of sparkle. I don't know if you can see, and it's just as cute on the other side, but as cute as it is also deadly.
Oh.
Yep.
Protection.
Not cannabis related, but one of my best sellers. The
You know what?
protection keychain.
I think everybody should have one of these. They're cute. I mean, I pair it with my lighter. It's, yeah.
And you can stab somebody.
Yeah, I used to use my keys. Like my dad taught me when I was younger to take your keys and to like a key through each finger, right?
Yeah, we
and then just in case if you ever needed it. It's sad that like this is what we have to do as a society, but it does feel, you know, I feel more comfortable and it's pretty.
Well, I can tell you, if I was somebody who was threatening MJ in such a way that she felt the need to do that, I would have a very tough time trying to explain to my friends why I'm lying on the ground bloodied by a glitter kitten.
That'd be a story for the book, though.
Yeah, that is very, very, you know, it's one thing to say, she had a machete in her purse. I didn't know. And it's like, oh man, how did she take you down? Oh, she had a sparkly kitten. What? That's really it? No, but it was sharp. It's like, okay, all right, whatever.
It is.
No, I believe. I just saying that would strip away any sort of street cred if you got stabbed with that and taken down. So good for you for creating something that not only would push away an attacker, but pretty much humiliate the attacker forever. So multiple levels, so fucking good.
Well, thank you.
I'm gonna brand the hell out of you during this interview.
That's fine. I do it all the time.
So I'm curious, Ashley, has baking always been like the thing for you? Like, do you prefer to consume it through smoking? Is like edibles your way to go?
To be honest with you, even though I make a lot of edibles, while I do still consume a lot of edibles, smoking is actually my preferred method. And I know a lot of people are going to say, but Ashley, you have a million dab rigs and all kinds of concentrates and all kinds of other options. And yet I still return to flower every single day. I will still consume via all the other methods through CBD and THC both. Depending on what I need through the day, because this is my medicine at the end of the day. So I use it to keep me going. But at the end of the day, flower always wins.
See, I feel the same. You've said that to me often, like, you know, like, well, what about like a capsule or like, you know, an edible? And I feel like there's a ritual that happens when you like bust up and roll the flower, and just the smoking of it is, I don't know, I'm starting to believe that just that time that it takes for me to smoke it is also therapeutic, because it's the relaxation. It's like cigarette smokers say, it's the hand to mouth.
Yep.
It's the, I'm not eating, right? So, yeah.
No, and I
like
used to be a cigarette smoker, so I totally understand that saying.
Mhm.
There's just something, as you said, ritualistic about it that I just don't necessarily want to give up. If I'm in a rush, I will take a dab or bring an edible with me for an on the go. But beyond that, I love me some flower.
So I want to definitely go back to how even the baking and the infusion and everything started, but I want to highlight the artwork and everything behind you.
I was wondering how long that would take for you to
No, it won't take me long, because I'm adamant about the fact that we only show people that which we want people to see. Everyone's always like, even when they're going, oh, they're showing real life on their Instagram. It's like, no, I'm only, even if you think it's like, what a bad picture, his hair's all wonky. Yep, I actually probably made it a little more wonky for this picture. And I noticed right away, you have almost centered your camera to grasp the scenery behind you. You are perfectly placed between what looks like some sort of star octopus creature and a mushroom.
It's
some-
a weed leaf. It's
a weed leaf. Okay,
cannabis,
it's cannabis.
and the other one's cannabis.
Sweet. So right away, I'm going, here is somebody who is very, very proud of some of their artwork, because other people like to push themselves right up and be like, this is me. But you have
Oh,
set
right up here?
yourself up in such a way that I have to at least talk about some of that. I think that thing is very cute. I love the little drawing behind. Is it a painting behind him of him? Is it a self-portrait?
Are we looking this way?
Yes.
So this, so since we were talking about crafts that we've started during the COVID apocalypse that's going on,
Yes.
This past year for Christmas, I requested a set of rug punches so I could start making custom rugs.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what you see beside me on either side are actually my very first one. So I've grown a lot from here, but it's a weed nug.
He's so cute.
And he's like,
Wow.
he's a proper carpet. Like you can put him on the ground if you want to, or you can display him as art.
Do you know what's crazy?
Wait, it looks
he has
like-
a face. He has a face.
That is
No,
no,
actually,
the
look,
rug one.
Look in your camera, not at the rug. Look at the camera at the rug.
He's got a smile.
Do you see his
He's got
dark-
two dark eyes and a
Where the
smile.
I legit thought it had a face.
When you brought it close, and I was just like, wait a minute, where'd the face go?
Yeah. Just
That's funny.
that's so cool.
That's why I thought, oh,
That
it
Oh,
was
looks like
unintentional.
look at him, he's smiling
Yeah,
right
he
now.
is. Okay, so that's good to know that you see it too. Because
Yeah.
that would be one of those things that back in the day I would have been like, wait a minute, am I seeing that because I'm
right.
high?
And then
That's
this guy's
beautiful.
this guy's a mushroom.
Yeah, I thought that was a pillow.
No, totally. I don't know how to
That's
show
so
you,
cool.
but it's a rug.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
that's awesome.
So yes,
So cool.
everything you see behind me, for the most part, I've created, including that giant painting.
That's so cool.
Nice. Now, the giant painting. How long does something like that take? That looks fairly big.
It is big. The explosion ones take quite a while because it's layers on top of layers to be able to create that vortex,
Okay.
if you will, that I was
Yeah.
going for. So that right there is probably a couple weeks worth of time,
Yeah.
drying time.
Now, do you feel that you need an extra, what do they call it, a regular good high in order to do your art? Is that what the term was?
No. Okay, so we had a guest that said they don't get good
Oh,
good and high.
good and proper high.
Yes,
Good and proper high.
Good and proper high anymore. But that's relating to actually, when you consume cannabis for so many years that you don't really, you need that dab or you need that, that boost to get that good and proper high.
Right.
So I guess what Timmy's asking is not do you consume cannabis before doing art, because clearly we consume cannabis all day long. But
Yes.
do you get good and
Do,
proper
do you
high?
find that extra
before?
boost, that good and proper high helps your art?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Weed and creativity have always gone hand in hand for me. I'm not saying that I necessarily need to consume more or something different or to have a good high
Right.
before getting creative, but
Yep.
the higher I am, the longer I'm creative and the more creative I
Mm.
am without noticing the time go by. Whether that's good or bad is yet to be seen, but
Right. So that could be a focus issue, allowing you to really concentrate on your task longer.
We had
100%.
somebody that said something similar. I think it was Chris Burns when he was talking about doing the pyrography, that when he consumes cannabis, it gives him the ability to stand there longer and to not feel like the
Pain in
pain
his back and stuff like
of
that.
being there for like you're saying, for, oh my God, what time is it? I've been down here like, when I noticed it, I was like wood burning the other day, and oh no, I was painting, and I was painting the very fine line detail. And all of a sudden my eyes felt really like blurry, and I'm like, when you get like it's you've been at it too long, you've consumed too much cannabis, you're at the point now where it's like it's bedtime. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Oh my God, it's one of those. Yeah, so I can relate to that.
So let's go back to the creation of food and blending cannabis into that. Like, how how long into life did that process? Let's even go back further. You
Yeah,
like that?
I wanna know about
Like, how
your
did this
first
start even start?
experience with cannabis.
Yeah.
Like, were you 15? Did you smoke with somebody behind the high school? Like,
Kind of, yeah, actually. It wasn't 15 though. I was a very studious young girl. So I actually didn't get started till I was 17, which is kind of late for a lot of people because I know most folks nowadays tend to dabble between well, let's be realistic with these kids, 8 or 10 years old, and they're already starting to figure it out.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying I agree with that. I'm just saying it happens. I was a little later in life. I was more like, 17 once I had left high school, a little early, but still for leaving high school, not for learning about marijuana in any way, shape, or form. So it started off just as like a once in a while kind of thing. And then I would say it probably took until my mid 20s before I started using it as more of a daily recreational thing. And then my later 20s before it became medicine for me, and it had to be around every day for different reasons in different formats.
When you made the transition to, and it probably wasn't even conscious, to making it daily, like you just said, right? A daily recreational. Do you feel that was as a result of you starting to sense the medicinal, like it was like, okay, this is helping me, or it was just like, I just want to consume more? Like, or were you conscious of maybe moving towards the medicinal awareness?
I think I've in some way always been conscious of what's going on in the background. And because I've been dealing with my body pain since I started smoking, and I noticed the relief that I got when I did consume, and that was the only way when I first started was just smoking a joint or smoking a bong. The relief that came through that was unlike anything else that a doctor could give me that didn't come along with all the side effects that the pills were giving me, right? So definitely a bonus in that, and that's probably what switched me into consuming more frequently. And at the beginning, I probably didn't even notice that I was a daily smoker. It just kind of happened one day.
Yeah, it was interesting because I went from being at 15, I was consuming every weekend rather than like it was alcohol and cannabis because it was alcohol, then it was the introduction to cannabis. And then it slowly evolved into half a joint in the morning before school, and then half a joint after school. I found I was able to focus on my work while at school. I was actually attending class. My grades went from like C's and D's to A's and B's. I got on the honor roll. But I was still like, I would consume every day, and I realized that I just didn't like how I felt when I didn't consume. And the thing that really bothered me the most is when people would say, that's because you're addicted. I used to hear that all the time, is because you're addicted to weed. And I'm like, okay, don't talk to me anymore, first of all, because you don't know what you're talking about. And if I'm addicted to anything, it's feeling good. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I agree. It happened very quickly with me of like being like a recreational to like a daily. I like how you said that, a daily recreational, because we do need something to chill out before bed or whatever, whether it's recreational or. But I'm curious, when did you decide to like put it in your food? Because when I was younger, it was like, let's grind up the weed and throw it in the brownie mix that you buy from the store. And it was disgusting and it was hardly even edible. But I'm telling you, the stuff I seen on your table was more than edible. It was delicious and it was pleasant to look at. Like it actually like pulled me in. I think it was like these brightly colored, fruity, I don't even know. It was just like, it was amazing. And I was just like, oh my God, I need to have some of that.
I'm going to guess that was probably something like the Fruity Pebbles cereal bar.
Yep.
With all the colors.
Right. Yep.
That has been a fan favorite since we released it in like oh my gosh, as soon as we opened, that was one of our first products, and I
Wow.
doubt it will ever go away. It costs us a ridiculous amount to bring them in from the States right now because
Yeah.
it's so hard to go visit
Mm.
and pick up materials.
Oh goodness.
Oh, COVID has changed a lot in the face
Yeah.
of baking. But to go back to your question,
Yes.
so I can't give you an exact date or time reference as to
Yeah.
when it started going into the food. I can tell you that the initial reference to putting it in my food was my dad.
Okay.
He has been, or had been, since he's been gone for about 5 years now, a big influence in not only cannabis use in my life, but many other things. And he suggested, he's like, we used to make brownies and we used to make all kinds of things. And he's like, and we would use, it's like, you remember that old school oil? To which he was referring to RSO. He just didn't know the term that we
Yeah.
all use for it now.
Yeah.
And so I said, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. He said, you should try putting that in food and see what happens. I'm like, okay, well, he was a chef and I love to bake ever since I was little. So I'm like, let's try putting it in some baking. And so when we first started the business, and for when I first started putting weed in food, everything started with RSO, which is Rick Simpson oil, a very concentrated format of the oil. And so it started there, and then it eventually, within the first year of business, switched over to using THC distillate and CBD isolate because those two items removed the flavor of the cannabis, but still gave you the medicinal effects. So for those people who maybe didn't like the overly cannabis taste in their brownie, this way you could still give them all the same benefits without having that aftertaste, if you will, which isn't
The
everybody's
green.
favorite.
Well, we've talked to somebody about that.
Yeah, the green taste.
Yeah, the chlorophyll, right? Pulling up the
Yeah.
chlorophyll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
And
learning.
depending on how the RSO is made, if it's not purged properly, sometimes you
Yeah.
can have alcohol and stuff still in that RSO, which if they haven't purged it, then turns into your baked good and you can taste it in there.
Yeah.
Even you don't need a discerning palate to be able to taste that in there. So it was nice to move away from that at some point, as nice as it is to have full spectrum cannabinoids in a product. Sometimes it's nicer to remove that flavor and still give you most of what you had from before.
When did you transition from enjoying baking to figuring out you were good enough to start a bakery? Because that's a thing for some people. We're just like, I could never do that. I'm not that good. But then there's others that so I was going to say, yeah, that's I can do this.
Well, that came with two separate factors. One is definitely my current partner. He himself is a professional chef.
Okay.
And through being a professional chef is also now a baker.
Okay.
So knowing that I had a pro beside me for anything that I needed questions on at the beginning was fantastic. But we actually started out for a need in the medical community. I've been working in dispensaries long before they were legal. So when we were first starting out, many of the patients who were coming in, because we were still dealing with medical patients as opposed to just anybody off the street, were coming in and they were looking for solutions on ways that they could manage their pain and other issues that they had. And unfortunately, at the time, edibles just weren't a thing. They weren't on the market. They weren't readily available unless you had a friend maybe who cooked a batch of brownies and then they guessed at the potency of it. Like, do I lick it or can I eat the whole thing?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. How much of that cookie can I eat?
Right. And most people don't want to play that game. Like a lot of us who've been consuming for a long time, we have a really high tolerance level. Like I can't speak for you, Mary Jane, but
I'm gonna say no. You're gonna laugh. What's your comfortable milligrams for like an edible?
That depends. Made by me or made by somebody else, because that's a hard
let's
thing
go
to-
let's go like somebody else, like legal. If you were to go to like the Ontario Cannabis
I'd
Store.
get diabetes first.
Okay.
There's no way. Like I appreciate the fact that the legal market is there so that nobody who has not tried for the first time is going to get too high. I
Yeah.
understand that factor, but for those of
Oh.
us who've been consuming for so long,
I have one, Left Coast gummies. You know those?
yeah.
Can you measure a dose in those?
So so what are their packages, like 500?
So they have the little tiny ones, and then they have the bigger ones.
Okay, the last time I had them was the last time they had a rep around in Toronto, which was probably a year or two ago,
Okay.
before all of this started, actually.
Yeah.
And we all got locked in. I would say at least one of their packages. Like I'm in the
Like a whole pack?
yeah. Like a
Okay,
whole
so just to give you an example, Left Coast Gummies makes multiple different, like they make the small ones in like different sizes and like different amounts. I eat one small one, which is 6.25 milligrams, and I just feel good. If I have 2 of those,
Oh wow.
so I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
lightweight.
eat.
I can't believe I'm here with the lightweight.
I'm like you. I love to bake, but most of my goodies go elsewhere because I legitimately can't eat that much of it, but it goes bad before I can get through them. So my friends love hanging out with me.
I can imagine they do.
Well, edibles are probably the most realistic route I might end up go. I would
Mhm.
imagine based on what we've been talking about and learning, and because I'm at that place where I'm realizing that I believe in the endocannabinoid system. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I think that's legit. I believe that if I'm going to optimize my health in terms of fitness and nutrition and sleep, then the endocannabinoid system is also something that needs to be looked after. But I won't smoke again. So the next step is trying to figure out this edible route and how to either infuse the smoothies and stuff that I have with oils, or finding that other way to consume it.
Well, edibles are basically just food that is infused with oil.
Yeah, so I could either infuse myself.
You literally can just take the oil and drop it right into your mouth.
Oh, well, I could do that too.
Like
But that doesn't seem like, if I'm gonna do it, I might as well say I'm having a snack too. Like doing that that feels like taking medicine. Wouldn't it be nicer to have a little bit of a brownie and you got your medicine and your brownie? So,
Well, see, and that's why, like Ashley was saying, oh, I get diabetes first. If she were to go to like the legal store, because they are only legally allowed to make low dose edibles, and you packages of those you'd have to eat to equal this, like a regular, I want to say a regular legacy market edible or something
Right.
you're going to get from your friend.
right.
Yeah, those are way more potent than the legal stores, which, I mean, there is a place for low dose, especially if you're not comfortable with edibles and you don't know what you're doing. Definitely start low and go slow.
That's a saying.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we'll experiment a little bit with you, but everything will be tracked. And
Yeah, maybe I have to go that Fruity Pebbles. Is that what it was? Fruity Pebbles?
Fruity Pebbles bar, one of the most popular.
Yeah, all right. Maybe I have to go that route.
So there's another option for you if you're looking for something that's very small, since she was talking about starting
low.
Yeah.
starting low and going slow. Something like I don't know how to show this. These are our gummies.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you see
Oh,
them?
the
in
little
there?
hearts.
Little
Yeah.
hearts. Yep.
Yeah.
So each of these little guys is 10 milligrams,
Oh,
which
that's
is
decent.
the same as the maximum dose you would get from any one package at an OCS store.
Mhm.
So for just starting out, you could even cut that heart in half and have
Mhm.
just 5 milligrams if you feel like that might be something more comfortable.
So I'm a visual person. So you're telling me that one of those hearts
Yep.
is
They're
the
this
same
big.
as what going into one of the legal stores, their whole package
Well,
of.
they would have in the legal store. Most of them have 2 candies that are 5 milligrams.
Oh,
each,
okay.
so
All right.
you
So it's
would
not like a
take one
bag of
those.
candies.
No, they can only
No.
sell 10 milligrams at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I even worked at a legal store for a month, because what the hell, let's see what they're doing. And for most of their gummies, you can get between 1 and 4 gummies a pack,
Yeah.
and 4 is usually the max. And then that still maxes out at 10 milligrams for the whole pack, not just an individual piece.
Right. Okay.
So if you feel like you need something really super low and you want to start out really easy, I can understand why a lot of people may start out that way. 100%.
Yeah, because if you can get it down, like you're saying, to a 2.5, for
Yeah.
somebody that has no idea what it's going to do to them, at least if they ate a 2.5 and it did nothing, that's fine. They can eat 2 of them next time, and maybe if 2 make them feel a little too intense, then they know 1 is their dose.
Right?
They
Just
might
like
eat the whole pack and go, "What the hell?"
Those pretzels,
Those are good.
Those are good.
they're like waffles.
They are waffles. And when you're looking at the whole pack, you're looking at 100 milligrams of THC for the entire thing. So for individual pretzels, you're looking at like 2.5, 3 grams of pretzel.
Okay.
So if you're looking for something smaller dose, we do offer many different options and ingredients.
Yeah,
So
but
you know
I
the
wouldn't be able to
dangerous-
just eat one
See, and this
pretzel.
is what I'm saying. This is the dangerous part. So, Ashley, I've always, whenever eating like edibles, you're saying, "Oh yeah, one of these gummies is 10 milligrams," but the gummy tastes really good. And if you're
Yeah.
not careful, like you sit down with that thing of pretzels, you literally have to have another bag of pretzels beside you. So you eat the one pretzel that's infused, put it away, and go and sit with that other. But they don't taste as good as yours. It's like you're gonna have to start selling uninfused, so that way people can like mix it up. Like, you know what I mean? Eat the
So
eat
the
infused one,
infused one, and then continue to eat
the uninfused.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you should have like in that package, you should have like one, color coded one.
No, make it like Russian roulette.
Oh, there you go. Just say one of these pretzels is going to be.
I've always wanted to do that at a party with cupcakes. I wanted one of them to be infused.
That's why I don't go to your parties.
And just, let's just see who gets it. Of course, everybody would know. Everybody would know that one of them is infused.
So, like, I would need, if I'm gonna, because of my desire to have a snack, but I want what I've been telling people is that I want to find the highest dose that gives me everything my body might need to help optimize that part of the system without feeling the high. So,
But that could be low dose. Right?
Right.
Dosing all the time.
so
Like,
but say it's like 2. Let's just say 2 milligrams.
Okay.
I would need though like a brownie slab, like that big, with 2 milligrams, because I want to be able to eat my snack.
but no, it would be 2 milligrams 3 times a day.
So I have 3 of the big brownies a day.
No, not big. We're gonna do small brownies. And see, this is where edibles.
see.
This is where I'm like, when you get into edibles, this is my issue. Is like you're saying, I'm gonna get diabetes because
Yeah,
they're
I would
putting
get diabetes.
eating that much.
And I'm trying to be
sweets.
healthy. I can't do this.
That's I love capsules, and you can make them yourself. You can put whatever you want in it. People are now putting just turmeric and lion's mane and whatever else fungi they want in there, and making their own medicine. So you could do that with cannabis oil.
Yeah, that might have to be. I might have to be my route. I just can't. I can't see.
Too calorie conscious. To,
Yeah, and I know that I would like when I snack. See, I tell people like one of the reasons why I'm so strict with the way I eat on a daily basis and measuring my food and tracking it all.
he won't even drink anything but water because he's afraid to waste.
Well, I'm not
sugar or
afraid.
carb
I don't want to
because-
waste. I don't want to waste
Oh, yeah,
my
afraid's the wrong word,
calories
sorry.
on a drink. I'd much rather waste it on a really nice piece of cake, right? Like, why waste it on a Coke earlier in the day, and drink it done?
Yep.
So if I'm gonna have calories and if I'm gonna have the sugar, I'm going to put it in a treat, a good treat. Don't waste it on a treat that you don't like. So my theory is that when I'm gonna have my snack, I want a snack. If I'm gonna snack and I'm gonna break my calorie count and I'm gonna break my sugar rules and I'm gonna have those, they're not cheat days, they're living days. Like I live strict so that I can actually enjoy life once in a while.
Well, if you make your own edibles, you can decide how much you want and whatever size you want.
Yeah, well, I think that's why I think I would lean more towards like, enjoy a nice big chunk of cake and just on a daily basis add some oil to my smoothie. That I
You
use
can
it
even
more
just
like
drop it right on the cake.
Or just drop it on the cake, I guess.
Like the cannabis oil. But now, Ashley, do you do custom orders? So like
100%.
So if you wanted, you could be like, I want this big a brownie, and I want,
But I only want a
this much
small little bit in it.
Yeah, and I'll eat one of these every day.
No, I won't eat one of these every day. That's my problem
You gotta,
too.
You gotta take
Yeah.
the dose every day. That's why I'm
I
oil
gotta-
in capsules or oil.
I
You
might have to
literally
do
can drop it on your food. You can drop it on your hand and lick it off if you want. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's why I'd suggest tincture. Because with
Yes.
tincture, then you have the ability to take it sublingually under the tongue,
I
which
keep
is the
calling it
fastest
oil.
way that it absorbs.
She's right.
Oh,
it is,
okay.
It's a tincture.
So like just
and
like
then
a drop
if you
or
want
two.
to, you
kind
could
of thing?
still drop that tincture onto your edible that you're creating as well.
I kept calling it oil, but oil is like RSO. It's not. That's a different.
Does
type of
the
oil.
so this is a pure newbie question then. Does the tincture, so say you got this little drip of oil and say you need to take it once a day or whatever it is. So you drip it in your mouth. You don't put it on food, just drip it in your mouth. Does that have the cannabis chlorophyll taste that we've been talking about, or is it possible to remove that from that sort of thing too?
100% you can remove that from everything you make. So the capsules that we make, the tincture that we make, the edibles everything that we make does not have that flavor to it.
Okay.
Yeah, mine always tastes like whatever I like. Yeah, I used Pink Kush last time, and it smells and tastes like Pink Kush. Not that I mind because I like Pink Kush, but some people just can't. Like you're saying, they can't handle that green.
How do you, as a baker, how did you come to your recipe in regards to adding certain levels? Like do you
Don't tell any secrets.
Yeah, no, you don't need to give away anything. But how did you come to that process? A lot of what we've been learning is obviously trial and error. Everybody is different. So when you're selling a product with everybody consuming at different levels, and how did you kind of come to think of going, you know what, this seems like a good number for us to put into our products that would maximize the number of people that would be able to enjoy and consume?
A lot of trial and error.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, because we were already dealing with the medical community, they were asking for certain doses of things. And when
Okay.
you look at the big picture of the people that were asking for things and you put it all in a graph, we kind of averaged everything out and said, okay, well, most people are looking for at least 100 milligrams of THC. And for those who are looking for less, they can half that or quarter that down as need be.
Right.
And then the consumption of the CBD, that part was all trial and error because we didn't know exactly how much should be in so that we're not making it like you don't want to make it as close to a 1-to-1 ratio in THC to CBD because then you're not feeling that same high from the THC. Even though you're still getting the benefits from both of them, it
Right.
might not be what those people are consuming for. So for us, because we're both medical patients as well, we kind of used ourselves as guinea pigs to figure out where that ratio should be. So we found the 100 milligrams of THC to about 35 of CBD was a very comfortable ratio and worked very well together.
It's awesome.
That's one of the downsides of being a chef and a baker is that you're your own guinea pig. I'm just gonna try this one. Yeah, maybe just I'm gonna try a little bit more.
No, it's worse with infused. Imagine every
well,
bite that you're taking, there's a possibility that you're getting more and more intoxicated.
100%. And since you're the guinea pig, you have to work out all of the kinks in batches
Yeah.
to make sure that everything is distributed evenly and you don't have like one little pocket that's 1,000 milligrams whereas next to it has nothing. So yes, it's a lot of fun. My waistline will agree with you on that. However, we did find the nice ratio of 100 to 35, and I find that a lot of people enjoy that ratio. So even as we're creating these newer products, like we got picked up by Cafe last year, and they only have they only have a stronger milligram dosage per product. Like their customers are looking for something that is in the, let's say, 300 to 500 milligrams per product dosage strength compared to the 100 that we were creating previously. So even now at the extra strength products that are 300 milligrams for those who feel they are comfortable with that, it's a whole new world.
Yeah. Well, it's 300 per package, right? So
Right.
it's not like you have to go diving into 300 milligrams of, edibles. You can just, but that one chip is going to be, or one pretzel is going to be a little bit more in that. Well, it's going to be 3 times, but still, there are people out there that require that high dose edible, so that way they can, kill whatever it is. Not kill, but take care of whatever it is that they're dealing with, pain or inflammation or whatever.
Yep.
I've been on the journey that I've been on in regards to food, and I've been connected. The more we've been having these conversations with people, the more I've talked with MJ, the more I've realized, like, I don't understand yet all of the cannabis talk. Like, I'm learning stuff, and I'm on the side of advocacy. I get it. I see the science. I hear the stories, but I can always relate it back to my food journey, the way I measure food and portion it out and figure out how to maximize my health in that regard. And I have come to not only enjoy consuming food, and this is my connection to cannabis, you get to a place where you're consuming it, but now I enjoy understanding food, and I enjoy the making of food almost as much as, like, when I make my breakfast, that hour to me is almost as fun as the actual eating of the breakfast. Do you find, as a baker and as a consumer of cannabis, that you are also, like, do you love getting into the kitchen? Like, do you love the process of making it now?
Oh yeah, I don't think the love ever dies. Like, if that love is there, as Mary Jane will attest to creativity, when that love is there, that love is not going anywhere. So whether you're making one thing or 100 things, that love is going to be there throughout all of it. And with food, you can taste that love. Or at least I'd like to think so.
Well, I think that statement's very true, right? When they say it's made with love, I think you can tell when somebody has prepared something, because they weren't
There's
just
a
whipping it up.
passion. There's passion there that goes into it. It's like when you play music around your plants when they're growing. Like you play music to a fetus that's growing. Like you're nourishing this food with love and positivity as you're. Okay, that might be a little hippie-ish, but
Well, no, but I'm sure, because I've seen the way MJ deals with her plants. She grows her own plants, and
they're my babies.
I enjoy watching conversations and seeing everybody's eyes glow when they talk about growing plants and stuff. And I can imagine, though, that you can tell with cannabis who has really invested into the process and looked after the plant and nurtured the plant versus those that are just trying to factory run it out.
Well, that would be the same with Ashley's like distillate or isolate that she's using for her product. You can get oils and distillates and that crap anywhere. You can get it anywhere. But if you don't start with a good product, you're going to end up with, like, if you don't have good flour in your kitchen and you decide to make a cake, you're not going to have a very good cake. So you have to have all these things.
Even if you're Ashley, yeah.
Even if you're a baker.
Even if you're a baker, by
name. That's funny. I actually think I do pretty good work when it comes to like baking. Except it's not pretty. Like, I would never be able to. I'd be too embarrassed to take my stuff to market because, like Timmy was saying, I don't have what it takes to be a baker. Because,
I never said that.
No, I don't. I mean,
I want to be clear. I did not
didn't
diminish her baking ability.
No, you've always said my food's delicious.
It is very good.
It tastes great, but it doesn't look so pretty. So my favorite way of icing a cake is whipped icing, because there's no like conformity to it. It's always vanilla because I take out the food coloring and I just drip like you would art, right, all over the cake and in wherever I want. And then I take the spatula and I just do this all over the cake, and it always looks tie-dye and it always looks whatever, and it tastes delicious.
And that's what matters.
And that's
it.
what matters.
It's moist. Oh wait, Our prime minister
No,
doesn't like
no, we're
moist.
against moist. Moist is no longer good.
Oh my God, I seen a truck that said I am parked moistly.
Yeah, I saw that too. What so what is next on the agenda, Ashley? Where does Ashley?
Oh, I thought you were
Kalina-
asking about recipes. I want to know, like, do you have any new recipes coming
we can
out?
go that too. What's coming up in regards to recipe business? Obviously, you are expanding your business from just baking, but also into art and the cannabis, the products and all that stuff. Where is your dream, your creative mind going from this point?
I never really know, which is half the fun of the journey.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, I'm not sure what's coming up next. We have been working on a few products, but I can't say anything
Fair
because
enough.
most folks don't know this, but when we create a product, it can take up to a year before you guys actually hear about that product because we have to go through all kinds of testing, not only in the kitchen, but then on shelf stability thereafter. So sometimes I can come up with an idea and I'll be like, oh, this would be fantastic for, let's say, Valentine's Day that's coming up in 2 weeks. But you're not going to see that product until next Valentine's Day.
Oh, right.
Because we have to go through all of the things that we would like to put out before a product goes out into the world with our name on it. You know what I mean?
Which would be what? What is your standard? What is what?
She's gonna have to think about Halloween right now.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
actually, more like last Halloween at least. But it's worth it because then we get to know exactly what that product is going to do and is expected from it once it goes out to the customer. And because we've got so many customers that not only are buying directly from us, but are buying from other retailers, we need to make sure that we are on point at all times.
Yeah, shelf stability is huge. with
Huge.
products. Yeah, especially so strange. I bought some stuff from a spot just recently and was off the. I probably shouldn't say where I got it. I was like, how does this work? Because like if I buy bad ketchup from Walmart, I just call French's, right? I'm like, hey, I got some bad ketchup from Walmart, and they're like, oh, okay, and they take down the information and then they send me new ketchup or a coupon for new ketchup. I'm like, but in the legacy market, I'm like, what's the standard when it comes to that? I was like, I just went back to the store and was like, huh? And they said, okay. and they fixed it, but I was like, you know,
There's a lot of code going on in there.
I don't know how, I don't know how long it sat on the shelf, but it's one of those things that like they checked every single box that was there of that product and they didn't have any that was good. And I'm like that doesn't look good, A, for the store, or B, for the company's product that I was trying to buy, right? Like, but I went to another place and it was just that store. I just want to point out it was just that store.
So they could have been storing it improperly or.
And that happens anywhere. Happens at convenience stores. It happened at a restaurant I used to work at, the Chinese food restaurant. The boss says, go down and clean the closet downstairs, right? Organize the cases of pop, all the 12 packs and whatever. So I go downstairs. There's like Fruitopia and Nestea, like every flavor Fruitopia and Nestea, like 12 cases, all 3 years expired at the friggin' bottom of the thing. And I'm like, so yeah, after I cleaned it all out and got rid of everything, I like marked on the sides all the dates and it was all put in according to, do you know what I mean? Like when you should.
First in, first out.
You know,
Yeah.
come on. Yeah, but if people don't know that, yeah, it causes an issue. But
do you find like I'm not, well, okay, I'll just say I'm a control freak, I'm pretty sure.
Hey,
you know, being a sole creative performer as a stand-up comic, one of the things that I love about comedy is I can go on the stage and yes, I have to gauge my crowd and the person who brought me in, but in general, I can say whatever I want. I'm in control of the stuff I write. If you don't like what I write, don't come to the show, right? Like that type of thing. So when you're in the industry that you're in and you're dealing with retailers, you're putting a lot of trust in them too. Once again, store it properly, put it on the shelf at the right time. make sure that because when the person gets it and eats it, and if it hasn't been handled properly on their end, they don't first think it's the store's problem. They think it goes back to you. Is that, do you have a hard time? I know it's part of the industry that you're in, but do you have a hard time handing your baby over to someone else and saying, "Oh, please handle this properly"?
Oh, 100%. We had a lot of customers for the longest time while the legacy dispensaries existed, who kept asking why they couldn't find us in their local dispensary. And while we didn't really want to tell people that was the reason, that is a very big factor. Unfortunately, you can give people all of the instruction in the world, but not everybody will follow that instruction. So if it says keep refrigerated and they're like, but it's air conditioned. Well, I'm sorry, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? You don't keep your milk in air conditioning. So
but I have a cooler outside and it's winter.
Oh, so it's fine.
That's
Actually, that might be okay.
No, a refrigerator. Come on, Ashley.
That's so frustrating because we've mentioned this story. I don't even know if we've talked about it on the show, but we've talked about it in life. And well, one of the things that, so as a comic, I only ask for a couple things when I would go into a venue. The basic things of have a microphone, which is amazing that you even have to write that in the description for me. I used to show up places and they'd be like, "Oh, you needed a mic?" Yeah. Like I can perform without one, but anyways.
Some people ask for outrageous things, but you ask for
so I'd ask for, and I even bring my own stool now, right? So it's kind of like I don't even need to put a mic up there. But in the green room, a bottle of water would be nice, a carton of orange juice, and a can of ginger ale, because I drink out of a glass of orange juice, and it used to be mixed with ginger ale. And anyways, that's a whole different story now. But so I used to show up though, and there would be times I would walk in, and that's all that's on my contract, other than here's how much you need to pay me when I show up. And I would get there, and one of the worst was it was a can of a mini can at that, a mini can of 7-Up, which they said was close enough to ginger ale, and a juice box of strawberry orange juice. So I'm allergic to strawberries on top of that. Which is probably not even real strawberry anyways. I mean, but the point, like, the carton of orange, it was so clear, a carton of pulp-free orange juice, a can of ginger ale, and a bottle of water, and I get a cup of tap water, a juice box that's not even orange juice purely, and a can of 7-Up, because they figured, close enough. It's so annoying when you're working with. That's why I don't want to work with people. I don't want to work with people ever again.
I think people think they know better. They know better, like, I've done that before, and nothing's gonna happen.
It's so bad.
But then these are people that like cut mold off of like a little piece of bread, and I'm like, okay, like you do know it's okay to do it with cheese, because depending on see, Ashley's like, no, I won't even do it with cheese.
Nope.
But bread, the mold is going through the entire
What's the shelf life for cannabis? I don't know if I even know this.
Depends.
Does it have a form? It must have a shelf life.
It would depend on what form, I would think.
Yeah, she's completely right. It depends what format it's in. If it's in something like a tincture or a capsule, you've got years on it compared to something that is in edible form. Well, see, the problem with edible format is the medicine that's in it is good much longer than the actual edible product. Yeah. So you don't ever have to worry that, you're losing the potency out of your brownie, let's say.
You're not going to enjoy the brownie, and it may give you bowel problems, but the medicine is still good.
Yeah, the brownie's going to go hard before the medicine.
Yeah, you might have to microwave zap it back to soft again to be able to consume it. So long as you don't zap the THC out, the medicine will still be there.
What about flour though? Like
flour degrades.
Flour degrades, so it depends on how it's stored. So if you keep it in, let's say, glass containers in the dark, it'll last a lot longer than something that's kept out in the light in plastic. So that's a it depends question as well.
Okay. So because I buy my groceries, I'm about to in a day from now. well, this might not air, but on a day of this taping from now, I'm about to load up on 6 weeks worth of groceries.
Okay.
And I know how much I'm going to be able to bulk buy, save money, all that type of thing. What would,
Sorry, I'm laughing because I think I have an answer for the question.
so I know it depends on everybody, but let me get an answer from you. Yeah, Sue, this, I don't know if this is correct.
I'm like already laughing.
You and Ashley. How much cannabis would you purchase in a bulk buy if you had the sweetest financial deal to know that it's not going to go bad? How much cannabis would you buy and go, you know what, that's a sweet deal. I'm going to buy all of this now, and it can last me this long. How much could you?
What is this long?
Well, I don't know. Like, how much cannabis do you think you could purchase in a real sweet? Let's just assume we don't know the number. There's a sweet
What's in
deal.
my bank account?
I'm a cannabis consumer. If money was no option, I'm clearing out every friggin'
But it won't last.
store that I
But
go
it can't
to.
last that long.
I'm gonna smoke it and try. You're giving me free money and all the can. I'm gonna.
So
smoke
you would
it.
even smoke bad cannabis to save a few bucks?
It would be good cannabis.
But
I would smoke it before it went bad, even if I had to smoke.
Oh, so you
more.
would smoke? Oh, you would just
I'd smoke it all.
anyways.
You're giving me free. Like this
Well,
much-
that's, I underestimated your love of cannabis. I was trying to figure out, like, okay, well, if I taste
I'll take it
myself,
all. I want it all. I'm gonna bake with it. I'm gonna make topicals with it. There's no way that's gonna go bad. Are you crazy? I got friends.
She's not wrong.
Okay. Now, this is the thing that astounds me about your world. I'm very excited to be wandering around in it. I'm learning very much.
I don't think I'd be handing out free weed on the streets.
Okay.
That's why I was giggling. I was like, no, this
There's no
is
limit.
There's no cap.
Like I know that I'm only going to buy eight packs of 8 ounces of mushrooms to be able to cut and freeze for those 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but apparently you guys don't have any
But
limits
say
like that.
say everybody in the world,
Yeah.
where you knew like a huge crowd of people that absolutely loved those like shiitake mushrooms, you know,
Yeah.
and you're like, even if you get a whole fridge full, a whole kitchen full of these mushrooms, you know, chefs, you know, your neighbors, you can
Okay,
freeze
so-
them, there's things you can do with these.
So here's one thing I've discovered, because I do my bulk buying now in this regard. I bulk buy the things that I can freeze, right? And I had 4 animals in my freezer for up to 3 years.
So
My
now
cat,
there's
a bunny,
more
and 2
room.
gerbils. So I just recently buried them, and I realized how good the freezing process really is. Can you freeze cannabis? Can you freeze edibles? Will they still maintain?
That's a tricky question. I don't like to freeze cannabis at any point in time if I can avoid it. Unless, hold on.
Okay,
Unless
all
we're
right.
making bubble hash. Then
Okay, I was
freezing
gonna
fresh
say.
cannabis is a great idea.
I was
Okay,
gonna
what's
say
what's
that's,
bubble?
so
Hold on,
that's the-
bubble hash.
So what she's talking about is live.
Sorry.
Live. When you hear live resin or rosin or the word live,
Okay.
it means as soon as the harvest like it's growing,
Yeah.
we take it and we cut it and immediately put it in the freezer. And that's
Okay.
so that way you're freezing and preserving every single cannabinoid terpene, everything.
Okay, so cannabis at that point can be frozen and it will maintain.
It's frozen fresh, and then Ashley would then take it out of the freezer and immediately start the bubble hash process.
Right.
Okay. And the bubble hash process is?
So basically, you are washing cannabis, essentially with ice, for lack of a better term, in order to pull all of the cannabinoids off of the plant and into a how do I describe a bubble bag to you?
It's
A
like
very fine
mesh bag.
mesh bag screen, which
It's a
collects.
micron bag.
Yes,
It's like
a
how
mic-
sandpaper comes in different like roughness. Micron bags come in different
grades,
like strainer size,
Okay.
like hole size, like screens would.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so it's a process of like draining all the water out, and then it's the stuff that you're left over with, right?
Right.
That's the sludge.
And then
So
you dry that sludge out, and then you can smoke it.
Oh, and
the word sludge just doesn't sound
tip
appealing.
tip
That's what it
on
looks like.
tip on drying out your bubble hash. Do not use towels that have been washed in very fragrant like, do not use apple mango tango and then grab your towel. Yeah, see, look at Ashley's face.
Oh, girl,
You'll
no.
ruin your bubble hash. You will ruin your bubble hash. And fun fact, Ashley, what did they used to use the machines? What machines did they used to make bubble hash before they had bubble hash machines?
Washers?
Yes, washing machines. So people used to go to the laundromat with their weed bags and their shit, and they'd throw it in the laundromat and make bubble hash.
I love watching cannabis people talk to cannabis people because the way you guys respond to, say, a plant that got mishandled, or weed that falls on the floor, or bubble hash that goes weird. When you talk about that, it's almost like looking into the eyes of people if you would say to that same person, my dog died. Like, you guys have that same thing of like, no.
What? She used apple mango tango?
It's so passionate and so deeply, and I love watching it. So it's very interesting. Ashley, we want to thank you for spending time with us today and telling us some very interesting stuff. I love the learning process, and I've learned so much from so many people, and the stories that you told were fantastic. We're gonna have to find a way for me to make a special order. I'm gonna do a special order from Ashley Kalia. Where can people find you? What is the best way to connect with you? Is there anything else that we haven't touched on that you would specifically like our listeners and watchers to know about?
Well, if you are looking to find me through Instagram, you'll find me 3 different ways. So at the bottom of the screen, you will find my personal account, which is at ILUVTHC, because I love THC. Nice. You can also find our bakery account, and that is at SKG_bakery. And that's where you're going to find
so fucking good.
So fucking good. Yep. Just in squished down format.
Yeah.
And if you're looking for any of my art, you can find that at All That Glitters, because I love me some glitter.
Well, we're going to put, we'll definitely put those links as well in the description boxes. So everyone, you can connect with Ashley through both, whether you listen on podcast or on YouTube. MJ, any final thoughts?
I thought you were say final words. Do you have any final words?
Oh no, this is not going to end well.
No, I just want to say I am really, really hoping that this is the year that we can celebrate and have like a huge party and see everybody face to face. And oh my God, if it's Karma Cup, I can't even imagine the organizers are going to go like, oh, double. Because it's just, I feel like it's gotten progressively bigger. And the last one we went to was the biggest one. And this one is going to be even bigger. So
I can imagine.
I can't wait.
Ashley, go bake some treats. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, guys.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
This is the one that really irks me when voters vote on something and they approve it, and then the government's got to go along and twist and turn it around and try to make changes. And here we go. This coming to me from normal.org. Headline says Oklahoma governor reiterates call to shut down state's voter-approved medical marijuana access program. Really? Voters approved for this, but yet he wants to shut it down. Like, are you not there to represent everybody? And everybody people voted on this, and your constituent said, let's have this. And you say, no. Yeah, that doesn't work that way. Republican Governor Kevin Stitt is reiterating repeating the demands that the state's voter-approved medical cannabis access program be shut down. In a March 3rd post on X, the governor wrote, Oklahoma's marijuana experiment has failed. It's time to shut down this broken system. The governor made similar remarks in February during his State of the State addresses. Following those remarks, Senate President pro tempore Lonnie Paxton said that he disagrees with the governor's stances, adding that he believes the program should be better regulated but not abolished. In his latest post, the governor claimed that cannabis use by teens has risen following medicalization. However, state data provided by the CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey shows that youth cannabis use is largely unchanged since 2019. 6-7 years now, and that it has declined over the past 2 decades. 57% of Oklahomans approved a ballot initiative in 2018, legalizing the production and dispensing of cannabis for authorized patients. Approximately 315,000 Oklahomans are registered with the state to access medical cannabis products. So this governor just wants to shut down the program and send these 315,000 people off out into the distance with no access to their medication. Like, what the? It's just not right. Shouldn't be doing that. Taking medication away from patients just because you have some negative feeling towards cannabis.
Whoa, 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 tracks fade where the black top ends. Truck door slam, then his roots and stem. Camel cabs in a crooked line, laughing low, saying this our time. Hey. We're just guys hiding in the forest, shadows shaking in a pine tree chorus. If you hear that twang, you already know somebody about to steal the show. Guys hiding in the forest. Of course, it's trouble when the backwood boys all show up in force. Yeah, if you hear that laugh through the leaves at night, you better bring your game and you better play it right. Oh yeah. One string plucked from a falling log. Lego jump starts to stir the fog. Jaw harp snaps with a crooked grin. Spoons keep time on a dented tin. Clack, clack. We're just guys hiding in a forest, shadows shaking in a pine tree chorus. If you hear that twang, you already know somebody about to steal the show. Guys hiding in a forest, of course. Trouble when the backwood boys all show up in force. If you hear the laugh through the leaves at night, you better bring your game and you better play it right. Hey! Circle up close where the fire burns low. Your turn, my turn, fast and slow. Wrong, no, right, green. As a rule, we roll. Win or lose, we all go home. Horse in the throw. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're just guys hiding in the forest, shadows shaking in a pine tree chorus. If you hear that twang, you already know somebody
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Cannabis, our homegrown native plant, the true favorite bud from Stoner's rented land, with growing off still on the rise from West Bend to Langley. Some stand to make from cannabis $1,000,000 tax-free. Cough sees the plant occasionally, but cannabis sells internationally. Oh, cannabis, the cash crop of BC.
Cannabis, a parody of the Canadian national anthem. Hello, everyone, and a good morning, afternoon, or evening where you may be. My name is Al Graham, and I'd like to welcome you to the Pace Radio Show. We come to you live every Monday and Wednesday at this time from Canada, and I would like to thank you for joining us here on the Time for Hemp Broadcasting Network and iHeartRadio. The Pace Radio Show reaches out to Canadian cannabis advocates from one coast of Canada to the other, but we may occasionally have someone from abroad. PACE stands for People Advocating Cannabis Education, and that is exactly what this show is about. People like yourselves who are working to help promote the benefits of cannabis and those working to legalize it. Tonight I have my joint host, Owen Smith from British Columbia with me. Owen is one of 4 Canadian cannabis advocates from across our country that has agreed to help to bring you, Canadian people that are promoting cannabis education, truth, and knowledge. Tonight we have a guest I've met a few times. His resume includes being an author, a publisher, as well as a man that has traveled this country multiple times to help patients and to help make changes in our cannabis laws. But before we do that, let's see what is new with our joint host, Owen Smith. Hi, Owen, are you there?
Hey, Al, thanks for having me. Great to be on here again.
Hey, I'm happy to have you back anytime.
Hey, right.
Yeah, so what's new in Vancouver?
Well, you mean Victoria?
Victoria, what's new in Victoria?
Yeah, Victoria is beautiful this week. Very, very sunny weather. Nice and warm, dry. It's been a wonderful week out here.
We haven't got any snow yet, but it's cool and damp here. So, and on Monday, Keith and I were talking about Jody Emery. She was holding a news conference up on Parliament Hill. Did you find out anything? You know how it went? Was there many people there or anything like that?
Wasn't able actually to catch that today, Al.
No, eh?
No.
I can let you know that I got to watch the video. It was broadcasted live on Pot TV. There was about a dozen different reporters there with cameras and stuff that were catching the news conference. Liberal Wayne Easter, he spoke up. He's a person who has experience in this process of bringing Mark back. He said that he did it in the past. And he says right now that it doesn't make sense, that really Mark should be home. And it's all changed since this conservative government has taken over.
Yeah.
So it was good for him to hear him explain how it all went. And I should let you know, let everybody know that the news conference has been posted online. So if anybody wants to see how it went, it is there. So
well, that's good. I can check it out then.
Yeah, you can check it out, exactly, and everybody else can too at the same time. So, well, at this time, I'd like to bring in that hardworking advocate that I told everybody about. I'd like to introduce to you publisher and author Ted Smith. Hello, Ted. Are you there?
I hope so.
You sound like you are.
Thanks for having me on the show, Al.
Hey, no problem, Ted. I'm really I was really joyed when Owen told me that you were interested to be on here tonight. So
anytime.
But before I let Owen get started on things, I always like to find out something about our guests that's not cannabis related. As you know, we're always being portrayed as being bad to society. So I like to find out something about our guests that they're involved in away from the cannabis work that they do. Is there anything that you're involved in that is away from the cannabis community that you could share with us to help relieve the negative stigmatism?
Well, I've certainly been involved in a lot more than cannabis policy over the years. In the 1990s, I did a lot of youth work here in Victoria, working with several nonprofits and other groups in an area known as community economic development, which is essentially developing businesses for nonprofit groups that have social or environmental goals. And so I represented youth in Victoria on an initiative and did a number of things in the 90s. And then that kind of fell apart and I focused on cannabis. But a few years ago, I put my foot down and decided that I would resurrect the youth center that I was a volunteer at years ago because it fell apart in the 90s. And I'm now 2 years away from opening what will be called Little City Youth Work Society in downtown Victoria, which will essentially accept donations of used goods and teach kids how to fix them up and resell them. And that will include everything from computers to fabrics and bicycles and a number of things that we will be teaching kids between the ages of 18 and 29, essentially how to develop businesses, and then hopefully we'll help spin off a bunch of businesses from there that will employ them after they sort of graduate from the society. But yeah, I'm still in the early planning stages of this youth center, but in about 2 years, October 1st, we plan on opening up the doors, and from that point forward, I'm actually going to be involved in youth activism quite a bit.
Well, hats off to you. That's super, Ted. That's getting right in there and helping out people who need that help, and it's great to see that you're getting involved in the community and helping out the youth. That's fantastic. Over to you, Owen. You got some questions for Ted?
Oh yeah, Ted. For those who don't know, I did mention him last week, but Ted's been a big inspiration to me in getting involved with cannabis, and he did introduce me by holding a weekly hempology circle at the Camosun College when I was attending there. So I wonder if Ted would just give us a little bit of background on hempology and what that organization does.
Well, I'm often given credit as being the founder, but actually hempology started over in Vancouver back in 1994. And I went to a few meetings, and it was a really neat sort of social educational feeling to the group. And so I really liked it and decided that we would start having weekly meetings in Victoria to just bring people up to date on what was happening with cannabis and policy, and organize events and create literature. And so I said, 18 years ago that I was going to move to Victoria and sort of start up the second chapter, write a book and teach at school and such. Unfortunately, the group in Vancouver didn't survive, which gives people the appearance that I founded it. But I've certainly made my mark with hempology. And 18 years ago, we started a club at the University of Victoria that's now become pretty much every year the largest student club on campus. For 15 years, we've had weekly 420s on the university. We've held, I think it's 14 cannabis conventions at the school. And this is my 9th year of teaching free non-credit lecture series at the university as well. And so, yeah, the club at the University of Victoria has been an amazing experience for me. I just came back from it today. Although it hasn't gone without its ups and downs, because back in November in 2000, I was actually arrested for sharing some joints at the university. They sent undercover cops to pretend to be students, and they took a toke and put the roach in their pocket and arrested me in the parking lot and charged me with trafficking and banned me from school for a few years, which is actually how I believe I met you, Owen, because that's when we started up a club at Camosun College and started to have 320s at Camosun. And you were going to school, and I think you became president of the Camosun College Club, right?
I did.
Was that where you met me? Was that Camosun?
Yeah, it was. Although I think the first time that I saw you at a hempology, you were wearing a dinosaur headdress.
Oh, what? I just brought the head, not the rest of the dinosaur costume?
I just remember seeing the in the middle of the circle with the dinosaur on.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, speaking of other work, Al, in the 1990s, BC Hydro tried to create gas-powered electrical plants on Vancouver Island and build a pipeline. And so my ex-girlfriend built me a 7-foot-tall dinosaur costume. We called it Hydrosaurus Rex. And I protested a lot at different meetings of the National Energy Board and BC Hydro. And eventually the BC Utilities Commission killed the idea because it was a poor economic idea. And unfortunately, the costume has been trashed. But I had a lot of fun wearing that mean-looking dinosaur costume around.
That's too bad, because pipelines are in the news in your part of the country.
Oh, if I had that dinosaur costume, man, I'd be running up and down the street in it every other week.
Maybe you should get a hold of Russell Barth and see about getting what's his name, Buzz or whatever his mascot. Go ahead, Owen.
So on the topic of mascots, Hempology has a mascot that Ted wears around from time to time or shares with people to wear, called Herb. Can you tell us maybe a fun experience in Herb that you had?
Oh, I think maybe we lost Ted.
Okay, well, for the audience, if they're interested in watching any of the lecture series videos, you can go to YouTube and type in Hempology, and it will come up Ted Smith, and that channel is full of very informative videos on all kinds of cannabis information. So do go to the YouTube channel, and also hempology.ca gets updated regularly with those lectures.
I've seen some of those videos on there that are available.
Hey,
we got him back. There you are, Ted.
I'm
here. Owen had a question for you, Ted. So let's get back to that.
Welcome back, Ted. So we just want to hear a fun story that you've had through Hempology, maybe with the mascot or at some kind of event. Something about Hempology.
I've had some pretty crazy stories. Okay, here's an old one. This is one of my favorites. Back in 2000, we were celebrating our 5th anniversary of Hempology 101. And I used to have weekly meetings every Wednesday night in downtown Victoria, and would gather upwards of 200 people, usually between 100 and 200. Although back in 2000, it was just getting to the point where we were, at that stage where it was 100 or more. We were feeling brave enough to go more public. And so we decided to create a whole day of events. And we met first in Beacon Hill Park at 4:20. And then we marched from there to the Parliament buildings, where this old lady, Betty Krawchuk, I shouldn't say the elderly lady, Betty Krawchuk, was actually camped on the front lawn of the BC legislature protesting against the old growth forest. And so it was really neat because we gave her a chance to speak. And instead of speaking about the trees, she just called the war on drugs down, which was great to have this, well-spoken, well-dressed elderly lady at the Parliament buildings talking down the war on drugs. And then we went from there to City Hall, and then we turned around from there. And there was actually, I think it was the 23rd annual convention of the, what is that police group that, Crime Stoppers. So it was the 23rd annual International Convention of Crime Stoppers. There's 700 police officers, all these think police from all over the world that were at a conference downtown. And I found out that they were having their evening social at the BC Museum, which is public property. So I timed the Hempology anniversary march to actually stop at the BC Museum and for a minute or two protest the police Crime Stoppers. And so shortly after we got there, the security came out and they didn't know what to do, and they went back inside. And I started giving a rant about Hempology to the group, welcomed everybody for coming. And then all of a sudden, the local TV station was there. And so I got to, kind of get into Hempology and how Crime Stoppers was a bad program. And in the back of my head, I was thinking that I needed a punchline, right? That the media really likes these short little punchlines. And it just came out of me. I just said, like, Crime Stoppers is scum. And it was just a moment of dead silence after I said it. The whole group would just, and then this huge roar erupted from the group. And not a single police officer came the entire time, because they actually were all arresting this little old lady at the Parliament buildings who was protesting the trees. And they had every available officer in Victoria there to make sure that her and her supporters didn't cause them trouble. So they left, me and my friends to protest the Crime Stoppers event. And so Check 6, the top two stories that evening were, Betty Krawchuk's got arrested and Crime Stoppers is scum. And the real irony was, as we went from the Crime Stoppers event to Beacon Hill Park, where we had a normal Hempology meeting, and then that evening we played Capture the Flag in Beacon Hill Park. And there's a lot of small ponds in Beacon Hill. And about 1 o'clock in the morning, I stepped around the corner of a building and ended up to my chest in a pond full of duck scum. Ooh. And I just thought it was so ironic that here I am calling Crime Stoppers scum, and then I'm covered in it by the end of the night. But
Okay.
yeah, it was a really fun day, and one of the first times we got in the news.
I'm just going to jump in here. I believe we're going to commercial here. It's because it's close to Halloween. When we come back from the commercial, what we're going to do is we're going to take a minute and we're going to learn about making a pumpkin hookah. You're with the Pace Radio Show on Time for Hemp, the globe's first pro-cannabis broadcasting network.
The stress and strain, it wears you down and makes you frown and pulls down your face. But worry or not, it won't make it stop. 'Cause how can you stop a runaway train?
Right now, I'd like to welcome you back to the Pace Radio Show here on the Time for Hemp Broadcasting Network. I am joined by my joint host, Owen Smith, and our guest, Ted Smith, no relation, I'm told, of Cannabis Digest, and he's the author of Hempology 101. Before we get started, I'm going to go throw a hello out to everyone at Multnomah. Everybody that's there. And I have a quick question. Is it what was that?
I have a quick question for my co-host and host. Have you, either one of you guys ever made or used a pumpkin bong before?
I haven't
Never heard of it
but
before.
A pumpkin pie might be good though. Think of that use of the pumpkin. Maybe we get 2 uses out of it.
Sounds like a lot of fun, though.
Yeah. Okay, Owen, the question's over to you. Got some more questions for Ted?
Sure. Yeah. Hempology is where we started, and Hempology has recently been helping to organize national rallies that oppose the changes in the medical marijuana laws and the oncoming MMPR program. Can you tell us, Ted, a little bit about the campaign for protesting the MMPR?
Okay. Well, we started organizing national protests actually against the mandatory minimums that came into effect under this conservative government. And so when these changes came up from the MMAR to the MMPR, it seemed like we were the only group that was ready, willing, and able to do anything on the street anyway to protest. We want to really compliment what's happening in court, because there's court proceedings being led by John Conroy and the Coalition Against Repeal of the MMAR. But there were, it's very legal and fundraising as well. But it's not a lot about raising awareness and getting media attention brought to the matter, which is kind of more my specialty. So I thought I'd compliment what they were doing in court by organizing national protests. And so we picked 3 stages of the implementation of these new regulations to protest at. The first one was really easy to pick. Well, actually, they all were. The government pretty much picked the dates for us. I think it was February 28th was the last day that patients had to comment on the changes in regulations, or patients or the public. And so we held rallies across the country 1 week before the end of submissions. And we modeled it on what we did with mandatory minimums, which was to have a rally at every member of parliament office, every possible office across the country. That way, everyone had at least somewhere locally to go to, because the federal government doesn't have offices or representatives in every area. And so it seemed that picking MP offices as opposed to the capital cities was the easiest way to organize people and give everyone a chance to work together. And it was very successful in February. We had, I believe, about 100 offices across the country, where anywhere from 1 to 40 people went to express their opinion about what was happening. Some of the rallies were very successful in getting people together, getting some good media attention. Some very positive media attention came out of them. Ironically, though, in some of the smaller communities rather than the larger ones, unfortunately, it didn't seem as though a lot of dispensaries were helping organize. The Cannabis Buyers Club here is one of the few that seems to be putting a lot of resources into educating the broader public about what's happening. And so, there wasn't a lot of things happening in bigger cities as there could have been. The second date that we picked was October 1st. That's kind of halfway through the changes. October 1st was the date they stopped issuing new licenses for patients. And unfortunately, not a lot of people participated in that. Not nearly as many as the February rallies. I think for a few reasons. I think people have given in that it's happening, that there's not much they can do, that protesting on the street wouldn't do anything for them. I think a lot of people were surprised at how much press there was on the issue in early October when these changes came into effect. And it was somewhat disconcerting that most of the attention was towards these companies that are taking over the program, and less attention being paid to the patients and how much they're going to suffer. But, we tried to give people a chance at least to get out and speak, and it was somewhat frustrating. The final opportunity for us to raise awareness is going to be on April the 1st of next year. That's when these new regulations come into effect. And so April 1st, 2014, on request of the management at the Pain Management Society in Vancouver, we're kind of working together as a team. They're going to fund it, and I'm the organizers. They gave me a budget of about $5,000 to pay for the press conference room on Parliament Hill. We're going to fly John Conroy, the lead counsel from the coalition, to come out to Ottawa to speak. We're flying Debbie Stultz-Giffen, one of your co-hosts. We're going to fly her out from the East Coast because she's a very well-spoken advocate, and we want to make sure that we're going to have people from coast to coast that are there representing patients. And so I'm trying to put together a press conference that will have several members of Parliament. I think I just confirmed Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, is going to be there, and hopefully Justin Trudeau or people high up in the other two parties will show as well. And so, yeah, we're going to have the press conference inside at like 10 a.m. in the morning, or sorry, 11 a.m. And then a rally at about noon will start outside. And there's patients coming from across Canada already for this. There's a bus being rented, I guess, in Windsor, and they're going to be coming up from Windsor for the day. And other patients I know are going to be coming out to Ottawa to give it kind of one big final crack here.
Excellent.
So that's what's been kind of going on with the protests.
Yes, for the audience, Ted Smith has been involved with medical cannabis for over a decade and helped to found one of the first medical cannabis dispensaries in Canada that has fought in the courts many times, including my experience that I shared last week of taking the cookies and extracts, cannabis extracts, to court. Maybe Ted, you could tell us a little bit, give us a little bit of background in your medical cannabis history. Some things from the Cannabis Buyers Club of Canada.
Okay, well, I guess I was living in a van 18 years ago when I moved here and started up Hempology. And the first topic really that came to me was medical marijuana. I was much more of a hemp nut. I really wanted to promote hemp and make hemp happen. That was really my goal. But the needs of patients became very clear to me, and it wasn't hard to imagine, selling the medicine. And then I met a lady who made cookies and massage oils, and she volunteered in the AIDS community as well. And that's when I got to meet people with AIDS that, if they smoked cannabis, they would be able to maintain their lives, and they would, be able to stop the progression of the disease quite a bit, if not entirely, and, at least maintain themselves. However, if they started to eat cookies and smoke it, they'd put weight back on. They'd want to live again. They'd go back to work. It would really turn their lives around if they fully embraced this. And I'd never seen anything like that. It certainly had very little experience with orally consuming cannabis, and it was profound for me. And at that point, I realized how important it was to not only argue for legalization, but to get the medicine to the people that were sick and dying and that needed it for important or chronic medical problems. And so me and the lady that made the cookies sat down for a couple months really and figured out how we were going to work, and eventually agreed to sell cannabis to people with permanent physical disabilities and diseases, people diagnosed by a physician with that. And so that was January 1996. And I believe that the Cannabis Buyers Club here now is the oldest surviving club in the world. There's been organizations around before that, and they've kind of come and gone and changed hands and shut down and reopened. But the Cannabis Buyers Club here has pretty much gone every day since January 1996, helping people out with medicine. And so, so I went from the van to getting an apartment within a few months, actually, in 96. Operated out of that till March of 2001, at which time, actually, the Victoria Police told me to get a storefront. So I moved into this location here on Johnson Street I guess 12 and a half years ago. And we've been here open every single day since we've moved into this facility. And so we've had our run-ins with the law. We've had our facilities raided 5 times, 4 times here, and your raid in the apartment building. There's been 15 charges laid against me and the staff during that time. We've beaten every single charge laid against us using one type of argument or another in court, everywhere from constitutional challenges to insufficient evidence that they arrested the right people. And so, yeah, it's been, in many ways, good for us to go to court. It's vindicated us in many ways. And the police, last year, after we changed the law, decided that they were going to actually take my file to the Canada Revenue Agency and sick the tax man after me. And so, yeah, that's been a rather interesting situation. But one of the things that set me up towards your court case was in my second trial here, I was convicted originally of trafficking in cannabis resin for the food and skin products. And lower court judge, just basically said that cannabis resin wasn't included in the medical regulations and therefore it's illegal. And so I filed an appeal against that myself. I didn't even let my lawyer read my factum. I wrote it and handed it in. And the Crown agreed that at the very least I should be given a new trial. And they basically conceded to that and then said we didn't want to have a new trial, so the charges would just be dropped altogether. So I argued in front of the BC Court of Appeal that the case should continue. I told them that if they did not proceed, that we would be back before the courts looking at this matter, at which point they told me that the federal government wasn't trying to convict me anymore, that I was a free man, and that there was nothing more than they can do. And I told them, I'll see you later. And here I am on December the 6th with you, in front of the same body on the very same matter. So, it doesn't surprise me that we're here again.
Yeah, that's a lot of good work that's led up to this December 6th in Vancouver, the BC Court of Appeal. Yeah,
it's years in the making.
So Ted was really the quarterback of this, along with Kirk Tusaw, who had an article published about dispensaries in the Vancouver Sun. Did you get the chance to see that?
I've had a really busy day up at UVic and stuff, so I've just seen the title, but I'm really stoked that it was put out in print.
Yeah, he had a lot of good things to say about the Vancouver dispensaries and the Victoria dispensaries being an essential part of the healthcare covering up for the government's as failed program. That's what we had to deal with in Canada for the last 10 years. So,
okay, guys, I just got to jump in here. It's commercial time. I'm getting the messages from Multnomah Wellness Center letting me know it's time to pay some bills. So when we return, we'll hear from a band that is singing what a lot of Canadian cannabis medical patients are saying.
No, it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense. No, oh, no, it doesn't make sense. No.
Well, this one goes out to all the soldiers on the street, dealing dimes, nickels, quarters, crossing borders on their feet, growing God's gracious herbs, healing nations across the land. Some fascist, racist, Nazi fucks will never understand.
Now there ain't no reason for this silly drug war. It's just a plan. God showed us what it's for. It says right in the good book that every green plant was made for the good of man. In the green, in the green, in the green Oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? Now I dream of fields just outside my door. Share it with my neighbors, 'cause that's what neighbors are for. Roll up a fatty and corn up on the grill. And come on down and spark one with Uncle Bob and Bill. In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? Now I know better, what they say just ain't right. Come on, free the weed and stand up for your right. Some of us are short of cash, but there's plenty of food and hash in the green, green grass. In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? It's harvest time, it's a plant, not a crime. We've been using it since the start of time. They'd rather you pop a pill than grow it on a sunny hill. And then your lawyer will send you a bill, and you can have the thrill of sure to sell a guy who did kill. Hey, what's the catch? All you did was grow a marijuana patch. In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green? In the green, in the green, in the green, oh Lord, won't you keep me in the green?
That was Oh Lord, Keep It in the Green by the Hicks of British Columbia. As I said before the break, this is something that Canadian medical patients are asking their government to do, and that is to allow them to continue to grow their own medication. Once again, I'd like to welcome you back to the Pace Radio Show here on the Time for Hemp Broadcasting Network, the globe's only pro-cannabis network that brings you shows in 8 different languages. Right now, we are talking with Ted Smith and my joint host, Owen Smith, about cannabis legalization and patients in Canada. At this time, I'd like to turn the questions back over to Owen. You go, Owen, you got a question for Ted?
Hey, thanks, Al. Yeah, well, out here in BC right now, we're in the middle of a campaign to decriminalize cannabis. And I know that Ted has been working really hard out on the streets and at the schools to bring awareness to the public and get signatures so that we can have a vote next fall on decriminalizing cannabis. So maybe Ted could give us a little review of the Sensible BC campaign as he's experienced it so far.
Okay, well, Dana Larson from Vancouver has been the main proponent of this campaign. And it really is a challenge, because what we have to do is get 10% of the registered voters from each riding to sign a petition to force a referendum on our government. It's only been done once before with the HST petition and referendum that was successful. I'm sure most of our listeners here don't know about that, but our government in British Columbia a few years ago made a change in the tax laws right after an election, and they didn't tell anybody they were going to do it. And in reaction to that, the province held its first referendum and forced the government to retract its tax laws. And so we've tried to mimic that, but we don't have the groundswell that the HST campaign had. We don't have the resources. We don't have the unions behind us that were behind that campaign. And it's been a great challenge for Dana to pick this up. Luckily, Bob Erb has come in and put in some money. So financially, the campaign isn't dead in the water. But we've been really hurting in volunteers and canvassers, people actually willing to go out and get signatures. We find that the support is there. People are happy to sign. Like if we held a vote where we're certain that we'd win, that 60, 70, 80% of the voters would be supporting this. But actually getting people to sign the petition takes a canvasser to go out and either go to a booth or go door to door or do something. But we just haven't had as much luck getting canvassers as we've needed. If we don't get more canvassers helping out, the campaign is not likely going to be successful, at least in terms of getting a vote. It's been successful getting the word out. We've done a great job educating more people about cannabis and about the need for reform. And so it's successful just having tried it. But we have to get 10% in every riding. And there's some rural ridings in British Columbia, some areas around Chilliwack, for example, a riding south of Prince George, kind of in the middle of nowhere that needs a lot of help. We've really got our work cut out for us. At this point, I have to honestly say it doesn't look that great. We've really got to turn things around to make this happen.
And so the best thing that people out there who are listening could do to help the Sensible BC campaign could be perhaps signing up as a canvasser.
Oh, definitely. People don't have to have been a registered voter here even. You can change your address if you live in BC now. If you've moved here from another province, you can change your address, and you can't actually sign the petition, but you can still collect signatures and canvass. And even if that's impossible, like I know some people aren't citizens of Canada, but they can go to the office and help. They can go to information booths and help. We just need a canvasser there who will sign the sheets at the end of the day. Certainly canvassers like myself can have assistance helping us out. And so whether you're registered or not, there's opportunities to help either on the street or advocating online or just getting on the phone and getting the right people involved, because most people know at least one or two really keen hempsters out there. And, we really need to get them involved. It's kind of now or never. The crunch is on. We've got our last 5 weeks basically ahead of us here to get these signatures in, and it's kind of do or die. And it's like I've been telling people, this is about much more than cannabis policy. If we in British Columbia can force our government to change their laws based upon what the people have wanted, we could set it up so that we've got more referendums coming down the pipe. So we have pipeline referendums. We could have old growth forest referendums. There's other issues that we could force our government to acknowledge through this process. But it's not going to happen if we fail. If the cannabis movement fails to get the signatures for Sensible BC, nobody else is going to try anytime soon to do it, because we've already, failed. On the other hand, if we do it and we lay the groundwork for democracy here, we're not only going to see more referendums in British Columbia, we're going to see other provinces want referendums. We're going to see evolution of democracy here in Canada that's unprecedented before, where much like in the United States, people can stand up and change laws. We've never had this opportunity before, which is kind of why it's so frustrating that so many people aren't helping, when we have this chance to do it, But it is what it is.
Cannabis culture leading the way.
Yeah, we're showing people how democracy should be done.
Okay, guys, we've only got a few minutes left here. I wouldn't mind if we could take a little bit of time, throw a spotlight or promote somebody or something in your area, or maybe something that you've been doing. Ted, have you got something you want to discuss or bring up?
Well, I'm going to promote my book if I got a chance. I've written
Okay, go ahead. You got about a minute.
Okay, the history and uses of cannabis. The Hempology 101 textbook, I think, is the most comprehensive book on the subject. It covers the ancient historical uses of cannabis, a couple chapters on the industrial uses of hemp and its commercial applications, a chapter on the medical applications of cannabis and the recreational impacts of using it, and then a chapter on prohibition. I'm really quite proud of how I go back historically and sum up the history of prohibition, and then a few chapters on the revival of cannabis and what we could be doing with this plant, hemp and marijuana, if we fully embraced it in our society, and give some ideas about what we could be doing in the future with that as well. So I just like to plug my book. Thanks. You can find out more information about my book at hempology.ca, and we have the Fight the MMPR webpage as well. I'm on Facebook. We have forums for hempology.ca, and then there's the Cannabis Digest. I haven't talked about the newspaper I published that you guys are both writers for. That's about it. Thank you.
Owen, have you got anybody?
Well, I was thinking about one of the wonderful things that Hempology does. Every Wednesday, they take 42 seconds of silence for the victims of the drug war. I've always thought that was an excellent initiative that Ted has continued on with each week. So I just want to let the listeners know that that's going on.
That's great. That's fantastic. Well, I should remind our listeners that we will be back Monday, November the 4th at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we continue to promote those who are making a difference in this fight against cannabis prohibition. You can find us at pace-online.ca or write to us at the Pace Radio Show at pace-online.ca. And the show would like to say thank you to all our advertisers, iHeartRadio, our dear friend Casper Leach, my hosts and co-hosts, as well as all the people who are advocating cannabis education, as none of this would be happening without your help. Thank you and good night.
Good night.
Marijuana from Toronto left Ontario, and she headed out west where the BC gold grew wild like a weed in everybody's backyard. She was gonna start her own marijuana farm. She got a bag of seed and a rake and a hoe. She put it in the ground and she watched it grow with a little fertilizer and a whole lot of love. The marijuana party was born. We're going to bake a pan of brownies. We're going to bake a pan of brownies. We're going to make a pot of tea. We're going to make a pot of tea. Everybody is invited. Everybody is invited. The Liberals and the Tories and the NDP. You can roll it in a joint. You can roll it in a joint. You can smoke it in a bong. You can smoke it in a bong. And sing the marijuana party song. Now before you even knew it, folks were coming aboard. The open marijuana coffee shops, a marijuana store, selling marijuana t-shirts, marijuana hats. And if you had the munchies, marijuana snacks, they were feeling kind of groovy. What a wonderful place. Everybody walking around with a smile on their face. Didn't have to make promises they weren't gonna keep. All they had to do was keep planting them seeds. Bake a pan of brownies. We're gonna bake a pan of brownies. Make a pot of tea. We're gonna make a pot of tea. Everybody is invited. Everybody is invited. The Liberals and the Tories and the NDP. Gonna roll it in a joint. We're gonna roll it in a joint. We're gonna smoke it in a bong. We're gonna smoke it in a bong. And sing the marijuana party song. Then some fella come along named Mark Emery. He was on the internet selling marijuana seeds. The internet police, they were hot on his trail. They finally caught up with him and put him in jail. Talk about a downer, talk about the blues, cause it all ended up on national news. When the smoke finally cleared, someone said, Mark, who? Never mind, just sing the friggin' song. We're gonna smoke a pan of brownies. We're gonna smoke a pan of brownies. We're gonna bake a pot of tea. We're gonna bake a pot of tea. Everybody's getting stoned. Everybody's getting stoned. The Liberals and the Tories and the NDP. We're gonna eat it in a joint. We're gonna eat it in a joint. We're gonna drink it in a bong. We're gonna drink it in a bong. And sing the marijuana party song. Drink a pan of brownies. What's going on? Smoke a pot of cheese. I think the cops were called. Shit, everybody run. Please, this is a bus. Don't anybody leave and get up against the wall. Going to the joint. Oh man, this sucks. I can't find my pants. I can't find my balls. Let's sing the marijuana party song. They were loaded in a van and they all went to jail. Mary ended up paying everybody's bail. She learned a hard lesson a long time ago. People do a lot of stupid things when they get stoned, so she packed it all in. She sold the farm. She bought a little house with a little backyard. She grew a little garden with a rake and a hoe. She doesn't have her marijuana parties no more. She bakes a pan of brownies. She bakes a pan of brownies. She makes a pot of tea. She makes a pot of tea. Nobody is invited. Nobody is invited. Not the Liberals or the Tories or the NDP. She rolled it in a joint. She rolled it in a joint. She smokes it in a bomb. She smokes it in a bomb. And she sings a marijuana party song. She bakes a pan of brownies. She bakes a pan of brownies. She makes a pot of tea. She makes a pot of tea. Nobody is invited. Nobody is invited. Not the Liberals or the Tories or the NDP. She rolled it in a joint. She rolled it in a joint. She smokes it in a bomb. She smokes it in a bomb. And she sings the marijuana party song. She bakes a pan of brownies. She bakes a pan of brownies. She makes a pot of tea. She makes a pot of tea. Nobody is invited. Nobody is invited. Not the Liberals or the Tories or the NDP. She rolled it in a joint.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Middle-aged, counting ceiling cracks. Cold plate, cooling on his lap. Clock says eat, but his body says pass. Fire in his gut, and the hours crawl past. We're talking loud alive for the ones who can't sleep, for the ones who can't swallow more pills this week. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories into tidal wave change. In a tidal wave change. He found a leap let him rest a while. First full meal, first real sleep, small smile, pages filled with the words we never said. Now a magazine on the table is a voice in our head. We're talking loud lies for the ones who can't eat, for the ones riding shadows of a hospital seat. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories in a tidal wave change. In a tidal wave change. Who speaks for the hurt and the hollow? Rise down the road we should follow. He just hits record and lets the truth speak plain about sleep, about food, about living past pain. We're talking louder live when nobody's wanting, when the law draws a line between relief and sin. He's a pen, he's a voice, he's a late night flame, turning patience into people and a law into change. Oh, yeah, a law into change. Law and a change.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, baby.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for March the 12th. We're live here at paceradio.net, 420pace.ca, and a good morning to Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm not doing too bad. I was outside this morning, a little chilly than normal, but you know, we live in Canada. We get warm, cold, warm, cold, warm, cold.
Especially this time of year, right? When I was out in Ontario the last time for my my great aunt's funeral, like, I mean, it was 21 degrees the day of her funeral. 21 degrees in and where was I? I was in Dundas, Ontario, for that.
Yeah.
21
Yeah.
degrees. Crazy.
Yeah, it was a nice, warm, great weekend, and yeah, now we're back in the cold. And we actually, we've got, I think it's 20 centimeters of snow in the forecast this week.
When it hits us on Monday, it's going to be rain. 50 millimeters of rain predicted for Monday.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's that time of the year though. So
it is.
We live in Canada. You gotta expect it. So. Yeah. All right, anything new before we get into the news?
Oh yeah, I'm smoking this great hash joint that's got me choking.
All right, was it the one we were discussing before the show? It must be.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for bearing with me during my choking of that.
All right. Now, I don't know when you lit it, but just out of curiosity, have you been able to sort of time it, see how long that joint lasts?
About 17 minutes for me to sit here and smoke it alone.
20 minutes basically in there. That's good. 20 minutes to smoke a joint.
And yeah, and it was I have an unsmoked one here. Like it's just this tiny little thing.
Just a little tiny thing. What are they, like half grammers or
Half gram joints, yeah.
half gram joints? And it takes you 20
All
minutes. Yeah, I gotta find them.
Yeah.
All right.
And for any of you that loved hash in the 80s, this joint, when I the first time I lit it, like I mean, it took me back to the 80s. Like we're talking old school hash. It was beautiful.
Really? Yeah, that means I gotta find it. Okay, well, let's get started on the news.
Yeah, for sure. Our first story is actually coming to us from my neck of the woods, from halagonia.ca. I think that's a new publication here on the Pace Radio. Police intercept illegal cannabis delivery headed for unlicensed storefront. Pardon me, that hash joint has me a little choked. RCMP Metro Traffic Services have arrested a man for offenses under the Cannabis Act following a traffic stop in Fall River, which is only about a 20-minute drive from me. On March 7th at approximately 10:35 a.m., an officer was proactively patrolling Highway 102 and stopped a southbound Ford F-150 near Fall River. As the driver produced his documents, the officer observed illegal cannabis products inside the vehicle. The driver, who is a 26-year-old man from Truro, was arrested and the vehicle was searched. A quantity of illegal cannabis bound for, they say, an illegal storefront. It was actually an Indigenous storefront. Was seized. Pardon me. The driver is facing a criminal code charge of possession of proceeds of crime and 4 charges under the Cannabis Control Act, which include possession of cannabis over 30 grams, possession of illicit cannabis, possession of cannabis for the purpose of distribution, and possession of cannabis for the purpose of selling. He was released and is scheduled to appear in Dartmouth Provincial Court at a later date. I'm sure there will be a courtroom full of activists when that happens. The Nova Scotia RCMP reminds residents that only licensed cannabis retailer in the province is the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. Products from illicit or Indigenous storefronts are unregulated, they say, and may pose health risks, they say, they being the government. The RCMP continues to enforce cannabis laws with a focus on public safety. So Al, it's a continuation of the 5 raids that they did, the day or two before that?
Yeah, they're trying to get cannabis before it gets to the store. That's what happened in this situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, by the looks of it, or by the sounds of it, the driver's big error was the fact that it was visible to the police officer.
Yeah, they were able to see it in the back seat or
Right.
whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, it's kind of annoying. Where it was and the direction in which it was heading and where the gentleman was from. I'm pretty sure I know the group of stores that was going to one of those stores. Our little tiny green 0.1 mile here.
Everybody knows that the stores aren't stocked full of product that they're actually manufacturing themselves. Stuff is brought in.
Yeah, from other Indigenous growers. So, I'm pretty sure I knew where it was coming from and where it was heading. And, it's just sad to see all of this happen and the lies that continue to get spread about Indigenous cannabis.
Yeah, and I'd really like to see them be able to have their own setups, like their own system.
Yeah.
The Indigenous system. Yes, they could join our system, but they have their treaty rights and so on and so forth. So.
Yeah, and like the government, if they really want to get involved, we can send everything for testing to a third party, somebody that's not the government, somebody that's not Indigenous, and we'll have them test all the products. Let's not tell them, what is what. Let's just send it to them blindly, and they can test them and tell us what's got pesticides in it or not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All righty. From that story, we'll move on to our next one. This one's coming to us from StratCan, and the headline there says Ontario cannabis stores forced to drop the word dispensary despite consumer preferences. Yes, some cannabis retailers in Ontario say they are being told to remove any use of the word dispensary from their websites and online storefronts. The move from the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario is based on provincial rules and that prevent a cannabis retailer from marketing itself as being associated with medicine, health, or pharmaceuticals. While the word dispensary has traditionally referred broadly to a place where medicine is dispensed, similar to a pharmacy, cannabis retailers in the province point out that the term has become synonymous with cannabis stores in the average consumer's mind in recent decades. I have to completely agree with that, particularly with the rise of cannabis stores in Canada and the US. Now, such enforcement actions, they say, only serve to hand customers back over to the illicit market while not actually protecting the public. Lisa Bigioni, I believe that's how I say her name, hopefully, the owner of Stoked Cannabis with 5 locations on Ontario, says she's recently received an email from an inspector at the AGCO who said the agency was aware that many cannabis stores in the province have been identifying themselves as a dispensary through their premises, website, or other media outlets, such as Google, Facebook, and Instagram. She says that she understands where the concern comes from, but feels that it's not taking into account how the word is used in Canada, as well as among American tourists who come into her stores, and how legal cannabis retailers have to use terms to ensure that they show up in consumers' online search inquiries. She says that I think it's one of those instances where a word used to mean something, but now means something else. Now, just so you know, the specific rule that the AGCO is enforcing is in the advertising and promotion section of the Registrar's Standards for Cannabis Retail Stores, which states that advertising may not be associated with medicine, health, or pharmaceuticals. Such rules, of course, do not apply to those selling cannabis outside of Ontario. Those, especially online retailers, says Owen Allerton. He's the owner of Highland Cannabis in Kitchener. Now, he says his store was contacted about a month ago by an inspector with the AGCO who was newly tasked with looking at licensed retailers' websites. Now, and like Lisa at Stoked, he says he's sympathetic to the underlying reason for policing of the term, but also points out that the terminology has changed. He says that the challenge is that the entire consumer base in North America uses the word dispensary interchangeable for cannabis stores. Now, one of the top search terms, bar none, in Ontario for people seeking a retail store dispensary near me is what he says. That's the word, dispensary near me. And goes on to say that not even the word cannabis. Now, just because the government has it in their mind that we are licensed cannabis retailers does not reflect what the language and terminology consumers are using. And the primary path of all this is through e-commerce. Now, in an email to StratCan, the AGCO communications team said this is not new enforcement and that the AGCO has consistently enforced this standard since the launch of the legal retail market in 2018, 2019. Well, Cindy, they're going after our words, our terminology.
Yeah, like when I was down in Mexico, when to Google and research and look up the dispensaries down there, you had to use the numbers 420.
Oh yeah.
When I was in Amsterdam, you had to use the word coffee house. So every place, I'm like, not that I've been a lot of places, but I'm discovering that every place I go has a different language for what it is. Here in Canada and in the United States, I'm getting ready to go to Hawaii. The word is dispensary.
Yeah.
It has always been. And no matter no matter who we're talking to, no matter if we're talking about legal or legacy or indigenous, whatever you want to call it, the word is dispensary.
Yeah, and I see we got a comment from Alaska, Andy. He says that Alaska doesn't allow retail to be called a dispensary. That's basically the same thing here. This is what Ontario was saying. So I did do a search on the word dispensary. What's the word dispensary mean? And they say here, a dispensary is a specific room or office within a hospital, school, pharmacy, or clinic where medications, medical supplies, and sometimes treatment are prepared and distributed to patients. It acts as a pharmacy or a specialized clinic, often managing outpatient care or providing, in some contexts, legalized cannabis products, is what it says there as well.
Well, it's also like, I mean, like it says that, and I heard what you said, but I mean, if I go to the QE2 in Halifax, which is like one of the main hospitals in Halifax, and I go in and a doctor prescribes me something, what they tell me to do is go to the hospital pharmacy over here. They don't use the word
pharmacy. They tell you pharmacy. They don't tell me to go to the dispensary. Take your prescription into the pharmacy. I've never been told to take my prescription into a dispensary.
I mean, this is taking me back, not that I was alive then, but it's taking me to that reefer madness thought of, insisting on calling cannabis marijuana and using it derogatory. Like, I mean, like it's like you say, like they're trying to govern our words. Like, I mean, and this can also go outside of cannabis to book burning. They're trying to govern how we think and how we talk. And
well, I have a couple local dispensaries, just so you know. And apparently I might have found out about a third one.
By complete accident, which he's going to go research after the show.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm curious too. Like, I mean, like maybe it's an old one that shut down that was there years ago. I mean, who knows, right? Like, maybe it's brand new and you just haven't like looked over and as you drive by that area pretty much probably every day and seen anything.
Yeah, it's on the way to the post office. So. All righty. Shall we go on to the next story?
We shall, but I'm going to giggle about that for a second. Okay, I just have to close off some stuff over here. Okay, that looks good. Okay, yes, on to the next story. It is coming to us again from StratCan, and it says, cannabis company calls on Ottawa to postpone controversial medical cannabis cuts for veterans. As a veteran who is being affected by this, I am very happy to hear. I know of a number of licensed producers and cannabis companies that are on this, and it's nice to see it being reported on. A major Canadian cannabis producer is urging the federal government to pause planned cuts to the medical cannabis program used by thousands of Canadian veterans. According to StratCan, Aurora Cannabis is calling on Ottawa to delay changes that would lower the reimbursement rate for cannabis prescribed through Veterans Affairs Canada. Under the current program, veterans can be reimbursed up to $8.50 per gram, but a policy change scheduled for April 1st would reduce that ceiling to $6 per gram. The federal government says the change reflects falling cannabis prices in the broader market and could save about $4.4 billion over 4 years, though critics argue that number may not add up. Aurora's senior vice president of government relations, Rick Savoni, argues the government should slow down and conduct proper consultations before implementing the policy. He called for a formal consultation that includes veterans, clinicians, patient advocates, and licensed cannabis producers. Involve the people that are involved. The company is also urging Ottawa to conduct a health impact assessment and ensure that veterans currently relying on cannabis for medicinal treatment don't suddenly lose access or face disruption in their care. The program itself has grown dramatically over the past decade. Veterans Affairs Canada has reimbursed over $1 billion worth of medical cannabis since 2011, with tens of thousands of veterans now authorized to access the treatment. For many veterans, cannabis is used to help manage conditions such as chronic pain, post-traumatic stress injuries, and sleep disorders. Advocates say sudden reimbursement cuts could force patients to switch products or reduce their treatment. As the April implementation date approaches, the debate is highlighting a larger issue: how governments balance healthcare budgets with patient access to emerging therapies. I don't know about you, Al, but these cuts, especially as somebody who relies on cannabis and is part of this, this is really, really scary to see. Luckily, I mean, I have reviewed what I purchased through VAT Canada, and most of it would fall in under this new amount. But I know people who need the higher dose, the higher THC. They eat hash to help kill their pain, and that costs more per gram. Like, to take this away from them, when as well as like veterans who have served, what they get afterwards, their payments after they retire, the retirement fund, isn't what you think. It's not. They have to fight. We have to fight for every penny I get. And I know so many veterans that are homeless or almost homeless, or they can afford their home, but they can't afford food. And now you want them to pay out of pocket for the only thing that's truly helping them, which is the cannabis. And that just disgusts me.
I agree. I don't. I think the reduction sucks. It's not good whatsoever. And I have to agree with the quote in here, and I believe it's from Savone. You mentioned the name Savone.
Mm-hmm.
He says that the lower price ceiling of $6 a gram is based on non-medical recreational market. It's not based on the price. There's medical products that are more expensive than what you're going to get on the recreational. And
there's many that are sold as medicinal only, and they don't come in under the $6.
Exactly. So it's not right. I'm not hearing like there's this and that comes up. Like you say, there's groups and LPs that are working on this. Let's hope that they can, make change and bring that back.
Well, luckily, I work with a distributor who holds my this distributor holds my prescription, and they bring in from a variety of licensed producers. Very lucky that I get choices of producers. I don't just have to go with one. Mm-hmm. And he works with, I think there's 8 or 9 producers that on the products that are actually purchased most by the veterans that are signed up, they've brought the prices down as of April 1st. So we can continue to have the products that are helping us. So if you're a veteran and you're in need of a distributor here in Canada, reach out to me because I will hook you up with mine.
There's a quote here from a Dr. Nick Withers. He's a 22-year veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces. He says, many of my veteran patients are finally stable after years of trying different treatments. If reimbursement forces them to switch products based on price rather than clinical response, we risk compromising their well-being after finally identifying medications that are safe and effective. Says it all right there.
Yeah, hardcore. So I've got a number of friends, a number of veteran comrades that are scared for what April is going to bring for them.
Yeah, now I know I had read, I haven't got the article open anymore, but I had read earlier that the other countries that have made adjustments, there's a period of time there for consultation. There's there's discussions, all that stuff. It's not just arbitrarily done.
They do their studies.
Yeah.
They do their studies, which I mean, our government are screaming, well, we can't legalize psilocybin because we haven't done the studies, but you can cut back without doing the studies. Yeah, no.
So I'm totally disagree with the decision. I have since the beginning when I first heard about it. So.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, especially Aurora. I mean, as we've reported, Aurora doesn't sell their cannabis in Canada anymore. They ship it all out medically.
Yeah.
And they've gone completely medical. They ship mostly to Europe, and And for them to stand up and say, like, listen, we're not really in this fight, but we're going to stand with the veterans.
Yeah.
But then we've also got the Loud Plug is standing up. Ctiva is standing up. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Chocolate is standing up. There's a number of licensed producers that are standing up, and they don't agree with it. And they're working hard to reduce their prices for the medical side for the veterans so it can fall in underneath. So huge shout out to all the licensed producers that are doing that. Huge shout out to Aurora for challenging our government. And I hope it all helps and forces a study.
Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, they change their minds. All right, on to our last story before we take a break. And this one here is coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says, cannabis seeds in German grocery stores is a milestone. It says, allowing legal home cultivation by adults is a fundamental component of a sensible approach to cannabis public policy. It affords consumers the option to save money and control what goes into the production of the cannabis that they consume. Other legal means by which adults can source cannabis legally should also be permitted, but home cultivation should always be an option for reasonable adults. Now, in Germany, they can cultivate up to three plants in their private residences. With national recreational cannabis sales remaining prohibited by the European Union and regional adult use cannabis commerce pilot trials yet to launch in Germany, home cultivation is an important option for consumers. Now, this month, cannabis seeds from Gutmut Stadtgut are on sale at 255 branches of the Nido discount supermarket chain in Berlin and Northeast Germany. Cannabis seeds being sold in grocery stores. Wow. Now, the sale of the seeds to adults through the popular supermarket chain marks a major milestone for Germany's emerging industry, according to the German Cannabis Business Association, which issued a press release this week touting the seed sales and pushing back on criticism by the federal government's drug commissioner. Now, they say that the sale is a milestone for consumer protection and for combating the unregulated black market. Furthermore, home cultivation protects against potential highly dangerous altered and additives and is therefore in the interest of health and consumer protection, stated Dirk Hickbrim. He's the president of the German Cannabis Business Association. Now, he goes on to say that we need to move away from the politics of fear and towards a policy of controlled quality. The sale of seeds at Netto is an important step in the right direction. Guaranteed origin, guaranteed quality, normalization, and destigmatization, I'll get it out, instead of criminalization. Whether it's alcohol, tobacco, or cannabis, instead of checks on private households, we need evidence-based regulation. For cannabis, this requires research and projects on regulated distribution. This is according to Managing Director Michael Griff. He says that according to the German Association of Seed and Plant Protection, the availability of high-quality seeds in brick-and-mortar retail stores is a crucial step towards achieving the legal objectives, promoting safe home cultivation, and effectively combating illegal market structures. Now, they believe that this requires low threshold access, and that therefore that they aim for regulated sales within the framework of scientific research projects. This goal is also supported by the Federal Drug Commissioner by the name of Steek, and however, a political majority within the current governing coalition of the Christian Democrats and Social Democrats is lacking. Well, Cindy, cannabis seeds in grocery stores, yeah, why not?
Why not?
You can buy vegetable seeds there.
Yes.
And, I can tell you, I know of a longtime cannabis researcher who calls cannabis a vegetable. Yeah, he does, Dr. Courtney. He also says it's an essential, really essential, but yeah, vegetable. That's what he calls it. So yeah, cannabis seeds at the grocery store. I can hear a song in that.
It's hilarious.
Yes, yeah. All right. Anything on that story before we go to break?
I just think it's great. Like they say that this is, like they're looking at it to help combat the bad people, so to speak, right? If we can get this out there and make it normal, I'm like, fuck yeah. Sorry.
I like
but
the
fuck
idea
yeah.
of normalization. The normalization, the destigmatization. Jeez, there I go. I finally got it out. It's a big word. Yeah, it helps to reduce that. Like, it's win-win-win as far as I was concerned.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. All right. Time for us to take a 3-minute break and for everybody to hear from our sponsors. And we will be back in about 3 minutes. Talk to you shortly.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420peace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We're live, and we have more stories for you. You know what, Cindy? I never even thought about telling everybody today. Well, maybe I'll back up a little bit. At the beginning of the show, we talked about a news source, which was the first time that news source had ever been used on the show. In our second half of the show, we're going to talk about something that we've never discussed before on the show. We're going to talk sex. But before we get to that, we got 3 more stories to cover, don't we?
We do.
All right, let's get them started.
Yeah. Our next story is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Psilocybin helps people quit cigarettes more effectively than the nicotine patches. That's pretty cool. A new study published in a journal on the American Medical Association suggests that psilocybin, the psychedelic compound found in magic mushrooms, may be significantly more effective at helping people quit smoking than traditional nicotine replacement therapy. Researchers from Johns Hopkins University and the University of Alabama at Birmingham conducted a randomized clinical trial involving 82 adult smokers. Participants either received a high dose of psilocybin combined with cognitive behavioral therapy, or they followed conventional treatment using nicotine patches and therapy. The results were striking. At the 6-month follow-up, over 40% of participants who received the psilocybin had completely quit smoking, compared with just 10% of those using the nicotine patches. Researchers wrote that a single psilocybin dose combined with manualized CBT yield a significantly greater smoking abstinence than the standard nicotine patch treatment. Participants receiving psilocybin also smoked about 50% fewer cigarettes per day during the study period, combined with the baseline levels. Scientists believe that psychedelics may help break addiction by temporarily increasing psychological flexibility and allowing people to reconsider deeply imagined habits or self-concepts. The findings add to a growing body of research suggesting psychedelic therapies may have the potential application across multiple forms of addiction, including alcohol and opiate disorders. Well, I know that one for sure. While larger studies are needed before regulatory approval, the results are encouraging for researchers searching for more effective treatments for tobacco addiction, one of the leading causes of preventable deaths worldwide. Well, I think this is pretty cool, Al.
So do I. When I saw that headline, I went, "Wow, where does it stop, Cindy?"
Yeah, well, I mean,
unreal. Like it helps people quit smoking. Psilocybin
Yeah.
can help people with alcohol situations. It can help with so many mental health conditions. It just constantly all the time.
Yeah, it's addiction is addiction is addiction is addiction. And when it comes right down to it, post-traumatic stress is addiction. You get injured and you get stuck in that loop, and that loop becomes your identity. And before long, like, you can't leave that loop because that's your identity. That's who you are. I know I've walked that line. My trauma is one of my addictions I've given up. We also know that gambling is an addiction, and it's a mental addiction. So these things can happen. The mental addictions can happen, but addiction is addiction is addiction. And cannabis and psychedelics can help if they are used properly with reverence and respect. Because I know people that are psychologically addicted to cannabis, they can't go without it because it's become their identity. Like they ask them to take a tolerance break and they'll have a panic attack. And so that's a psychological addiction, right?
Yeah. It's just unreal, the stuff that keeps coming out of these mushrooms, and
It's really amazing. So cool.
Something has to give so that they can become more medically available for people. That's for sure. So
I agree.
All righty, we're going to move from psilocybin onto not only did that story surprise me, but this next story also surprised me some. Because, I wondered, would it ever happen? But it has happened in a large place, and here we go. This is coming to us from Mugglehead magazine, and the headline says, "Gen Z preferences and health concerns cause vapes to overtake flower in California." Now, consumers in California now buy more cannabis vaporizers than traditional flower, marking a big shift in the state's booming yet troubled cannabis market. This significant change was highlighted in the latest data from the state's Department of Cannabis Control, tallied at the end of February. The change began in mid-2025 when vape sales edged out flower for the first time, and the gap continues to grow. Now, according to headset data shared with the publication the SF Gate, which was the San Francisco Gate, the climb in vaporizer sales has been largely propelled by Gen Z consumers who prefer vape pens above all. These shoppers like vapes because of their ease and discretion. They slip into your pockets, produce less smell, and let users control doses precisely. Many state residents feel that these devices deliver a cleaner, more enjoyable hit than smoking flower. They can heat cannabis oil without burning it, cut out harmful smoke, and preserve flavorful terpenes that give strains their unique taste. Now, several users in California have been switching to vapes to avoid lung irritation from joints or pipes. Moreover, health experts note that vaping skips combustion toxins, making it smoother for daily use. However, quality cartridges matter to avoid contaminants. Now, tech devices also fuel this boom. Modern vapes feature smart temperature controls that improve flavor and effects without waste. They are continually becoming more advanced. Now, they also say that pre-filled cartridges and disposables make consumption hassle-free, appealing to busy lifestyles in cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Now, California also enforces strict testing for vape devices, ensuring safer materials and banning synthetic flavors, which builds trust. Now, this trend is having a major impact on the industry as legalization spreads in the United States. Vapes will dominate nationally, driven largely by Gen Z preferences and a focus on lung health. Well, Cindy, at one time they were all worried about vapes. People were getting popcorn on. Now
That's what I was sitting here like kind of saying to myself when you were reading the story.
Now we don't hear about it anymore. Now, is that because the fact that they got stuff like hypoglycerol and things like that, another big word I can't pronounce, out of, like, they're not in that in the products like it was in the beginning?
Yeah, that's what I have to think, that now I have had products that have they taste like they have VG in them, which is the vegetable glycerin, which isn't what they claimed caused the popcorn lung, but it's still gross. And then I've had like this guy here. This is when I haul on this one, it tastes like I'm smoking the flower. It's great. I've got the right battery that can get up to the right temperature to give me the vapor that I want. So I not just on the inhale, but on the exhale, I feel, and it gives me that illusion of smoking a joint. There's no vegetable glycerin in it whatsoever. There's no none of that other one that we both hate saying the word for. The PG, but we'll call it PG instead of actually trying to say the word.
Yeah.
It has none of that. This one's pure live resin.
Yeah, that's what when I grab them, and it's, as they say, it's the smell, the reduction of smell, the convenience, all that type of stuff that they were talking about.
Yeah,
and it was something I thought like pre-rolls would jump ahead, eventually ahead of flour as well, because of the convenience. And that's what carts are. And they mentioned about adjusting temperatures. The one I got tells me how many puffs I've taken on the thing. You don't realize how many you took until you actually count them. And when I looked at this, it says I've had, on this one alone, never mind any of the other one, I've had over 3,000.
I'm at 31 with my new battery.
31, just okay, 31, not 3,100.
So I only got this when I was in Toronto. So
yeah, okay. That explains that. Yeah. So, like the story says, all that is convenience, everything. Now, some people don't find them as effective. I've seen some people talk about it being like a 15-minute buzz, and that's about it. if that.
I wouldn't say it's a 15-minute buzz. I say the buzz from pulling on a vape, and I say this with a flower vape as well, is different than smoking a joint.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time.
And same as dabbing. Dabbing is different than smoking a joint.
Yeah.
So
Completely
like,
agree with that.
it depends on what you're looking for. You know, if that's good for you, like, I mean, like, I think that this is wonderful. If I've got anxiety, if I'm in a crowded place, you know, like I will lean on this. But if I have the choice,
You
I
got
go
the
to a joint every time.
Yeah. Like I'm a joint smoker, but there's lots of reasons why I have those vape cartridges. So.
Yeah.
So, alrighty.
Alrighty.
That's that. Move on to the next story.
It's my turn again, right?
That's right.
That's right. Okay. So coming to us from Leafy, this one is another one that was kind of near and dear to my heart. I was quite excited to see that this is happening over in Europe. London drug checking services are happening. They're calling it the Loop. A new harm reduction initiative in London is giving people the opportunity to test their drugs before they take them, with the goal of preventing overdoses and saving lives. Freak, yeah. The program is run by The Loop, which is a UK nonprofit dedicated to drug checking services and harm reduction. The organization allows individuals to anonymously submit small samples of their substance so experts can analyze the chemical composition and then warn users about dangerous contaminants. You know, and this has served so well here in Canada. Dana Larson does this out in Vancouver. And I actually know people that it has saved the lives of. It's such an amazing service to have. Drug checking programs have gained attention in recent years as synthetic substances and unknown additives have become increasingly common in the illicit markets. When people bring samples to the Loop, chemists analyze them and provide information about what is actually present, sometimes revealing substances far different from what users expected. The service also issues public alerts when particularly dangerous compounds appear in circulation. Supporters say these programs represent a practical public health approach. Instead of focusing solely on enforcement, drug checking services aim to reduce the risks associated with drug use by providing information and encouraging safe behavior. Research on similar programs suggests that when people learn their drugs contain unexpected or dangerous substances, many choose to reduce their dose drastically or discard it completely. Critics argue that such services could be seen as condoning drug use. Absolutely not. But advocates counter that, that the goal is simple: keep people alive. In an era where drug markets increasingly contain potent synthetic substances such as fentanyl, harm reduction strategies like drug checking are becoming a very important tool in public health responses to overdose crisis. Well, Al, we've seen the beginnings of these things here in Canada, whether it be through Dana Larson doing this exact thing, or people like, our dear friend Neil, who started, the Cannabis Substitution Project, which I'm excited to maybe see Europe adopt eventually as well.
Yes, I think it's great to see that they have gone and done this. And the fact that it is funded by councils, it says funded by Hackney and Camden councils and supported by the Metropolitan Police. The police support this as well. And not only that, they say that where did it go? They say it is a free, confidential, non-judgment service. It's provided monthly. The consumer takes the substances to the service base, surrender them to an amnesty box. About an hour later, they return and receive individually tailored consultation with a health professional.
Nice.
So it also brings people in off the street. Maybe people live on the street, maybe they don't, but it brings people in to get where health services are available.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty
So, yeah, things like what Insight has been doing out west.
Yep.
Helping with people get off of the street drugs and so on and so forth. I'm just looking for something that I saw online this morning, but I just can't see it right this second. So I won't worry about it. But yeah, it was a report that was put out that says that safe injection sites don't do any good, that they are detrimental. And I'm thinking, how Insight's got this huge record of saving people's lives, never having any deaths, but they're turning around and saying that these places don't work.
Well, another one of our hosts here on the network, he spoke up in Richmond, BC, because Richmond is mostly in Asian area. And they're against the street drugs. They're against cannabis. They're against. And they view these safe injection sites as the same thing. So, the host that we have here that was there for this, he went and spoke up because he has family members who are, in addiction, and he supports these sites. And I just find it shocking that people would rather watch people suffer than help them. And it's these safe injection sites don't just give people a place to go do their drugs. There is somebody there on staff, so if an overdose happens, these people can be helped. They supply clean needles to stop the spread of disease. They supply clean pipes for the same reason. And then they also offer counseling and ways out, help to find sober living spaces and to, walk through programs. So, I mean, as much as that, they give people a place to go to use, it's a safe use where they are protected and where they are looked after and where there is a hand out to help them if they desire. And if they save lives.
At Insight, in a 20-year period, talking about saving lives, overdoses reversed 12,000. Yeah. 71,000 people were referred to services provided off-site. The total number of deaths on site, 0. But they don't work. I posted this information on. This is actually our.
You just told us about 87 lives saved, 87,000 lives saved.
Exactly. So I posted this on the link of this conservative member who's posting this other stuff, and people are liking my comment because of the fact that I'm using facts and figures instead of just copying and pasting some information and not supplying a source, which I did provide. If anybody's questioning me. So it's bad. All right. From that, we're going to move on to something that maybe people like to talk about, and that's sex.
Yes.
All right. As I said, it's the first time we've ever talked about sex here on the news, but here we go. Here's the story. It's coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And the head, come on, there it is. The headline there says, marijuana may be a gateway to woman's orgasm in sexual health treatment. Scientific analysis find. Cannabis may be a gateway, but not in the stigmatized way it's being portrayed by prohibitionists as a stepping stone to other drugs. Rather, a growing body of scientific literature signals cannabis is a gateway to woman's orgasm. That could hold significant therapeutic potential in the treatment of female orgasmic disorder or difficulty, according to this new research paper. Now, for the analysis published in the journal Current Sexual Health Reports last week, clinical sexologist Suzanne Mulvihill discovered how, even though FOD affects an estimated 72% of menopausal women, there are currently no drugs approved by the Food and Drug Administration to treat the condition, and cannabis represents a novel therapy that could fill the treatment gap. It says here that psychiatrists have traditionally been trained to define legitimate prescribing primarily through formulated, regulated pharmaceutical pathways, even while routinely prescribing medications off-label for FOD. And cannabis falls outside this conventional framework, according to the report, which goes on to say that recognizing its therapeutic value, therefore asks psychiatry to broaden its understanding of what constitutes medicine and evidence-based care, particularly for conditions that lack effective conventional pharmacological options, such as this. Now, Mulvihill emphasized that incorporating cannabis into sexual medicine will require openness to recognizing it as a therapeutic ally and developing clinical competence in its response use, while rejecting antiquated framing that's required cannabis as a gateway to dangerous drugs that must be avoided at all costs. Now, female orgasmic disorder or difficulty remains one of the most prevalent yet least adequately treated conditions in women's health, according to the report. Now, the absence of FDA-approved pharmacological treatments combined with limited effectiveness of existing psychological and behavioral interventions reflects a fundamental mismatch between the complexity of orgasmic difficulty and the scope of most current treatment models. The evidence review demonstrates that cannabis occupies a uniquely promising position within this gap. The analysis points to 5 decades of research into cannabis that's demonstrated consistent associations with improvements in orgasm frequency, ease, and satisfaction, while simultaneously reducing anxiety, innovation, cognitive distraction, and bodily disconnection, which are core barriers to orgasmic function. And integrating cannabis into sexual medicine represents both a clinical and a cultural shift, according to the authors, they also go on to say, what distinguishes cannabis is not merely its ability to improve a single symptom, but its capacity to therapeutically influence multiple orgasm, facilitating and orgasm inhibiting processes, simultaneously aligning with the multi-dimensional nature of female orgasmic disorder difficulty. There we go. Benefits in cannabis to help with that as well. Help the women of our lives who, as I say, 72%. That's a large amount of women who are having difficulty, and I think they said premenstrual times.
Yeah, well, it's not just that. It's also during perimenopause and menopause. Like, even for those of us that didn't have that difficulty on the earlier age, we have that difficulty as we approach perimenopause and menopause. And as somebody who's in menopause, I mean, when I go to the doctors about it, whether it's breast health or orgasm health, like the answers I get given on a regular are, we don't know much about the female body and we don't really know what to tell you. And, here's some KY jelly, use that, it might help. And that's pretty much what they give us. And it's normally by a man who's really uncomfortable talking about the fact that I can't have an orgasm. Yeah, it's something that really needs to be talked about. It needs to be talked about, without all the silliness, and it needs to be talked about as a, an actual medical disorder. They
got medicines for ED.
Exactly.
Guys suffer, erectional dysfunction, ED.
But they also talk about anxiety with coming into sex and not being able to release for a woman. Well, I mean, that comes a lot with like a woman's body. Like when we're leading up to having our menstrual cycle, like we secrete stuff that doesn't smell good. Men will make comments about that. as we get to perimenopause and menopause, one of the side effects is swamp crotch, as we lovingly call it. That doesn't make a woman feel sexy or desirable. And we feel that if we release, it's going to stink more, and we hold back. And so these are things that our other halves, our partners, can help us with by letting us know that that's okay. And it's human nature. It's normal. These are things that women at different ages or times of their life go through, and be loving and accepting of it. And it's something that can help from our partners, I think. Just to throw it out there for all the guys.
All the guys. All right. Okay. Well, there we go. Got all our stories covered for the day. Talked about a few things we haven't talked about in the past. But anything else you want to mention before we go, before we sign off?
Well, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is at it again in June. We're going to be hosting a movie night at the Halifax Library, and I will definitely do my best to keep you all up on the details of where you can get tickets for that.
Yeah, good. And just I got a message yesterday. I have to get some more information, but I've been requested to participate in a meeting or a discussion with doctors about cannabis.
Exciting.
Yes. I'm going to be talking more about that with them tomorrow. Find out what's going on.
Thrilling.
Yeah, exactly. So I was surprised. Hey, thanks for the invite. All right, that's it for today. Thanks go out to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast, and also to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We will see you Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. I think, 11 o'clock down there on the East Coast.
And on the Atlantic side, 11
bright
a.m.
and sunny, bright and early out west at 7 a.m. But other than that, as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.